Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Baseball's 162-game season wrapped up on Sunday, and then the day after, on Monday, MLB put out kind of a memo to essentially pump its own tires and boast a little bit about the year that was for them and their goals. And two main things stood out. Number one was the average game time this season. It drastically went down. They cut the time by about a half hour plus on average this season. And that's a great thing. I've been saying all along that baseball needs to be more digestible. Congrats to MLB on doing it in a favorable way. The other thing they put out was that baseball attendance had one of its biggest spikes in years and decades. And that's part of the interest factor for me. But the other part that I dug in deep on is that it says the Oakland A's had their attendance go up by 6% in 2023. Mind you, this is the Oakland A's franchise, which about 2.5 weeks into the season, alerted their fans and everybody else that they are actively trying to pursue relocation to Las Vegas and that they have ceased any activities in trying to stay, in Oakland. You can't imagine that the support is going to go well after a move like that. Some would say it's the cost of doing business. If you're going to put that out there, what exactly did you expect in return? That attendance would go up or even stay the same? Most people were under the assumption it would go way down. But it's up. Oh, but there's a huge reason, actually two huge reasons. Well, one main thing of why it's up, and I will explain that in just a second. As for MLB's attendance, it was their largest jump since 1998. Good for them. 70.74 million fans, which is up 9.6% from last year. That is a significant amount. More than 6 million fans added from 2022 to 2023. So a lot of people going to games. I absolutely love that. The average per team was almost 30,000 per game here in 2023. And imagine if you had, a healthy, prosperous team in Oakland that was staying there and doubled down on that. Just up the Oakland attendance alone, and I think you'd see every team in the league would have gotten to that 30,000 average collectively. But speaking of some individual teams, the Dodgers, the Padres, the Yankees, the Cardinals, Atlanta, the Phillies, Houston, and Toronto each reached the 3 million fan mark this season. That's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. First time 8 teams had reached that plateau in a very long time. So a lot of individual teams doing well, collectively baseball doing well. You'll see every team's percentage up and down in a second. But there were 11 weekends during this baseball season that reached the combined 1.5 million fan mark, which is the most times that's happened since 2017. Also, I think, we can understand that baseball in some ways is still recovering from COVID times and people's lifestyles changing and their preferences changing. 2021 season, as much as 2020 had no fans, 21 was limited in a lot of places, in a lot of ways. 22 getting more back to normal. I think here in 2023, it is about as normal as we'll see in upcoming years. 26 out of 30 teams, that's 86% of big league clubs, saw their attendance go up, right, in 2023. And the A's are one of them, huh? So let's take a look at the entire list here. This comes to us, by the way, from Codify. I saw their tweet. I retweeted their tweet with some certain questions, which we'll get to here. But there's a couple other teams I also want to point out. Like, good for the Reds and the Orioles and the Guardians. Cincinnati, Baltimore, and Cleveland with the biggest jumps. Small market baseball teams. You'll love to see it. Now, we're talking about percentage jumps here. So if they had a really bad last year, even a decent this year would up their percentage significantly, but I love to see it. The Reds were an interesting team. I know Cleveland didn't make the playoffs, but Baltimore obviously won the AL East. They won a lot of people over at Camden Yards, and I know their season had some side stories and off-the-field stuff and ownership stuff, but good for those three to be at the very top. You know, not the biggest name cities, so to speak, across baseball. The Florida teams, and again, I'm sure most of this was Tampa, but some of it was the Marlins. Well, I guess they're both at 28%, but you understand that for them to be where they're at, respectively, the Marlins at a much smaller number, but for them to have a jump of 28% from last season to this season, that's encouraging. How about the Padres, who were a disappointment most of the year, but came in with such high promise, and Petco's beautiful. People in San Diego are such good baseball fans. Love to see that even for them, who had probably pretty good attendance in 2022, it jumped up 10% for 2023. Look, I'm not here to harp on the Giants. I would suspect that maybe their numbers might even be flat or in the negative. By the way, side story, do I believe all these numbers? I don't know. Kind of reminds me of Facebook in the 2010s, the mid-2010s, like 2015 and 16, when I'm posting videos on there. And the only people who can tell me how many videos have been watched or how many times is Facebook. And if they want to inflate something, they can. If they want to flat out lie about something, they can. How am I and who am I to know how many people actually saw a post or commented or liked, or who are all these followers or subscribers or whatever? I'm saying baseball can fudge the numbers. Baseball can cook the books a little bit on these teams and their attendance figures. And I don't mean over like the whole season. I mean game by game. So we'll take it for what they're worth. But the Giants, let's say they're around flat, a team that's not good in that situation. I think with a change of scenery, hopefully they're poised to bring in their next superstar. That's a team I think their attendance is only going to go up from where it is right now. And then last, but well, actually I have two more here. When you see the Dodgers and St. Louis in the negative, remember I just told you that both of those franchises were teams that brought in more than 3 million fans this year. So last year they probably brought in a ton, and it's hard to keep up that ridiculously high number. The Dodgers and Cardinals are doing just fine in terms of attendance. So that's why, again, some of this stuff is misleading. Even the Giants at plus 1%. Still plus 1%, so they say, and it's not like they're having a hard time drawing good crowds over at Oracle Park. Now, in Chicago on the south side, the White Sox down 17%. Their team kind of falling apart, unraveling, the future very much uncertain. Now the team is asking for a new stadium location and public money with that. So, okay, that's probably the most discouraging, and by far, right, 17%. But it's more so what's going on in Chicago and the number to match. Okay, but the Oakland A's at a plus 6%? So how in the world did they get to that? I mean, I questioned it for a long time. I pondered it. Is that right? Can it be right? Is it fabricated? Well, when you want numbers, you go to Hal the hot dog guy. I can't wait until Hal sees this. So Hal on Twitter did the math for us. He's an economist, right? And I appreciate that. 75% of the A's increase in attendance over last year can be explained by the two protest games. Yeah, the two reverse boycott games. Well, the first one, June 13th, was the original, the OG reverse boycott. And then there was obviously a big fan movement on the 5th of August, too, to go along with the Giants game that was already going to draw pretty well, but it drew significantly better than the other day of that series. I'll explain. So the A's, I mean, you talk about up 6%. What does that mean in terms of actual numbers? 44,450. That's like one playoff game is the difference. You put the A's in one playoff game, they would easily draw that at the Coliseum. But that's what they were up all season from 2022. Okay, so now we know it's not an insurmountable number. So look at the June 12th attendance against the Rays, 48-48. Was that on a Monday night? And then on a Tuesday night, 27,759 for a difference of 22,911. Okay, so let's remember that 22,911. And then August 5th to 6th, those are the two Giants games, 37,553, 27,381. A difference on that first day of plus 10,172. So let's take the 22 number and the 10 number and put those together, and that gets us to 33,038 more fans that came literally to show their displeasure of the A's and relocation efforts. And 33,000 of 44,450 is about, 74.3%. Thanks, Hal. So the reason that the A's actually had more people come to their games in 2023 was primarily because of those two nights. Those two games, I should say. And not because the fans were happy to be going, I mean, I'm sure some were, but because they were going with that message. Those two games accounted for, 4% of the total 6% increase. And that brings me to wondering, if stuff really goes sideways here, and I mean from the Oakland perspective, if Las Vegas gets approved and if 2024 is the final season at the Coliseum or Las Vegas is good to go for whenever the A's are ready, attendance in 2024, in my guesstimation here, is going to be drastically impacted by relocation developments and efforts and ultimately approval. I mean, if this is a green light for the A's to go to Nevada, some fans are going to absolutely protest. They've already gone to their last A's game. They might still watch on TV. They might have some connections, but they are done going because they don't want to or because they can't handle it. It is an emotionally jarring situation. Right? You want to love something and you want to love the people involved with it, but it's difficult to do when it's being taken away. Some might have a sentimental last call. They're going to go 1 or 2 or 5 more times, or I've heard some people say they'll go as many times as they can to soak it in before it's gone. If, again, hypothetically, if that's what's happening here. But it's amazing because on the flip side, right? Let's do a big fat 180 here. If there were fundamental changes and there was a promise that the A's would be staying in Oakland, we talk about the cut that might take place. It's going to take place in 2024 if relocation is approved. What if in some way, shape, or form, like I said, there was a complete 180 about leaving, a complete 180 about spending? I mean, if things were going well, the A's would have the biggest one-season boost. I mean, what were the Reds at, plus 44% or something like that? The A's would easily be in that category. If fans could be shown the right things and the right promises, they're out there. They want so badly to commit to this. They can't right now, and they won't right now. But I just want to paint that side of the picture too. We talk about what it's not going to be in 2024. Another part of that is what it could be in 2024 in an alternate reality at this point. So, yeah, attendance up 6%. 4 of those 6% percentage points were because people were sending the opposite message of maybe the one that you would expect. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget, subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
It's not even an exaggeration to say right now that I don't want to be here. I do not want to be making this video. I wanted to lay off this topic for just a couple days. It's been so heavy and intense with the A's and relocation and Las Vegas and Oakland and Clark County and Carson City and the state of Nevada. I mean, it's been so much. And I just wanted to step away because look, we understand where this sits right now. There's only one more step remaining, and that's a 75% confirming vote by MLB owners. If they approve the A's relocation application, that's it. Then it's really a done deal. As of right now, no, it's not done, but we can all see how it's lined up and what remains. I'm not here to say that it's procedural at all or guaranteeing you that it will all happen, but we are literally near that end. So I just wanted to step away, catch my breath on all this, and not really comment on anything else, but other people keep saying things that need some commentary to go along with it. That's why I'm here to make this YouTube video. In this case, Steve Yeager, by the way, Speaker of the Assembly in the Nevada State Legislature, didn't say things, he tweeted things in another thread. Yes, I've already done a video on a Steve Yeager thread. Last time he was talking about how we got from a regular session to a special session, and I give him credit. He took to social media, wanted to explain himself. I don't know that everybody agreed with all of his tweets, but they appreciated the transparency and the opportunity he was giving to try and reach out to the general public, like his constituents, but also people outside of Nevada and beyond. And just real quick, on Steve Yeager, partner at Vegas Battleborn. I know they're personal injury lawyers, a Michigan undergrad, a Cornell law grad. I'd have to think, being from that part of the country, maybe a Red Wings guy, because he's also a fitness and outdoor enthusiast, and he is #VegasBorn. I like that he likes hockey, and he's got good reason to like his true hometown team, the Golden Knights. I said this before, I'll repeat it again. I don't know Steve at all. I'm really only basing this on what I've seen and what he says and how he handles himself. But if we ran into each other at a bar, we might share a drink. We might share some conversation. I don't mean like share the same drink. You know what I'm saying. They're separate drinks. Together. Whatever. Anyway, let's get into Steve Yeager's Twitter thread again. A final thread on SB 1 of the 35th special session of the Nevada State Legislature. We spent 8 days on the bill, along with the time spent on it during the 82nd regular session. It received 3 separate hearings, 2 of which were committees of the whole. No other bill received that type of vetting. 3 different hearings for something that is valued at, let's call it $400 million, over 30 years, and a major change to the Las Vegas Strip. This is a big deal. And as much as we talk about these hearings, one of which, by the way, took place on Memorial Day. No, not famously, infamously took place on Memorial Day at like 4 in the afternoon, went 6 hours. And speaking of these 3 separate hearings, what real opportunity was there for the public to present their opinion? Yeah, there was call-ins, maybe 2 out of the 3 hearings, but the public had to wait 4, 5+ hours for that chance and either do it by phone or show up in person. And like, considering that it wasn't a slam dunk, considering that there were a lot of questions and it was already detailed and complex and criticism for a multitude of different reasons, and, you know, some support of it too, but I think what we witnessed in the hearings was a lot of questioning and a lot of opposition. But 3 hearings, most of which were taken up by a presentation from the A's, Jeremy Aguero and Steve Hill. They did their thing, like literally the same thing, 3 times over, I believe, when it was said and done. So to say that no other bill received that type of vetting, I mean, I know it's a get to yes type place, the state of Nevada and Las Vegas and even Clark County in general, but that seems awfully quick. I don't know that they ever really got to details about things like traffic considerations or what the FAA has to say about this. So to tout 3 separate hearings and nothing else got this much attention, well, nothing else should. I mean, well, the $7 billion budget bill hopefully did, and hopefully took a lot more time. But this was 3 hearings over 10 days? How much time did it really have to sink in? After favorable amendments in both the Senate and the Assembly, 38 of 63 legislators voted for it, and the governor signed it. Well, I can't speak for anyone else. I voted yes because I believe the investment is worth the risk to further solidify Nevada's economic future. Those favorable amendments, let me just remind you of the timeline of how they popped up. This used to be called SB 509. That's how it was presented in the regular session. It was never even voted on because it never even passed through the Finance Committee. They never recommended it to the Senate for a vote. And the regular session ended. We thought, hey, it's done. It's gone. It's dead. It just never got brought up on purpose. But then a special session was called. And in that special session, it was presented as SB 1. And there were no modifications to it, no amendments to it. And the Senate really did not like that. So both sides decided to take the weekend off, a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. And when they came back, there were multiple amendments. And I believe it was the second amendment to SB 1, which had 2 bills, 2 prior bills that were probably not going to be signed by Governor Joe Lombardo, brought back into being part of SB 1. They had nothing to do with the A's or a baseball stadium or the Las Vegas Strip and construction. These were totally separate bills that lawmakers wanted to have go into law that were probably not going to happen. They were baked back in to SB 1. So those are the favorable amendments, by the way, at least one of the 2 favorable amendments. The other one was just a more detailed community benefits program by the A's, which I know he's going to talk about here later in this video. But just so you understand, that's how these amendments got brought back into things. And just in terms of Steve's thoughts here on worth the risk, at least he's acknowledging that this is not straightforward, easy, and that there is actually some risk to it. This was the only realistic chance for Las Vegas to obtain an MLB franchise, which was always going to require a public-private partnership. While an expansion team might have been possible, I am certain the cost would have been much higher and it would have taken many more years. Now, Steve, I do agree with you on this. That expansion team is very possible. I mean, if you just look at the quotes from the last 12 months alone, MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred has flat out said 2 more teams are coming. And if you do the math, the logistical math, one's going to be in the East. That's Nashville. That one's kind of ready to go. The other one's going to come out West. You are out West. The A's had even pursued Las Vegas from the beginnings, even if they didn't move there, as kind of a favor to Major League Baseball to just test out the market, see what's down here, pass along some intel if it was time for somebody else. What really makes you think that Las Vegas wouldn't have been considered? Why do you feel so, I'm not saying desperate, but why do you feel so motivated to grab the A's because they're here, they're now, and they're not even the best car on the lot, but you just need a car? Maybe that's kind of what this was. And I would also have to say that, do you really know that any MLB franchise was going to require a public-private partnership for a ballpark? I agree that it would have cost somebody a lot more to expand. I do believe the expansion fee is about $2 billion. In addition to, building a stadium and other cost requirements. So it was going to cost somebody, but look at the NBA. They now, all of a sudden, now that Major League Baseball seems to be going through in Las Vegas, the NBA and some investors there are saying, we'd like to bring a basketball team here, and don't worry about public funding. We don't need any of it. To assume that the public always had to chip in, I don't know about that. And to assume that you wouldn't be on the short list of expansion franchises, I don't know about that either. Expansion is definitely happening in baseball. I hear the criticism about public funding for stadiums, but nobody has been able to explain the success of Allegiant Stadium. Its projections were proven too conservative, yet they were criticized at the time for being pie in the sky. They weren't. Las Vegas is, indeed, unique. And I would agree to a certain extent. Las Vegas with tourism and the way they know how to put on events. I mean, Los Angeles does too. So does New York. You could argue Chicago could put on an event, but LA and New York and, yeah, Las Vegas. I'll put them there. They are very much all about a performance and a show. They do events well. Do we really know that they do sports seasons well? How long have the Golden Knights existed for? 6 years. They've had the NHL's silver spoon in their mouth literally the entire time, and that's not their fault. They got a great head start, and they've ran a good sprint after that and since that. Credit to them. How long have the Raiders existed down there? How have they done since coming down there? And they knew there was anticipation and build-up to coming down there. They still did not build a true playoff caliber contender and winner. They're still trying to figure things out, and their games are dominated by visiting crowds. And to that point, the success of Allegiant Stadium, it's because Las Vegas never had a 70,000-seat venue before like this, where you could have K-pop concerts. Was it BTS sold it out 3 nights in a row, and Taylor Swift sold it out 2 nights in a row? But now there's the MSG Sphere, which is opening up north on the Strip. There's other events in other places. Those are all going to take away from Allegiant Stadium. It's kind of like this, going back to the car analogy. Like every family, generally speaking, if you, let's say, live in the suburbs, you need a car. And that first car, if you share it between 3 or 4 people in a family, it provides tremendous value because mom or dad needs it to go to work or drop the kids off. The second car is kind of like a luxury. I don't know that it provides you with the same important value as the first. Nothing is going to pay you back and kick you back in a good way like your first investment or like Allegiant Stadium in this case. When a big band is going to come into Las Vegas and look for their venue, let me see, do I want to play at the 19,000-seat indoor arena or the 30,000-seat outdoor, whatever, baseball stadium, or do I want to play in front of 70,000 3 nights in a row at Allegiant Stadium, and all the dates are open because the NFL only uses it 8 or 9 times a year? They're probably going to Allegiant Stadium. I'm not here to deny that Allegiant Stadium has not been successful. I can't back that up, but I'm looking at numbers I see that people are pointing out, and yeah, I'll agree. And I don't know that it's come through on all the promises, like jobs created, construction jobs, maintenance or employees on site. I don't know that it's done all those things, but has it had a lot of big and successful events, and has it drawn in crowds? Yes. I think the answer to that is yes, for the record. But to know that your next one is going to be just like that too might be overstepping a little bit. The success of Allegiant Stadium has generated massive tax revenue that allowed us to add over $2 billion to our K-12 education budget and set aside $250 million for teacher raises in the 82nd session. Allegiant Stadium also required more than double the public investment of SB 1. But yeah, I gotta explain this here. If I'm correct, $750 million for Allegiant Stadium, but all of that coming from hotel room taxes, a 0.88% hotel room tax, which means that only visitors are paying only extra money. Well, I shouldn't say visitors. Anybody staying at a hotel, probably an out-of-towner, they're the only ones that are paying a little bit more. They're paying the taxes they used to pay, and they're going above and beyond that. So to truly say that it's public money, I mean, you weren't going to raise the hotel tax anyway. So it was money that the county or the state really wasn't going to see anyway unless you did it. In this case, like the A's are getting state tax credits, transferable tax credits. They literally are getting gift cards to give to people or use themselves to pay off state taxes in Nevada. They are they're literally taking money out of the coffers of the state of Nevada. It's all agreed upon. Don't get me wrong. This is not an unlimited amount. But $180 million of transferable tax credits, not to mention the bonds being floated by Clark County and the $25 million of infrastructure money by the county and the $175 million by GLPI, the Gaming and Leisure Properties Incorporated, just to get to this site, the 9 acres at the Tropicana Hotel. I digress, but yeah, the Allegiant Stadium public money versus the A's ballpark public money, two different things. I understand that MLB is not the NFL, which is not the NHL nor the NBA, but each project must be evaluated on its own merits. Neither the NHL nor the NBA tend to operate on a public-private partnership model. That cannot be said for the NFL or MLB, even if we wish it were so. And I've got to back them up here on this because I think it was literally today, as this baseball stuff is kind of going through in the state of Nevada, investors have now come out and say, well, we want to build our own basketball arena. We want to bring the NBA to Las Vegas. And guess what, lawmakers? Don't even worry about a special session. We don't need any public money. Now, to an extent, there have been those trends, but I don't know that that's always a given, that the NFL and Major League Baseball need a public contribution and the other two don't. And honestly, it doesn't make sense why we've divided them like that. It doesn't always work out that way, but maybe that's the way Steve sees it from his research or in that market. The projections relative to the stadium project are exactly that. Projections. And let me just tell you, some of the projections are aspirations as far as I'm concerned. When we talk about being real versus being optimistic, it's an interesting line here. But I voted yes because I believe there is more than a reasonable chance the investment pays off, both by creating jobs and growing our revenue base, not to speak of the intangible benefits to Las Vegas. Again, evaluating the risk at hand here, the payoff, I guess the credibility of bringing Major League Baseball to Las Vegas. But projections, going back to that, are exactly that, projections. Now, why do you think he included this part in it? Maybe to acknowledge that, I don't want to speak for Steve here, but to acknowledge that the projections are projections and they could be wildly off, wildly short, maybe wildly equal, but in a totally different way. I mean, in fairness, I don't know, but I don't think anybody knows. To have projections on Las Vegas as a sports market, how long has it had the major 4 pro sports like baseball, basketball, football, and hockey? For 6 years? A total of 9 different seasons between one NHL team on its honeymoon of existence and the Raiders, who are kind of on a honeymoon of their own. They are all different, that's for sure, but there's just not enough. To me, there's not enough of a sample size to go on here. That's like telling somebody, well, I'm hitting 445 this year. Yeah, but how many at-bats do you have? Well, 7, but, you know, it's different than 70 or 700. I don't think anybody gets 700 at-bats, but you know what I'm saying. Projections. Important to note, projections mentioned here. I heard the concerns about the ownership group of the A's and their unwillingness to spend in Oakland. I believe that will be different in Las Vegas. There will be additional accountability to the Stadium Authority Board, and we will have the best community benefits agreement in the country. Let me address the last part first. I know they beefed up the community benefits agreement. They got it up to $2 million, I think, a year, plus some other considerations. And if they're happy with that, then I'm happy for them. They deserve that as part of their deal. How do you know it's the best? I mean, aren't some teams really charitable across the country, or teams that are ingrained in their markets? And hard, really apples and oranges type conversation. But if you're happy with it, then you're happy with it, and I'll move on. But in terms of the history, history of the A's spending. Now, to be fair, this goes all the way back to the year 2000, multiple iterations of A's front offices and ownership here, but that's the A's. Look at this, comes to us, by the way, from Danny Vietti of CBS Sports on Twitter. That green dot to the left of 2005. That's a $66 million contract to Eric Chavez. That is the biggest financial commitment the A's have ever made to a player back in 2004. $66 million. Look where all the other teams are over here. I mean, obviously the Angels and Trout and the Dodgers and Yankees and Padres and Red Sox and Mets and Rangers and Phillies. They're all way at the top, and those deals have all come, in recent years. You see the way this works. Time goes from left to right on your screen, and total contract value goes from low to high, the top of your screen. I mean, if that literally doesn't paint a picture of where the A's have been for the last almost 25 years. We'll move on. Going back to the thread, Vegas doesn't tolerate losing, and the pressure to invest in a winning team will be immense. In addition to the obvious upsides that winning brings in terms of attendance and loyalty. See VGK and the Vegas Golden Knights. Also, go ahead and bookmark this tweet to throw back in my face if I'm wrong about that. Steve, what are we doing here? I mean, you included that last part because you knew the reaction of so many people, and I think you also realized that if you talk about going out on a limb, I think the limb might have just snapped on you. You were way far out on that limb. Vegas doesn't tolerate losing. I mean, in a sense of maybe business, but in a sense of sports, how long have you existed for? You've had an expansion team in hockey that had an expansion draft. I mentioned the Silver Spoon before. The Golden Knights and the Kraken had an unreal ability to poach players from the top halves of NHL rosters and be good from the very start. Again, they've done well with it since. It wasn't just 1 year of the Stanley Cup final and that's it. They've built on it. Credit to them, but they were given a head start. Now you've got the Raiders who are what they are. Let's see what the next 3 years or so bring in Las Vegas. The pressure to invest in a winning team will be immense. Are you suggesting that that pressure didn't exist here in the Bay Area? Nobody talked about it? I mean, that might be a reason why attendance has been what it has been, right? When you turn over your roster and you send away a Chapman, an Olsen, a Bassett, a Manaea, a Frankie Montas, Marcus Semien, Sean Murphy, and on and on and on. Those are just the recent ones. This has happened multiple times. They made a movie, Moneyball, about this, So it's been going on for quite some time. To think that Las Vegas is going to put some pressure and demand this, and this is how it's going to be, and I know you think you're different, but you're also really new at this. And everybody might think they're different until you realize sports is sports, and you don't have much control over winning and losing. I mean, let's take it here and hit home real hard. Look at the San Jose Sharks. They were once an expansion NHL team. They had it the hard way. They had to do a dispersal draft of the Minnesota North Stars. They were so bad years 1 and 2, but they made the playoffs in year 3, and honestly, they made the playoffs most years of their existence so far. Right now, they're in a rut of a handful of years where they have not been able to get back in. But overall, playoffs every year for Team Teal. Now, the Golden Knights might be that way, but they might also go through a 5 or 7 year span where the salary cap, the hard cap in the NHL comes back to bite them, and there's nothing they can do about it. I mentioned the Sharks. They have all the good intentions, right? They have every right person and trying to make the right decision, but this is hard. To say that you don't tolerate losing, what are you going to do? Tell your team to take a hike? It doesn't happen that way. Sports don't happen that way. There's ebbs and flows. This is the way it is, whether you like it or not. Steve, look at your Red Wings. I'm imagining, again, that's your team being from Michigan. So good for so long. And then they hit the bottom of the lake for a couple years. Because being good has its price for a very long time. A lot of people, you should go on Twitter and take a look at the responses to this tweet. It's just, woof. go ahead and bookmark this to throw it back in my face if I'm wrong. Yeah, but what is "I told you so" to a tweet from 6 years ago, 7 years ago going to do at that point? What's the value in that? Nah. Anyway, all that being said, I understand and appreciate why athletics fans are upset and angry. No city wants to lose its team. No fans want to see their team move elsewhere. But that is not a sufficient reason for Nevada to turn its back on the opportunity to bring MLB to Las Vegas. All right. I mean, I appreciate you acknowledging, honestly, the Oakland fan base. I really do. That's something that not everybody has been doing in their statements. And so I do appreciate that. And I agree. It's kind of like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do separate from what has happened up there. You're separating yourself from the Oakland situation and making it all about the choice at hand and what you all have decided to do. I also appreciate the comments and perspectives of my legislative colleagues who spoke out against this and voted no. They too are doing what they believe to be in the best interest of the state. You really can't ask for anything more than that from elected officials. Look, I told you I'd have a beer with him. I said share a beer with him. You know what I mean? I'd have a beer alongside him before. I can respect that. He sees one side, he sees the other. Quite honestly, his comments and quotes from the beginning of this led me to believe that he was going to take a much harder stance on it instead of just voting it right on through. And the reaction from my friends and constituents have been equally mixed. Have they been mixed, though? I mean, again, it looked to me and sounded to me like at least 70 to 80% of the voting public in Nevada was against this, opposed it. I only saw it a few places, to be fair, never really wide scale, like 50,000 respondents, never saw that. But I'll put it this way, of all the polls I saw publicly, there was only one that seemed to favor this process of the A's coming down there and building a stadium, and it was put on and paid for by the A's several years ago. It wasn't even current, with updated information or commitments, etc. And the reactions from my friends and constituents have been equally mixed. Some have thanked me, excited that MLB is coming to Las Vegas. I'm sure he's got that. Others have sent me profanity-laden emails expressing their disappointment or anger. I imagine I have lost a few friends along the way. It's sad to hear, but you know what? Look, Steve has also said all along that he didn't expect this much feedback from all over the place, not just his constituents. I mean, Steve, you're dealing with 2 markets here, hundreds of thousands of interested parties on this. It's a $400 million project, a 30-year commitment. Of course you're going to hear, from a lot of people on this, probably more than you've heard about anything else in your government career so far. But I never went into politics to make friends or try to please everybody. This is the wrong line of business for that. Some decisions are exceedingly difficult and, no matter what you decide, you will be both praised and pilloried?
Pillory.
Pilloried. Attack or to be ridiculed publicly. Okay, there you go. That is simply the nature of the beast. Yeah. Hey, it's like a lot of front-facing jobs, right? They love you one second, they hate you the next, sometimes no rhyme or reason. I totally get that as much as anybody else. Anyhow, whether you agree with the decision I made or not, and the group made, I hope this was at least helpful in illuminating my thought process along the way, and that these Twitter threads have helped shed light on the how, when, where, and why of the 35th special session. The end. Look, I just would have liked to have known maybe the commitments he got, the numbers that really sold him. If you just dial in some numbers here, throw out and say, here's what I liked about it. Here's where I know we can't go wrong. Here's where this is a good idea. But you know what? I'm not from Nevada. It's not my state. It's not up to me to put him under that microscope. I just would have liked to have known the personal assurances he got, the stuff that did not happen in public, because none of those assurances really happened in public. There were projections like he talked about, but which ones do you actually believe in? Which enough of them do you actually believe in? But overall, it was just a Twitter thread I thought was interesting. It gives a perspective, and sure, their hockey team just won a Stanley Cup. Their hockey team's been really good. The Raiders are a brand new thing. Allegiant Stadium is the first of its kind down there. It's been successful. What happens to the A's when they're one of four? And now there's an NBA team. There's also a WNBA team already in place. F1's going to take the spotlight in November. The Oakland A's in the Bay Area were overshadowed for so many years here, amongst other things. They were important, obviously. People care about them. That's clear right now. But they were one of many entertainment opportunities, even here in the Bay Area. What do you think is going to happen when, in 5 to 7 years, Las Vegas has all of the major 4 pro sports and all the other stuff going on? How's this going to turn out for the Oakland A's? And that whole idea, like he says, of, hey, bookmark this tweet. I told you so, in my opinion. Likely to happen, but also won't really matter. Make sure you subscribe to the channel so I can see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
You know, as a pretty well-established proponent of the A's remaining in Oakland like I am, pretty certain that none of you saw a video like this coming from me, where I absolutely will spell out 5 ideas, 5 really good ideas that I have for an A's ballpark to be built on the Strip in Las Vegas. But why would I do this? Why would I have these thoughts? Why would I share these ideas? It's because the more I actually think about it, and the more really nobody else talks about it, it's hard to live up to Las Vegas standards of entertainment, attractions, and new construction. I mean, you know the types of things they do in Las Vegas. They want their own Statue of Liberty? Oh, they build it at New York, New York. You want the world's biggest LED screen? You put it on the outside. The exosphere of the MSG sphere, which that's just the outside of it. Wait until that concert venue opens up. I think it's September or October. It's going to be amazing how that place looks and sounds on the inside. Oh, and Las Vegas just wants its own Eiffel Tower like Paris has? No problem. They build it. I know a lot of you on this YouTube channel are viewers from Las Vegas, and I'm pretty sure that you don't agree with me on everything, every opinion that I have, every piece of information I share, but I think we do see eye to eye on this. If you're going to do in Vegas, did I just beat myself? Yes, I did. If you're going to do in Vegas, it has to be Vegas caliber and Vegas quality, and that is not easy. That is a pretty high bar that's been established and set. And if you're the Oakland A's or the maybe Las Vegas A's, you can't build a Denver or a Cleveland or an Arizona or an Anaheim ballpark in Las Vegas. It's really hard to build something that cool, that attractive, that can keep up with the rest of everything else that's going on out there. And so I present these 5 ideas. They're free. Take them, keep them. Maybe they're wacky, but these are the types of things that you'd have to live up to. Number 1, take the entire ballpark underground. Yeah, like there's that 9-acre question. Can you build a fully retractable roof ballpark on just 9 acres? It's never been done across Major League Baseball. Heck, just take it to the next level. Build the first all underground pro sports facility in America. Cuts down on the amount of land you have to use. It saves space. It also reduces cooling costs. I mean, Las Vegas, they love that loop, right, of the Tesla tunnel system. Why not make this part of that? And I know you think I'm joking. I know you think I'm exaggerating, but if you literally have a fresh slate of those 35 acres of land, of which you can only use 9 of them at the Tropicana site, start digging. I got this rendering from somewhere else. I didn't make it. I don't know where it came from. And that's not an underground ballpark, but you understand my idea. Sink the whole thing underground. Cut down on space. Makes it probably way more expensive than a $1.5 billion ballpark, but these are the types of things that catch eyeballs, catch attention, and make this a true attraction, and in this case, might make it more logistically possible. Idea number 2, how about an all-LED ceiling? Now, yes, I'm stealing a little bit of the idea from the Sphere, which has the exterior right now is the world's largest LED screen, but have the interior of the roof, like the ceiling, be one giant video screen. Again, another rendering I stole from somebody else here. And I realize for the baseball purists right now, you're saying immediately, that's not possible, Brazil. What about a fly ball? No, you cannot have this be on during the game, like during gameplay. But between innings, before the game, after the game, think about what an attraction this would be for every other event that gets held there. Now, how does it work with the retractable roof versus a fixed roof? I don't know, but these are things for smart people to figure out. And I realize, like, this is a pretty high bar to be met, but this is the type of stuff you have to do if you want to keep up in Las Vegas. At what price? I don't know. But this is the type of stuff that catches attention. Okay, how about this? Idea number 3. If you're only going to have 30,000 seats, which is also a question and a criticism and a concern maybe to some degree, if you're only going to have 30,000 seats, they should be the best possible seats in Major League Baseball. Now, these are like full-blown massage chairs that recline and take up way too much space. I'm exaggerating on the visual here. But these seats should maybe include some type of massage function and screens at every seat, like personal screens, almost like you're on an airliner, and a service button, right? You want to have somebody come sell you a hot dog or peanuts or popcorn or whatever, push a button. Like, we're in 2023 right now, and this stadium wouldn't even open until 2028. This is the type of technology you need to have. So again, if you're going to do this in Las Vegas with only 30,000 seats, by far the smallest MLB venue that would exist, you've got to make every single seat special, and you do that by making them like this. I know, expensive, but this is the standard. Sorry, not sorry. This is what Las Vegas does. Okay, number 4, how about have knot holes for the strip? You know about the knot hole gang, right? It's like the old story of how kids could go up to old-time ballparks that had fences made of wood, and because the wood had knot holes, right, you could peek your eye through the hole and watch a little bit of the game for free. This is an image from modern times of Oracle Park in San Francisco, that right field arcade area. Pretty much anybody can walk along that public pedestrian area and look right through a cyclone fence and take a peek of what's happening at the Giants game. And if you're going to have a most pedestrian-heavy location like the Las Vegas Strip, it only makes sense for some type of area that visitors can walk by and see a little bit of the game for free. Now, this one shouldn't cost a dime. Like, this should be easy and part of the design. But this is the type of stuff that, again, I think a ballpark in Las Vegas not only needs, it's a full-blown requirement to have stuff like this that goes along with it. Okay, last but not least, but also maybe most crazy here, you need a full-on nightclub at this ballpark. You do. And I didn't have a way to depict it here, excuse me. But this nightclub also needs a view down on the field. You know, it should probably have tinted windows from the outside looking in, but from the inside looking out, you should be able to see the stage, the dance floor, and out the window, you should be able to see the playing surface. A full nightclub would add a year-round element to this venue, something you could operate game day, game night, or not. But it also would give fans something for pre- and post-game activities. Hey, go to the game and watch Tiesto perform afterwards. There's another Tiesto reference. Pretty sure nobody saw Tiesto. That's another effect I have there. Nobody saw the Tiesto reference on this one. Tiesto performs somewhere else right now, doesn't he? He's not going to do it at the ballpark. But you understand my point. Have something like this for the ballpark that just screams Las Vegas. It's part of your draw. It's part of your signature. It's part of your attraction. A ballpark in Las Vegas needs some things like this if it really is going to stand out. And again, I point all of this out because it's not easy. Again, I'll make the main point one more time because I do think it is that significant. You cannot build a pedestrian ballpark for Major League Baseball to have their one and only presence in Las Vegas. You can't do something that's half-assed. Too much fun with the censor button. You got to do something full steam, right? You can't go half in on this. You really have to do it to Vegas standards. So there you go. Those are my 5 ideas. Maybe you've got some more. Maybe you want to tell me mine are stupid. I guess put it down in the comment section below. I may or may not read it. Thumbs up on this video. You know I would appreciate that since you made it here all the way to the end. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so that I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
You know, it's been a while since I've done a video like this and a breakdown of Las Vegas media coverage as it relates to the A's and potential relocation to Southern Nevada. Look, I've been wanting to do more content like this. It's just that Las Vegas media outlets haven't been covering this story and this angle on any regular basis lately. I don't know if there haven't been enough developments for them or there's just not enough interest on their potential new Major League Baseball team. That established, the local ABC affiliate, they recently did a whole mini-series called Stealing Vegas, and that's what we're here to break down. By the way, Stealing Vegas? Are the A's stealing Vegas or something from Vegas? Shouldn't it be the other way around, like Las Vegas is stealing the A's from Oakland? I totally get the stealing reference like baseball, but there might have been better, catchier names for a segment. Anyway, here we go.
We're talking Stealing Vegas now. The Oakland A's on the move. Local officials say it's a deal that's been brewing for years.
Brewing for years? What about the Peralta site and Howard Terminal and Fremont before that? Yeah, you know what? Maybe speculated, but really brewing for years. Now that it's getting closer, brewing for years might be a stretch. Okay, I'm not going to pause every 2 seconds, I promise.
That's right. And now locals are voicing their opinions on whether Major League Baseball should come to Las Vegas.
Well, tonight, reporter Brian Horwath gets insight into how locals view the deal that would allow the A's to play ball on the Las Vegas Strip.
The local perspective, that's what I came here for.
I think any time that there's money involved, everybody's going to have their opinion.
Hurdle after hurdle to bring the A's to Las Vegas.
After airing our series of special reports, Stealing Vegas, about the Oakland A's proposed move to the Valley, Channel 13 is hearing from you, the locals, and getting answers.
Have people been contacting you, saying, hey, we want the A's or we don't want them?
Well, I have to tell you, not only have we heard from our locals,
that's the mayor, by the way,
but we hear from around the country. Our responsive people, we get this.
A sticking point for the stadium deal was helping to finance a ballpark for the team, which locals say may not be the best fit for Vegas.
When she says like this, does that mean some really good moments and some really bad feedback? Seems like that's what she was suggesting there.
I'm seeing money that is being just blown on another billionaire who would like a new toy here in town.
They've had one of the worst years. Plus, every year they keep trading the good players they've developed.
State Assemblyman Ruben De Silva, representing Clark County, said he was skeptical at first too, and he needed to be convinced.
I wasn't a direct supporter of the stadium deal when it first came out. I was vacillating, and I needed to get more information and hear from my constituents about this.
I would love to know what sold you on it.
Despite efforts to keep residents in the loop, some feel like they were
Wait a second. Sorry, I'll rewind it, but that's an Aviators game. I'd love to look up the date and check the attendance on that. Was that another one of their sellouts? Their good old-fashioned sellouts? But I digress.
Despite efforts to keep residents in the loop, some feel like they were shut out.
I don't think the legislators were listening anyway. I mean, they voted however they wanted.
In a letter sent to lawmakers, Las Vegas resident Tom Schroeder wrote, "This bill feels very rushed and pushy to get done, like the Athletics want you all to overlook the details over it." Mayor Carolyn Goodman, an advocate for pro sports in Southern Nevada, says many don't know that the A's conversation actually started years ago.
Again, this makes the politicians look good, like they've been on this for a long time. And maybe there have been loose conversations, but to what degree and to what serious nature that actually brought us here?
This has been a pursuit for a long time. And back about 3 years ago, I think it was, we did get a call from the A's.
After years of talk and Las Vegas proving it can handle big-time sports, lawmakers put together a stadium package to lure the A's to build a diamond in the desert.
And I don't want to keep harping on the Las Vegas has proved it's a pro sports town. Like, it's a great entertainment town, an events town. And events is probably the biggest and best thing they do. They know how to put something on as a spectacle, like the Super Bowl that's coming up, or even F1, despite all of the inconveniences and costs and all that stuff. When it actually happens, you'll probably go, wow. Same thing with the Sphere that just opened. But my point is, as it relates to pro sports, they've had the Golden Knights for 6 years, still living in that honeymoon expansion phase, and they've won a Stanley Cup. They've been to 2 in just 6 years. That just doesn't happen anywhere else. I'm only saying I want to see how Las Vegas reacts when they go through the lulls of sports franchises and fandoms, because it happens. It happens to all pro sports markets. We've not yet seen how this market looks when tourists aren't crazy about it and when the locals especially aren't crazy about it. That's I'll leave that one right there.
We took a long time to deliberate this. You know, this is something that just didn't happen over the legislative session.
Okay, I'm glad he said that, because the legislative session, the special session, was like 7 days. There was not a lot of deliberation there. In fact, it was very much negative, and then it twisted very positive. There's a look inside Carson City right there.
The stadium bill did not pass in the regular legislative session.
There you go. I just told you that.
Forcing the governor to call for an extra inning showdown. During the session, the public was able to weigh in using the Nevada legislature website.
Uh-oh. It wasn't good.
Which at times revealed over 80% against adding another sports venue.
And I give the ABC affiliate here, Channel 13, credit, because this was being pointed out by so many people outside of Las Vegas, but largely, for whatever reason, ignored in market. It kind of goes against the maybe local narrative or the homerism narrative. I'm just saying, this report is showing all sides of it, and maybe we'll see fully all sides of it by the very end.
Jeremy Aguero, an analyst now consulting for the A's, says opposition is normal for...
Hang on a second. I just want to point out, this is something that when I used to work in local news and things of that nature, we would do this fake shot. Hey, Jeremy, can you walk through the door? We'll get a shot of you looking like you're working. So here's that shot.
Sports venue. Jeremy Aguero, an analyst now consulting for the A's, says opposition is normal for a high-profile project.
If you're ever dealing with anything that's important on a legislative or community matter, there's going to be people that are opposed.
Yes, but if those people have a legitimate reason and legitimate questions and concerns that cannot be directly addressed, not, beating around the bush, directly addressed. If you can't do that, then that's not normal.
And that's an important part of the process.
Here's another letter submitted to Channel 13 by Boulder City resident Richard Reyes. It reads in part, quote, "The proponents of this legislation, organized labor along with lobbyists from the Oakland Athletics organization, do not have our state's best interest at heart."
Is that a fair take for someone to say, look, the public really didn't have a say on this, or enough of a say?
There were hours of public comment.
Whoa. There were 5 hours of public comment, 3 of which took place on Memorial Day, while the Golden Knights were playing a Stanley Cup playoff game. I have listened to, I kid you not, I kid you not. Probably close to 100 hours of public comment here in Oakland and Alameda County on the Howard Terminal project and everything A's related in the last handful of years. There might have been 5 total hours of public comment. And at that point, all the legislators, they tuned out, they walk away, they don't even listen to that. So I don't really want to hear that. I mean, I observed, I lived through all of this way before the legislative session with the Oakland side and the Nevada side. And to say that the public had their say and they really got stood up for, that is absolutely not the case. Let's go back here.
Didn't have a say on this, or enough of a say.
You know, there were hours of public comment that occurred relative to this. Debate and questions that happened either inside or outside of the process. It was as extensive as any project I've ever been involved with.
With the stadium expected to be built where the Tropicana Las Vegas now stands, many locals still aren't sold.
We do still get a lot of complaints about why Tropicana.
And I wonder if it's preserving the historic nature of the hotel or the location's not great. I know a lot of locals, I mean, this is old news. They still don't like the Strip versus something more accessible for them.
Why on the Strip?
There you go.
Move it somewhere else.
There you go.
Because people have to get around. They have to get to work. They would like to shop.
Why not put it at a different part of Las Vegas that could reuse the Revival? I don't think the south end of the Strip is an area that needs further traffic.
I like that person's Aces. I see a Las Vegas Aces like sweatshirt or hoodie there. It's a true sports fan.
Congestion and job loss.
But not everyone disagrees with the move. We talked to locals at a Las Vegas Aviators game who said,
when the A's get out here, we'll be at pretty much all those games, you know. But yeah, we're real excited.
I'm very excited for Major League Baseball to come to Vegas finally.
And you know what? Like, I don't want people to think like, seeing these fans, like they do exist. There are baseball and sports fans who are excited about this in Las Vegas. There's just not many of them. And considering how many people are fighting in Oakland to keep the team versus how many people in Las Vegas are clamoring to get the team, like that ratio is so one-sided and lopsided. It's not even funny. And let me also say this, as you take a look inside an Aviators game there in Summerlin at Las Vegas Ballpark, what is the future of that? Do you realistically think that it's going to be in a great business shape with a major league team playing the same time of year during a similar season? And if you could go see the New York Mets on the Strip or go out to Summerlin and watch a AAA game, like, again, you saw the attendance for whatever game that was here before. There weren't many people there. What's it going to be like with even stiffer competition? I know the Aviators ticket prices and free parking, that's going to win a lot of people over. Maybe that takes away from what the A's are trying to do. I don't know.
So I can't wait for it to happen.
Gets a second inning call from Bill Madlock.
Bill Madlock, 15 years in the Major League, 4-time National League batting champ, won the World Series with the 1979 Pittsburgh Pirates.
Legend.
Yeah.
Madlock is a Las Vegas local and a mentor to some of the Valley's up-and-coming athletes.
There you go.
While he supports the Athletics' move to Las Vegas, athlete parents tell him with a professional franchise headed our way, they'd like to see an emphasis on education to set local kids up for success.
Woo! Still want the team here, though, because that's the main thing.
And I get that, but if you ask Bill, like, do you want any team? I mean, if I said, do you want the Pittsburgh Pirates to come out to Las Vegas? Yes, of course. I don't know that this is A's specific and he's hungry for the A's. This is somebody who is like, would you like this to come here? Of course the answer is going to be yes.
They think it help the community, help the players, and help the kids and everywhere.
You know, there are people who say, well, no, that money could have gone to other places, to education for the homeless. To them, you would say what?
I'd say that, I think it's a total opposite. I think that this was a great investment by the state into diversifying our economy and bringing a major asset, a tangible economic asset to this city.
I'm not sure, though, if the question was answered there. Are you addressing some of the problems you have? And he's saying, well, no, this is a way to make more money, but to then go back and fix the problems? I missed that one right there.
Aguero agrees. He says adding another premier sports destination to the town will pay dividends for years to come.
But again, like, it's Jeremy Aguero's job to be hired to show the numbers that reflect making things happen. It's no different than on a pregame show when I want to make a player look good. I could find 5 stats and numbers that say, hey, look at their on-base percentage the last 5 games. I know they've struck out 12 times, but they've also walked this many times or whatever. Their wins above replacement. You can frame a lot of things up, and of course that's what Jeremy Aguero is going to have an opinion on.
Are the A's right now working towards, being a part of this community?
They're in town. They're engaging. They are doing all the things they can do to responsibly and respectfully prepare for that move. I have every expectation that the A's are going to meet or exceed every promise that they've made to this community.
We could find out if the A's relocation gets approved later this year. Commissioner Manfred says he hopes the owners will vote when they meet November 14th through the 16th in Arlington, Texas.
If you want to voice your opinion on the A's move to Las Vegas, you still can.
Here we go.
Showing up for public comment during a city council or county commission meeting, or you can send a letter to the assembly member or senator in your district. We have a district map in this story on our website, ktnv.com.
Reporting from the studio, I'm Brian Horwath.
All right, Brian. Nice piece there. Again, I just thought that was an interesting look on what they're seeing down there, what they're saying down there. I don't know if there were any new revelations in that piece, but I can just appreciate that they didn't go the easy route, which was to not ask the hard questions. I think some hard things were addressed right there. You made it here to the end of this video. Thumbs up on that. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Hey, welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to this very unintentional series that I've started doing, covering Las Vegas media as they cover the A's and potential relocation to Southern Nevada. And let me just address this straight away. The common comment I've been seeing that I'm starting to approach some of these videos in what looks to be like a college journalism professor, or like this is some media studies course. No, I really don't intend for it to be that way. I'm just generally interested and curious about how Las Vegas is viewing their side of things. Obviously, I'm here in Northern California, so I'm looking for the different perspectives, impressions, and takes that they have versus how we view all of this here. And let me also say that across the board, not every single person or every single media outlet, not everybody, but generally speaking, most everybody has been doing a pretty good job at this. Fair, comprehensive, sensible, presenting as many sides as they know. This has been a difficult story to cover because not all the details are out there, or they don't all come out at once, or they're not very clear, but I digress. Like I said, overall, everybody been doing a pretty good job. Okay, this is Soo Kim. He is chairman of Bally's Corporation. Obviously, they've got the connection and agreement with the A's right now for that 9 acres of land at the Tropicana Hotel site. And this video, by the way, is not going to be a compilation of different media coverage. This is actually going to be a long-form interview that he did with Jacqueline Schultz of Fox 5 in Las Vegas. So Jacqueline obviously has been on this story from its very beginnings in Las Vegas. She's been doing a tremendous job, and I want to highlight her work in this conversation. We'll start and stop it at various points to kind of make our points, but here is Mr. Kim, and I have to be honest, as you'll see here, he's quite a likable guy.
So we know the A's have looked at the Tropicana site for some time with interest, but how did this new deal come about after they pivoted from the Wild Wild West site?
Yeah, so we've been talking to them for actually almost 2 years, and really it's just been a continuous dialogue of, what we thought, what we could do for them, what they wanted, and so the conversation continued even after they announced the Wild Wild West site.
Which is interesting and important in reverse, that even after they had secured those 49 acres, which was the land they were in a binding agreement to purchase, turns out that they were still having conversations with Bally's Corporation to go to the 9 acres at the Tropicana site. And maybe now we've arrived at a spot where even the Tropicana site is in question, because apparently the legislation that they are going to present any day now is not site specific.
So, we're able to get to a place where they thought that they can get the requisite public support, that we can, that the site worked for them and it worked for us. So, it's really been a continuous conversation.
What's the vision here? What's the vision from Bally's, from the A's? What kind of synergy you're looking for a hotel, casino, resort, and a ballpark?
I think the synergy is to make a lot of money and draw a lot of visitors. But no, I'm interested to hear how this goes.
Sure. From the A's, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think, if you think about where the location of the ballpark would be, it'd be in the sort of the southeastern corner of our 35 acres.
And that is important. That was initially reported, and I think everybody was under the assumption that, this will be right on the physical corner of Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard, like on that northwest corner, right literally on the Strip, when in fact, 9 of 35 acres is approximately a quarter, basically, but it's on the southeast corner, literally as far away from the Strip, as far removed from the Strip as possible, so that when Bally's tears down the Tropicana and rebuilds something else, they can have that on the Strip. You'll have to walk through their hotel to get to the ballpark. But look, I understand that's why they would offer free land, so that they are part of the attraction. You have to go through the hotel to get to the ballpark, kind of like at Disneyland, how after you're done with the ride, you end up at the gift shop.
So that means that for the tens of millions of people that come to Vegas, through that airport, it's one of the first things you see when you look towards the Strip.
Which is true. I mean, from the airport, taking off or landing, you are going to get a good glimpse of a stadium that would sit on that site. It is great advertising. I do not disagree. And look, that is a perk. And I'm sorry to put you on that awkward still frame, Mr. Kim, but no, he's absolutely right. I mean, it is a giant billboard in terms of the location.
And so that's, I think that's a statement to what this could be. It could sort of be a major league, but a new attraction for the Strip to just attract and keep visitors for that much longer. I think that's pretty exciting. Look, if you look at where the iconic Welcome to Vegas sign is, that sign on the left, you'll see the Mandalay, and on the right, you'll see the Tropicana. So it's right there at the entrance to Vegas, and so I think that's exciting. A couple other things, obviously, that corner of Tropicana Avenue and the Strip and Las Vegas Boulevard, that's got the most hotel rooms of any corner in the world. So
think about that for a second. That corner already has the most hotel rooms in the world. That intersection, Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana. So you've got New York, MGM, Excalibur, which is old but huge, and Tropicana, which is also old but pretty sizable.
The world. So that's before, ultimately we redevelop and add capacity. So
redevelop meaning tear down the old Tropicana structures and build up something brand new, even bigger, obviously much better.
I think that just gives a lot of built-in visitation. And look, the Strip itself, it's about walking, right? People, strolling up and down.
In the summertime, by the way, maybe not so much when it's 120. I don't know if it's about strolling up and down. I certainly don't do that in summer visits.
And really the best baseball experiences have that park somewhere else and walk to the game experience.
Which is true. But like I said, when climate is a factor, when heat is a factor, I don't know. I mean, that's optimal for other places. And look, this happens all the time in summer too, in the East Coast where it's hot and humid versus Las Vegas, just hot and dry. Maybe the temperature extreme different in Las Vegas, the humidity elsewhere. Look, apples and oranges, I understand the sentiment. You know, park farther away and don't create a traffic problem, walk into the ballpark, but walking into a ballpark when it's that hot, I don't know if that's entirely appealing.
And so I think that's all the reasons as to why I think our site works for the A's. For ourselves, look, you know, we, GLPI and ourselves, own the 35 acres. You know, we do have, you know, medium-term goals to renovate, you know, which is, look, we all love the classic nature of the Trop, but it really is quite a dated facility. I think it's probably the oldest, you know, operational facility. I think it was opened in 1959. So, you know, we really, you know, you know, I think that there's a lot to be done on that site. Look, I know that we're making a commitment to give the A's these 9 acres, which is a very valuable contribution to the effort to hopefully attract some public funds and bring them to Vegas. But
yeah, by the way, the land value, they say, is about $20 million per acre times 9, $180 million worth of free land. And look, I said before, I like Mr. Kim's approach. I like how he presents himself. I mean, this is the chairperson of a large company and an entity here, and he's just very thoughtful and seems like down to earth and pretty transparent, honestly, about what they're going to do at that site with or without baseball. And I think that is a question later on, but he's very thoughtful in this interview, and I appreciate it.
But for us, it's also an opportunity to anchor whatever we do on the remaining 25 acres.
And that's what I'm saying before about, you know, you build the ballpark and then you build whatever Bally's Corporation is going to do around it. I mean, the reason they're giving away a free 9 acres of land is so that whatever they do is extremely more valuable because all of a sudden it has a huge magnet and attraction to it, maybe 81 plus times a year.
With, you know, that massive traffic driver, an event space that not only hosts a team, but also, you know, with 30,000 plus seats can be used for other types of events and entertainment and acts. And it really just expands the city as a whole. So we're pretty excited about it.
When he says traffic driver, he's not saying like physical, like actual traffic jams. He's just saying drawing people into it. Totally understand. Totally get it.
So from that land to the $175 million commitment from GLPI, this has to be worth your while. You're seeing you are looking at a massive return of investment here.
And what Jacqueline is asking about, great question, by the way, it's not just the free land. It's also the A's getting $175 million kind of as a perk for going to this site for future considerations and for increases in costs and maintenance and things. So it's not just the free land. It's also a monetary value of $175 million that the A's are getting. And I think what she's asking is, I mean, you really see a good partnership here if you're not only willing to give the free land, but also some cash value with it.
Yes, I think that, look, I think this is a win for the entire strip, right? Because again, these franchises, these major sports franchises, they don't grow on trees.
Well put. Totally get that.
There's, you know, obviously there's only 30 clubs, and they don't move around that much.
Also very true. Let me also point out that there's only 30 clubs right now. There's about to be 32. Trust me on that one. 32 by the end of this decade, like literally almost for sure.
So I think this is a once in a generation opportunity to win a club.
Which I get from the Oakland perspective. Like when you hear that, it's not like you really want the A's. You're just trying to get baseball or any team. But again, like to be fair, you know, from the Las Vegas side and from the Orlando side and from the Nashville side and from the Salt Lake City side, these areas are just looking to land Major League Baseball. How it happens, they're not really concerned with that. Obviously, it's more painful from the side of the team that's moving away than coming to your region.
Or the city. Look, I know people talk about, well, don't worry, in the future there'll be an expansion. I'm not so sure.
I am sure about it. Mr. Kim, you know about real estate, you know about hospitality and resorts, and you're the expert on that. I don't want to say expert at anything over here, but everything we've gathered, I mean, Commissioner Rob Manfred has plainly said, as soon as Oakland and Tampa Bay are squared away, 2 more teams, right? Because right now you've got 30, 15 American, 15 National League teams, and you'd rather have 16 to have that synergy so that you don't need interleague series all the time. You'd rather have 16, 16, 32, and then quite honestly, after that, baseball might be set for a while.
And I'm not so sure that an expansion will necessarily rate Vegas as the first choice.
But why not? See, I mean, I'm different on this. I think expansion and a fresh start and a totally clean slate and getting things kind of like a custom suit, how you want it in Las Vegas, might be appealing to Major League Baseball. Look, I think Nashville out east is kind of a sure thing at this point. And I do think that the next expansion franchise with Nashville would also be out west somewhere. So I understand he's being reserved and he's saying, hey, take advantage of the opportunity while it's in front of you. But I'd also like to add that this is a common sentiment I see among Las Vegans that you don't know that expansion is for sure. I can tell you that it is highly likely, in the same way that the A's are probably moving to Las Vegas here eventually. Expansion with Major League Baseball is in that same high potential realm.
So I think this exciting move Oakland to Vegas is an opportunity. And I think it's just going to benefit. Obviously, we benefit from the fact that even though we're making this large sacrifice of value, the traffic driver, the attraction that the ballpark represents is worth it for our immediate acres that are adjacent. But frankly, I think everyone's a winner. Everyone across the street, the operators across the street, operators up the strip. It's just another reason to visit the strip. I think that's exciting.
A lot of people have questions about what's going to be done about traffic, especially if the A's are really relying on local attendance.
And that's, again, a big concern in Clark County, in Las Vegas especially. Obviously, funding is a huge part of this, but the logistics of in and out of this site, which is already a busy intersection. So good question. Let's hear how it goes.
I believe 70% was a figure that they threw out. Is there anything that Bally's is looking at to help the traffic situation for locals?
70% of locals, they're saying, would make up the attendance figures at this new ballpark. 70% locals, 30% tourists.
Sure, absolutely. So first of all, again, I think we talked about how the best baseball experiences across the country are ones where people park, quite a bit of ways in distributed parking and walk to the ballpark. Get that sense of anticipation and excitement.
Which is true. Again, like I've talked before about the heat and the climate, but I mean, he is making a good point there. Sometimes you march to the stadium with your fellow fans, and that does build some of the ambiance of a game, as opposed to, and I know it's a time-honored tradition in Oakland, tailgating in the parking lot, but maybe it doesn't have that same effect. As
you approach the din of the stadium, I think that can absolutely happen on the Strip. So that itself, just I think just as many people will likely park at an MGM lot as our lots. So I think that's a win for the community.
True. I'm wondering how much. I mean, I know MGM has parking and a garage. I'm wondering at the Tropicana site itself might be difficult to fit a ballpark and a couple towers of a hotel and parking. But I digress. We'll see.
And it spreads the traffic around. I do know that the I-15 connector to Tropicana Avenue will be redone, and so I think that'll help there. But also, it just becomes a. We know that we also signed a deal with the Boring Company, so that the Tesla tunnel system. Really, I think the next set of tunnels are supposed to go across from Allegiant, T-Mobile, ourselves, and to the Thomas and Mack, and so that becomes like the sports corridor.
Let me just say something. It was criticized in Oakland, the construction of a gondola system, right, to bring fans to a stadium venue at Howard Terminal. And sorry, Mr. Kim, I keep getting you on these awkward still frames, but the idea of a tunnel, of a one-lane tunnel as an actual literally vehicle to bring a mass amount of people in and out, Yeah, I mean, a gondola is way better than a tunnel. And I know the tunnel thing is valuable. It keeps people off the roads, and it's a whole separate thing. There's also some safety concerns, I think, about this long term. But yeah, I get it. They're doing the loop, the Las Vegas loop, I think it's what it's called. But the Boring Company's tunnels, I really don't know if that's a novelty or an actual way to transport a mass amount of people into sporting events. I'm just, again, if people are going to be skeptical of a gondola, and that's understood, you definitely have to ask some questions about this.
So there's a monorail right across the street. I think there are lots of different ways to get to the game.
And the monorail, by the way, I think is actually way more efficient than a gondola, but also even than the tunnel system would be.
And so I actually think that we're optimistic that people will look at it and say that actually is a good plan.
Is there a theme for the hotel you're thinking of?
Well, there is a little bit, but I don't want to quite talk about it. But look, I think that the
I can respect that. There is, but I mean, this is strategy stuff here, and it's also not official yet.
If you think about the fact that we would be this first, forget about on the Strip, but just in the country, of this sort of integrated ballpark and resort, I think that itself is thematic. I think that if you think about it, many of the themes have been done on the Strip, but has sports been done?
And you know what? He's absolutely correct. And obviously, when you're co-branding with a stadium and a team and this location, and I think, for Bally's Corporation, of all the different things that have been discussed in Las Vegas and public financing and traffic, I mean, Bally's Corporation is pretty transparent here in why this is obviously a good deal for them to partner up with a Major League Baseball team coming to town. So I totally see what they're strategizing here.
And I think that there's a lot of potential there.
So maybe we could see an homage to sports, certainly in the hotel as well.
I thought he wasn't going to tell us, but then he told us.
Something experiential for families.
Absolutely. It's possible. We've discussed that.
I want to ask about your tweet to an Oakland fan. I thought it was interesting that you tweeted them directly. You said, "I don't have the history, but we are willing to give the team a chance. Maybe a fresh start is best and best for the game." Tell me about that.
I think the backstory here, which I don't know that he gets into completely, is that a fan did tweet at him directly saying, "You're part of, stealing a team from our market." And I respect the way he responded. I think I might have glanced across it, but he's like, "Look, I honestly don't know where you guys have been. I'm only here and now, and this is what I do." And,
Well, I think that, look, again,
this is moving forward. What we want to do as Bally's Corporation.
Oh, I grew up a baseball fan. I grew up in Queens, so that makes me a Mets fan. So, look, I love baseball.
I told you I like this guy.
And I've noticed, and like everyone has, that over time, viewership has gone down, and I think that I don't think there's anything wrong with the game. I just think that like all sports, it just needs to continue to reinvent itself and re-engage the fans. I just think given what a tourist destination the Vegas Strip is. Not just for America, but also internationally. I think, making baseball have a visible presence there is just good for the game. I just can't imagine that that's not going to be embraced. It's just going to be just so, in your face in a good way. That I just think that it'll bring a new generation of fans into the game that we all love.
It's possible. It just needs to be embraced in Las Vegas to make it work financially and to make it viable. It has to be embraced way past a honeymoon period. It's got to be very successful almost every year in and out to actually pay back what it's asking for publicly.
What's the plan if Nevada lawmakers don't come to a deal?
Whoa.
Yeah, look, we don't have a plan for that per se. I mean, obviously, we would, look, it's our position that we're doing our share. I do think, look, I can't speak for the ownership or the league, but I just understand that in general, these team moves do involve public financing almost all the time. And I think the percentage, what I know, is that the percentage of the ask is actually relatively modest. I do think for what it's worth, again, that we have nothing to gain from it, but I think that there are other choices that baseball has. I think we should take advantage. I really do. And I hope that, again, we've done it. We've sort of put the stake in the ground and said, hey, I think this is going to be great for the city. It'd be great to watch, others to come in and build support around this effort. Look, if it doesn't happen, then I think we'd be fine.
And I think they're in a situation where if it doesn't happen, they just change their plans. They're not fully as committed to this. I shouldn't say committed, but they're not as maybe stuck in this if it doesn't happen. Like the A's, if this doesn't happen at this site and it goes to a different site or whatever, or doesn't get approved, the A's obviously have a lot more at stake here, let's say it that way, than Bally's Corporation.
I think that, it's not like the value of the acres go down. We would still have a plan in the medium term to redevelop the site.
Plan B, obviously.
But I just think it's nothing is quite as romantic and captures the imagination as this sort of integrated sports resort. It would be really exciting to watch it happen.
Closing thoughts on this, your message to lawmakers and your message to locals watching with a range of different opinions here.
Yeah, I would be the first one it's not my place to speak to lawmakers. What I would just say is, I think for the community as a whole, though, I do think that this is a generational opportunity. I think that we shouldn't take it for granted. We're doing our share, and I hope that we'd love to see more of the community rally up, and say, hey, this would be great.
And see, maybe that's what he's suggesting right now is not happening, that there's not enough of a community push to get behind lawmakers to say this is what we want. Maybe there's some of the negative variety or just none of it at all, and maybe there's not the momentum. I mean, she's asking, what would you like to see? And he's saying just a little bit more public support.
So, the important constituencies, speak up and say, yeah, this would be awesome. Not only the development that comes with it, but also, all the additional economic activity, the visitors, just the growing stature of the city. I think these are all things that we can celebrate.
So there you go. That is the chairman of Bally's Corporation, Soo Kim, who, again, I seem to like him. I like the way he presents things. He's very just easygoing and fair and transparent, and great job by Jacqueline Schultz there of Fox 5 in Las Vegas doing that interview. So let me know what you think about all this in the comment section below. Thumbs up on this video since you watched here all the way to the end. Congratulations on that. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
The process of potential relocation for the Oakland A's to Las Vegas involves so many different factors, and some of them are complex and confusing, and maybe we don't even have all the details yet, like we need to figure some things out. But there's just something that has blown my mind almost this entire time. How a Major League Baseball stadium with any type of retractable roof would actually fit on just 9 acres. And by the way, it's just going to be those 9 acres at the current site of the Tropicana Hotel. That has recently been confirmed by, hey, friend of the channel, Jacqueline Schultz of Fox 5 in Las Vegas. She got this quote from a Bally's Corporation spokesperson here. It literally says, attributable to them, quote, Bally's and GLPI, the Gaming and Leisure Properties Incorporated, are assigning approximately 9 acres to the Oakland A's or a related stadium authority and will determine how best to utilize the remaining 26 acres. Bally's and the Oakland A's will continue to work together to develop an integrated plan that is mutually beneficial to both companies and allows for the development of a unique experience for customers and fans that is unlike anything else in the world, end quote. The takeaway here, and from what Jacqueline has passed along to me, is that it's 9 acres, and it's not 10 or 11 or 12 or expandable to 13, and there might be some shared areas of the site. Right? Like they're not going to literally footprint 26 acres of hotel and casino properties, but they're going to use, like Bally's had 35 acres, they're going to use most of it to their advantage. They've got to make this a valuable property still. And by giving away 9 acres, they're giving away that to make their remaining 26 acres more valuable. So my point in sharing this is that if you thought the free 9 acres at the Tropicana site was a starting place, and I did too, from what I understand and what it seems here, it's a pretty hard limit of just 9 acres. And by the way, no other Major League Baseball stadium with a retractable roof currently sits on 9 acres. The next closest is American Family Field in Milwaukee, which I believe is about 11.71, significantly bigger. Okay, there's also this from Danielle Gallant of the Nevada State Assembly, right? She was just one of the voters on the public funding of SB 1, $380 million between the state and Clark County. She tweeted this out the other day, which was sent my way. A lot of great accomplishments were made this last legislative session, but working with the Neon Museum to find them a new home has been my greatest privilege. What? Many thanks to the A's for welcoming a crazy idea to partner with the Neon Museum and embrace the rich history of Las Vegas into the new stadium. Wait, the Neon Museum, which I'm aware of, right? They have all the old neon signs. It's a cool thing. They celebrate the history of Las Vegas and neon signs and lights, but are you telling me that their old site is going to be replaced by now relocating all of that also on the 9-acre site of a baseball stadium? Like there's barely enough room, I think, for 30,000 seats, a 4.5-acre, playing surface, luxury suites, common areas that you would need for a stadium. The part where the roof that retracts or expands, like it needs some overhang somewhere else. But I don't even think you have enough room for a proper baseball stadium. And now this is part of it. And we knew nothing. This is all news to everybody here. Interesting how this was maybe circulating behind closed doors, and now it comes to light in a tweet of all things from Danielle Gallant. Find them a new home. And she's very much into this. I don't know what her connection is to the Neon Museum. Maybe she just likes it, or maybe there is a more deeper connection. I don't know. But also referencing that it is a crazy idea to partner with the Neon Museum. And look, I get it. You're trying to make your new stadium unique and bring attractions to it. And maybe this brings people on off days when there's not games, like during the winter. So maybe it is, in the end, a beneficial idea. But to think that it's going to fit somewhere with everything else, okay. Because 9 acres, here's what the 9 acres look like. And again, I think a lot of misconceptions are out there that this stadium is on the corner of Tropicana and the Strip. It's not. It's literally like in the back current parking lot, the southeast corner. It's right across the street from some condos or apartments or residential units over there. And so Bally's, I would say Tropicana, but Bally's, who owns and runs Tropicana, they're going to put high-rises in that kind of L shape around the red site. That's 9 acres, by the way. That is, I've measured that out on Google Earth. You are looking precisely at 9 of 35 acres right there. The rest of that site is going to be completely full with Bally's and a pool and a hotel and a casino and other things they'll want to put there. Multiple towers, I would imagine. So to just understand that space here is pretty limited already on just a 9-acre site. And I don't know if enough people are talking about this. 9 acres is also the site, or the size, I should say, of the Bellagio fountain. You know, I once saw the Bellagio fountain sober. I saw it once. But I have an understanding and an idea of it's big. But that's 9 acres, like how big a Major League Baseball stadium is going to be big? The whole thing, the whole footprint of the A's stadium would sit on the same size as the Bellagio fountain perimeter? That's crazy to me. Gives you perspective, right? The Luxor Pyramid, it's almost 9 acres. It's 8.77 acres. But, I mean, I've been inside there. You've been there probably. You've seen it. And maybe it's deceiving because of the pyramid shape, but the footprint of that is 8.77 acres, a little bit smaller than 9 acres of a stadium that would be kitty corner right across the street. I'm trying to give the size perspective here. It's not a huge space. How about Cashman Field, the old minor league home of baseball in Las Vegas? And I'm not even using the whole perimeter of Cashman Field. I'm cutting out all of right field. I'm using some of left field, like where the seats could and used to be out there. That's 9 acres. And that gives you a perspective of how much space the field takes up. Right? That's a similar sized field as you would need in Las Vegas. Look how much area the playing surface alone takes up of those 9 acres. So yeah. Again, and people will respond and say, you know what, designers and planners and architects are smart. I had a comment, I don't even know where it was because I brushed past it so quickly. You're not an architect or a stadium design person. What say do you have in this? Well, I've been to almost all of them. It doesn't take a genius to pull out Google Earth and do the simple math here. Yeah, I understand there might be ways around this, but from the beginning, it just seems like a difficult task. I've made videos on this before. Now more people are talking about it. So I just wanted to re-enter this conversation with the Neon Museum news and also the reference to the Bellagio fountain. Anyway, will everything really fit on 9 acres? And not just like, can you do it, right? That's one question. Can you do it? Can you also do it how you want to do it and the right way to do it so that it's profitable and financially viable? That's probably the biggest question. You made it here all the way to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up, that'll help me in the channel. And also, since you're here, don't forget to subscribe so that I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I happened to watch this press conference from the Las Vegas Golden Knights after they won the Stanley Cup. It's their owner, Bill Foley, describing a couple different things about the Las Vegas market, how his team goes about marketing and approaching and procuring fans in Southern Nevada. Obviously, the Golden Knights were first in. They were before the Raiders, before the Aces. Obviously, they're before Major League Baseball or even the NBA come to Southern Nevada. But again, Bill Foley, the owner here, saying some interesting and noteworthy things, beginning with what he said about the Las Vegas market as a professional sports town.
Well, I think everyone was spooked by gambling, but that sort of went away over time, and Gary Bettman led the way on that. But when we did our research, and I was a skeptic initially before we started our ticket drives and so on.
A skeptic of Las Vegas working as a pro sports town with the National Hockey League. This is the owner saying this now in reverse.
And I was negotiating with the commissioner about franchise fee, and I started at, I think, $150, and he started at $600, and I went to $200, and he went to $595, that kind of thing. So
Las Vegas, the Golden Knights were an expansion team, so obviously they had to pay a very hefty amount, $500 million to the NHL, just like the Seattle Kraken did.
So we settled on 500, and I talked to other people who were involved and said, "What do you think?" I said, "It's really expensive for a hockey franchise." And to a person, they said, "There are only 124 major league franchises in America," or something like that. This will be one of them. And so we kind of we ponied up, we paid the money, and as part of that process, though, we did our own research, and our research showed us that back then, when Vegas had 1,950,000, 2 million people, we had 140 to 150,000 avid hockey fans from somewhere else.
Think about that. They did their own research, obviously scouring the market, trying to understand, could this work? And how would this work? I love the way he explains this. He takes the very smallest base amount of like real hardcore hockey fans. What do you say, 100,000 there, 140,000?
And mainly males, some females, but mainly males, said, okay, if I've got 140,000, that means I've really got 280 because they're married, and then I've got kids, so maybe it's 400.
See, he understands how to grow the game, and I'm sure they have friends too. So all of a sudden, that smallest number of 140,000 turns into close to 500,000.
And we kept on doing our research, and we did that ticket drive. And amazingly enough, within about 30 days, we had 11 or 12,000 season ticket deposits. The people put in escrow 15% of a season ticket pass. We didn't have a team. We didn't have a name. We didn't have an arena.
Isn't that amazing? No identity at all. Didn't know who they were, what they were called, where they were going to play, when this would all start. What do you say, 11, 12, 13,000 season ticket, like confirmations? And I'm curious, like the A's can't really get to this point of the process yet. They really can't. But what if they were able to start selling tickets in Southern Nevada? How would it go? Maybe it would go just as well as this. Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. But obviously the Golden Knights had instant success, to Mr. Foley's point, before they were even a thing.
That's when I knew we had it. And I thought, well, other people are going to follow. They're bound to follow because there's just too much going on here. And the other thing you have to remember is what are the 42 or 43 million visitors that come to Las Vegas?
Now, this is interesting, right? Because the A's are largely banking on 30% of their every game attendance to be visitors, tourists, out-of-towners, whatever you want to call it, people not from Las Vegas. They're saying that out of 30,000 seats, every time they play a baseball game there, 9,000 fans would come from somewhere else out of town. And Mr. Foley recognizes the number, about 40 million tourists per year to Las Vegas.
Bournemouth, for example, has 8 million visitors that go to Bournemouth.
That's his soccer team over in Europe.
Well, we're not tapping into those 8 million. And we really haven't tapped into the 43 million other than to sell them gear. Because
Whoa. Did you hear that? The Golden Knights have not tapped into the 43 million visitors a year to Las Vegas. Let me replay that.
43 million other than to sell.
Sorry.
Really haven't tapped into the 43 million other than to sell them gear because I don't want them in the arena.
I don't want them in the arena. The visitors, the tourists, the guests to Las Vegas, I don't want them in the arena.
Million. And we really haven't tapped into the 43 million other than to sell them gear because I don't want them in the arena. I want our fans in the arena. I don't want to see those other jerseys.
I mean, so, right? And the Raiders, they have largely existed on visiting fans so far at Allegiant Stadium. And I know that was part of their plan, but maybe not to the extent like when they play Kansas City or Denver and they are overwhelmed by the opposition fans. But here is the owner of the hockey team saying, I don't even really want the visitors here. I want to sell them stuff. I want their money, but I don't want them here. Again, it's the exact opposite of how the A's are saying their stadium would be successful on the Strip.
I want our fans in the arena. I don't want to see those other jerseys. It bugs me. I don't know if you noticed, but we have a system that no more than 4 fans can sit in a row together.
4 like out-of-town fans can sit together?
And then there must be a row separating those fans.
Oh man, I did not know this.
And the overlapping fan can only be offline one seat with 3 other guys.
Look at the smile on his face as he's explaining this. I'm pretty sure he's serious, and I'm pretty sure he's loving this, explaining this. How they keep it to be a home ice advantage at T-Mobile Arena. Wow. Look at He's like, yep, we do that.
I love them. They pay a lot of money, but I don't want them in my arena.
Isn't that amazing? That is his perspective. Okay, so then later on in this press conference, totally separate clip here, so you're going to see a difference in the quality and the angle here, but he's asked about the A's potentially coming and sharing the pro sports market in Las Vegas.
The Raiders get a lot of visiting fans, and that's part of what they do, and they're,
like I was saying before,
bringing a lot of their own fans from California. So it's a multi-club environment in effect in terms of teams going there, and they're only 16 or 18 games a year.
But only 8 or 9 at home every year. So to his point, they don't need to worry about packing the place like 81 times a year. And on that note,
they're only 16 or 18 games a year. Baseball's gonna be tougher. A lot of games.
Baseball's gonna be tougher. A lot of games.
Teams going there, and they're only 16 or 18 games a year. Baseball's gonna be tougher. A lot of games.
And look, it's what I've been saying all along. Not impossible, just apples and oranges. To project things based on the Golden Knights' success or what the Raiders have done in less than 20 home games in their with fans in their existence, it's really hard to extrapolate like a lot of people want to do.
And they're going to have to, but I guess they're getting some supporting money from the state, which is that leads me to believe that we should get some help on a couple 4 sheets of ice.
Okay, so the backstory is that the Golden Knights required no public money for their arena or their expansion fee or to bring their team. So that's why he's a little bit probably salty about that. And when he talks about the 4 sheets, I think he and the team want to build a new either practice facility or skating facility somewhere else. I'm not sure if it was, they've already got the Henderson rink. Maybe it's North Las Vegas. I don't know. But what he's saying there is that, public money's a thing. I'd like to get some of that for my 4 sheets of ice.
Me to believe that we should get some help on a couple 4 sheets of ice. Why not? I mean, really.
Why not?
We're helping the community. So that's my pitch on getting capital contributions.
So look, I mean, everything is apples and oranges. Like the Golden Knights never existed before, 6 years ago? The Oakland A's have been in California for 55 years. They're not expanding. They're trying to relocate. The Golden Knights started up fresh on their own, and that's why people love them down there as being Vegas-born. They've taken a totally different route this entire time, and seemingly, I mean, they don't really want tourists to come to their game in large quantities. The A's are saying, hey, we want 30% of our entire attendance. 1 out of every basically 3 people at the game is going to be from out of town, and we want that. Look, I'm not saying anybody's completely right or wrong. This is a business. This is how things are run, but it's just 2 totally different perspectives. Let me know what you think about this video in the comments section below. Thumbs up on it since you made it here all the way to the end. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I have to tell you, I am not making this video at all in suggestive fashion. I'm not promising you that history or baseball are going to repeat themselves once again, but I am completely fascinated with the last time that they denied a team to relocate. It's crazy, right? Look at that logo. This is from the early 90s. The San Francisco Giants were literally out the door. Tampa was that close to getting their baseball team after so many tries. As you'll see, they had it all ready. They had a stadium. They had jerseys mocked up. They had 30,000 people signed up for season tickets. And still, it wasn't just baseball, it was the National League, voted no, that the Giants could not move. And there's not a lot of coverage from this back in the day. For whatever reason, I just can't find a lot of news stories and opinions. There are some things in print, but not in video format or fashion. So this comes to us from the CBS News program 60 Minutes back in 1992. It's titled Field of Dreams. And again, watch how ready Tampa was here.
You can fit the Astrodome or the Metrodome or any other dome facility underneath the crown of this structure.
It's called the Florida Suncoast Dome. $140 million worth of concrete and Teflon, financed by local taxpayers. And the St. Petersburg Assistant City Manager Rick Dodge is happy to tell you it has 43,000 seats, 50 luxury boxes, one hydraulically operated pitcher's mound. It has everything but a team.
Which is crazy, right? In modern days, it's all about, building a stadium and funding and financing that first. Like Tampa already had the spot. They're ready. They are so turnkey for this to happen. This had tremendous momentum. And for as much as everybody talks about, well, the Giants almost moved, remember a little bit better than that. There were a couple teams in line here. Watch this.
The Chicago White Sox nearly came. They wanted a new stadium, and they told the Illinois legislature if they didn't get one, they were moving to Tampa Bay. They nearly got the Florida Marlins, one of the new National League expansion teams. Tampa Bay was one of the finalists. But Major League Baseball awarded a Florida franchise to downstate rival Miami instead. The Mariners were this close to coming. They were going broke in Seattle and on their way to Tampa Bay when a local corporation with a yen for baseball stepped in at the last minute and saved the team for Seattle. But it was the San Francisco Giants that finally drove the people of Tampa Bay over the edge. The Giants were losing $10 million a year playing in foggy, frigid Candlestick Park. And 4 times the voters of San Francisco refused to build them a new stadium. So Giant owner Bob Lurie decided to sell the team to a Tampa Bay group. They not only shook hands on the deal, they signed a written contract. This time it seemed nothing could go wrong. 30,000 people reserved season tickets, and a new poster was printed. Thumbs up. Looking good.
It was sort of like after VE Day. I mean, there were celebrations and happiness. I've never seen a community respond in such a way, only to be subsequently terribly disappointed and dejected for the 3rd or 4th time.
While Vince Namoli, the man who thought he'd bought the Giants for Tampa Bay, was working with Major League Baseball on the design of the team's uniforms, a group of baseball owners was working behind the scenes to keep the team in San Francisco.
Have you ever been involved in a business like baseball?
It's the first time I have ever seen anything sold to the lowest bidder.
What Vince Namoli means is that in a maneuver that could only happen in baseball, Major League owners blocked the move and forced the sale of the Giants to a San Francisco group for $15 million less than the Tampa Bay offer.
I said before that they had a stadium, they had the season ticket commitments, they had a lot of things going. They also literally had a written purchase agreement, Tampa did, to acquire the Giants. Like, how much more complete do you need? Signed, sealed, and delivered? It was signed and sealed. It just wasn't delivered. Now, again, full disclosure. We got to pump the brakes for a second. If you're an A's fan or you're somebody from Las Vegas, the whole point of this is just to look back at how this played out one time before, and especially considering the Bay Area connections. I know there's a lot of people who watch the A's and Giants, or at least understand the backstories of both franchises. So a lot of you are old enough to remember this. Some of you aren't. And this is mostly for just kind of educational purposes. It's crazy, right? The reporter there also mentioned the Giants' claims that they were losing $10 million a year. We've recently heard the A's claims that they're losing $40 million a year. And that's why a move needs to happen. Now, history repeats itself in a lot of different ways here, because over all the decades and here in the early 90s, we heard about antitrust with baseball, their exemption, and how it could be challenged here and now again, but it was challenged even back then too.
In many ways, Major League Baseball is above the law. The 28 owners who control it don't have to follow the same rules that other American businesses do when it comes to competition. It's the owners who decide how much baseball there will be, how many teams, what cities will get them, who can own them. If you tried that in any other industry, you'd be hauled into court for violating federal antitrust laws. However, thanks to Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes in a 1922 Supreme Court decision, baseball hasn't had to obey the antitrust rules. According to Justice Holmes, baseball's not a business.
To say it's not a business is just plain bull.
Connie Mack has one of the best-known names in baseball history. His grandfather was the legendary manager and owner of the Philadelphia Athletics.
That guy.
But Connie Mack III is baseball's worst nightmare. He's a United States Senator from Florida and is bent on taking Tampa Bay's revenge to the halls of the U.S. Congress. He's co-sponsoring a bill to end baseball's antitrust exemption.
Well, obviously, it did not succeed in the way Connie Mack III was aiming, because it still exists. But again, here in 2023, it has been questioned. Whether it will ever change or whether it will ever make a difference in this process, who knows? Now, ultimately, Bud Selig wasn't part of denying this relocation. Fay Vincent was the commissioner back then. But Bud Selig, as owner of the Brewers, who had been relocated from Seattle, he was part of this coverage here.
There is no plot. This is just the way this game has been operated.
The way the game operates, Selig says, is that decisions are always made in the best interests of baseball. This time, the owners didn't steal the team from St. Petersburg. They saved the team for San Francisco.
That day, I got hundreds of letters from kids in Northern California and their parents who had grown up with Willie Mays and Willie McCovey and Orlando Cepeda and Juan Marichal, and whose hearts were breaking because the Giants were leaving.
I don't believe for a minute the general tone in baseball was because of some romantic belief that they wanted to protect the industry of baseball for those little kids in San Francisco. I mean, I believe the Oakland Athletics play about 6 miles away from there, so it's not like the area would be devoid of that baseball experience. And how about all the kids in this marketplace who don't have the opportunity to go 6 miles and see baseball? It's a business decision.
We believe our greatest obligation is to try to keep a team in its local market.
I can't rewind that right now, but I'd love to play that last part all over again. Their biggest obligation to keep a team in its local market. And that's the headline I put there at the bottom. The business side of this versus doing what's right. And ultimately, I think they accomplished both parts. The Giants are pretty darn successful in San Francisco, and they kept a team from relocating. This is the headline from the New York Times. Now, all of this was happening in the summer of '92, and I think this story was probably from even later than that, looking back on it. I don't know when this was broadcast, but this from the New York Times, Wednesday, November 11th, 1992. Look what the wind blew back. Baseball's Giants. The Tampa Bay bid is rejected. The team will stay put in San Francisco. It was a 9-4 vote against relocation. They needed 10 yes votes, I think. They got 4. And in the article here, I'll just read it. National League club owners today soundly rejected a move of the San Francisco Giants to St. Petersburg, handing the Tampa Bay area its 7th setback in 7 attempts to attract a Major League Baseball team. The owners, which is also, by the way, the craziest thing, like Tampa Bay now is in the midst of potentially relocating to Orlando, or there's the Tampa St. Pete thing. It mind-blowing. They finally got it, and now look where they're at again. The owners, in a secret ballot that required 10 votes for approval, voted 9-4 against allowing Bob Lurie, the Giants owner, to sell the team for $115 million to the Tampa Bay group, which would have moved the Giants to the Florida Suncoast Dome in time for next season. So there you go. You could probably check out this article. I mean, you could freeze frame this now and read it if you want, but It's interesting, and this process was so much more condensed. It literally popped up in the summer. It was done by November. Nope, you're not going. But they tried to move literally within that offseason because the Suncoast Dome at that point was ready. So that happened. I'm not saying it happens again, but it came down to the owners of just the National League. Now it's a league-wide vote, American and National League team. And there's a committee. There's a lot more to it. I'm not sure that makes the process any more difficult or any easier, to be honest with you, but this never happened. It was projected, and it never happened. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
We've known about the group Schools Over Stadiums for quite some time now, but only recently have we started to understand the potential impact they could have on relocation of the A's to Las Vegas. Let's quickly revisit the group, who they are, what they're aiming for, and how they plan on getting it accomplished. It's a group of educators and teachers in the state of Nevada. They were upset that during the past legislative session, they wanted money for public education, schools, teachers, things that are not getting funded properly, and to fund an education system that a lot of people say is ranked 49th out of the 50 states here in America. So that is an issue, something that they're trying to remedy. They were not happy that $380 million was approved for a new stadium for the A's in Las Vegas. They formed together. They quickly say they're going to collect 102,000 signatures by next summer to try and take away SB 1 and the $380 million that were approved back in June of 2023. So a referendum vote would eventually be on the 2024 ballot, November of 24, and all it needs is 50% plus one vote, and SB 1 would essentially be rescinded from the A's. This group was recently given some attention, maybe even some recognition or legitimacy by Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred. This is before Game 1 of the World Series. He puts himself in this media scrum, which is not televised. It's not recorded audio-wise anywhere. Can't find it. It's just reporters and just quotes. Among other headlines that come out about where the A's may or may not play for seasons of 25, 2026, and 2027, the big headline from the LA Times is that MLB is keeping a wary eye on a potential Nevada vote on A's stadium funding. And the direct quote from Commissioner Manfred is this, quote, "If there was an adverse development with respect to that referendum, that would be a significant development." We'd yet to really hear the commissioner address schools over stadiums. Obviously, the A's and one of their lobbyists, there's two individuals, but one of their lobbyists is filing a lawsuit against schools over stadiums, and the hearing on that is November 6th, which you're about to find out here. But here's the full quote from Commissioner Manfred about this movement and about this objective to try and take away public funding. Quote, "If there was an adverse development with respect to that referendum, that would be a significant development," Manfred said Friday before Game 1 of the World Series. That's all I can say about that. Now, again, there's no audio, there's no video of this, but I'm imagining the body language when he said, "That's all I can say about that." It seems there was more there. There was more emotion, there was more frustration, there's more details there that he really can't. Obviously, that's all he can say about that. It's all he can say, but is that all he knows about that? My point is that all of a sudden, it seems like the A's and Las Vegas and baseball is taking this possibility seriously. The A's said back in the summertime during the legislative session that if they didn't get public funding for this project, they would have no choice but to seek other cities and other opportunities, and they would kind of turn their focus away from Las Vegas. The article from LA Times continues by saying a Nevada Teachers Union has launched a petition, to qualify the referendum for a public vote, arguing that voters should have a say in whether taxpayer funding should be spent on a ballpark. The A's have joined a lawsuit asking a court to throw out the petition based on its technical defects. A hearing is set November 6th, according to the Teachers Union. So we'll find out if the lawsuit has any impact on it, or if this group can actually collect 102,000 signatures. Let's get into that part of it. They need 102,362 signatures, to be precise, of registered Nevada voters. And I believe the way they come up with that number is, I think, 10% of voters from the last election in the state of Nevada, which equates to 102,000. And they need those signatures submitted by June 26th, 2024. They've got some time to accomplish this. One of the caveats here is that those 102,000 signatures must be evenly distributed across Nevada's 4 congressional districts, which we'll get into here in just a second. Like, we're going deep on this. And it would result in a November 2024 referendum vote as advertised. And again, those votes usually work in favor of denial happening, something being taken off the board, in this case, $380 million. All it needs is 50% plus 1 vote. So they need a fair amount of signatures, but once it goes to the vote, most expect it's a formality that public money would go away. Now, I'm not an expert on collecting signatures or referendums or this part of politics. I'm just a lousy sports broadcaster. Yeah, you can take that clip, go ahead, put it anywhere you want. But here's Nevada's 4 congressional districts. And what you'll notice is that the state is essentially 2 halves. There's northern Nevada with Reno and Carson City and the Tahoe area, and I guess, where 80 goes up there through Elko and all that stuff. But the majority of Nevada, in terms of population and economy and business, is all obviously in the southern part, really in the southern tip. And that's why districts 1, 3, and 4 are all in southern Nevada. We'll eventually evaluate District 2 in just a second. My point being here that they need about 75,000 signatures from the most populous area of the state. Here are those 3 districts, and you can kind of also see, hopefully in there, where the greater metro region of Las Vegas is. So 3 of those congressional districts are in the heart of the population. They're not in hard-to-reach, hard-to-find areas. Again, I don't know how easy or difficult it is to collect 102,000 signatures. I don't know that anybody for sure knows that. Otherwise, we'd have a better grasp on this possibility and its chance of actually being a reality. But I will tell you that 3 districts come together, like literally right there near the heart of Las Vegas. And the other district, is that 2, is basically, geographically speaking, way more than half the area of the state. That's a lot of land out there, but that's not a lot of people. This might be the harder place to get the signatures, but this might be the region of the state where most people oppose it most. Why do I say that? Because a lot of the money here, of the $380 million, I think 180 is coming from the state of Nevada. So people up north are saying, why should our money go help something that's only in Las Vegas and people are only going to be benefited by it in Las Vegas? If you are actually an A's fan and you live in Carson City or Reno or Truckee or Tahoe, it is so much easier to go right down the hill, right down 80 or 50, and in 3 hours or so, you're at the A's game. If you want to go from Reno or Truckee or Tahoe down to Las Vegas, that's like an 8-hour drive. They're actually moving farther away from the northern populous part of Nevada than if they go to Las Vegas. They're moving farther away from northern Nevada actually by coming to Nevada. That's right. It's weird, but it's true. My point here is that they may not have a hard time gaining signatures, although it's a harder volume to get 25,000 in that region. I don't even know how many people live in this area in red, or are registered voters from last year's election. I don't know. But the point is, those people might be more inspired to do a signature as much as anybody else. There's also this aspect of the timeline. Because a while ago, I was thinking, well, if this doesn't come up until November of 2024, it's too late. Because up until this past week, everybody's assumption was that the original demolition of the Tropicana site and the hotel and construction was all going to start summer of 2024, right? That's when things are going to get moving. And once we get to that point, there's no turning back. You can't stop this process and project once the wheels are already in motion. So we thought demo would happen in the summer, basically mid-24, and then there would be some type of groundbreaking by the end of 2024, maybe before or after, slightly before or after the November vote, right? So, okay, what impact does that election have right there if it's too late? Too little, too late, it's not going to be a factor. Well, at the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority meeting the other day, we actually found out a more realistic timeline of this project at the Tropicana site. Turns out, demolition itself is not even going to start until 2024, and everybody's shooting for groundbreaking in April of 2025 to be on target for opening the stadium by 2028. That means, all of a sudden, that November 2024 vote is not after things get started. It's before things get started. And now we're looking at the timeline entirely different, as in, oh my goodness, that November vote would be before everything else is even ready to get underway. Certainly changes the tone, changes the scene when you look at the timeline that way. Because right now, November 2024 is the only thing that's for sure in this process. Like, there will be an election and a vote in November of 24 in Nevada. Whether the referendum will be on there or not, that's the only thing that we know for certain in terms of the timeline. So, is this the biggest opposition to the A's moving to Las Vegas? Certainly. In the end, what if $380 million comes from somewhere else? Then this doesn't really matter. Then it's kind of a wash. But the point is that this group is trying desperately right now to move forward, to collect these signatures. Again, keep your eye on November 6th in terms of that hearing. Keep your eye on the lawsuit. Keep your eye on the progress of 102,000 signatures that will be necessary. I can't tell you if that's easy or hard. I'm curious. I mean, off the top of my head, looking at where the districts are, it doesn't seem impossible. Is it likely? How do you do that? I guess we'll find out. Thumbs up down below. Since you made it here at the end of the video, you know I appreciate that. Also, don't forget to subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
On Saturday morning, a thread of tweets very much caught my eye. And it's not just because of what these tweets said, although they were interesting and revealing, and yeah, we'll dive into all of them here in just a second, but more importantly, who these tweets came from. As in Steve Yeager, as in Assembly Speaker Steve Yeager of the Nevada State Legislature. Right now, he is very much in the mix of helping to determine the fate of SB 1, which is the Oakland A's request for public funding, $380 million to help them build a new ballpark in Las Vegas and relocate to Southern Nevada. Now, I don't know Mr. Yeager at all. I can see he's a sports fan. I know we're in a similar age range. He's a partner at Vegas Battleborn, which is personal injury lawyers. I think he's got a background in law. Comes from Michigan, has previously talked about being a Tigers fan as he grew up. Also a fitness and outdoor enthusiast. Yes, I'm just reading the Twitter bio. By the way, it also looks like he subscribes to Twitter Blue. He's still got the check mark. But I think there's a lot of things here that, granted, if I just came across him on the street or we were having a beer at a bar, we might strike a conversation. Might be a nice guy. Don't know much more about him other than the last 6 or 7 weeks as I've really been paying attention. But let's dive into this Twitter thread, which he offered us on Saturday morning, which had a lot to say in so many different ways. Compelling, revealing, insightful, thoughtful. It gives us some new perspectives straight from somebody on the inside. Begins with this. With the more recent interest in the Nevada legislature, particularly when it comes to SB 1 relating to the A's, please allow me to provide context related to the 35th special session and the Nevada legislature generally. A thread. That's what all the kids do these days, a thread. So for somebody our age, that's pretty hip. And by the way, this thread contains 23 tweets. I've put together a lot of tweets in my days. I don't know that I've ever put together 23 in a row, but he's got a lot to say. And it's interesting, right, as we dive through this, why he chose to go this route, this platform, this message, the timing of the weekend that everybody was on recess. Here he goes. Per the Nevada Constitution, the Nevada legislature meets every other year for 120 days. That is correct. We just saw the end of their session. We are a citizen legislature, meaning that nearly every legislator has another job. About 75% of Nevada legislators live in Las Vegas, 430 miles from the capital in Carson City. He knows that very precisely, right? He's done that math. He's done that trip back and forth probably more times than he'd like. So he's very specific with the hustle to get back and forth northern to southern Nevada. The drive from Las Vegas to Carson City is 7 hours. The flight from Las Vegas to Reno is about an hour, and then you have to drive about 30 minutes down to Carson City. Air service between Las Vegas and Reno has been atrocious this session, with constant delays and cancellations. It is typical for Las Vegas legislators to travel back and forth for most of the session, but the end of the session always means long nights and weekends. So most folks can't go back the last few weeks. Being away from family and loved ones is difficult, but we serve despite it. And I just want to say, before anything else, I have been preaching that already. Talked about the end of the legislative session, the sprint to the end, the long days and hours, the double headers basically every single day for a couple weeks straight, just to get to the end of 120 days like they did this past Monday. And they would have loved to avoid any special sessions, but they were ordered 2 special sessions by the governor, which he gets into here. But he's painting the picture, right, of the fact that this is not their day job. This is usually their second job. It's also not right around the corner. And they really worked to the extremes, burning both ends of the candle here at the very end to get everything passed through. It is hard to describe what the end of a legislative session is like. They are always busy because certain budget bills have to be passed before others can be considered. But suffice it to say that many of us, including staff, were working 18 to 20-hour days for the last few weeks. And I think that was very apparent. Body language, the way things were said and approached, and I'll give them any excuse they need for those things to come across because, yeah, they were fatigued. This is a session that started in February. They got through a lot. They were under time pressure. They end it, June 5th, midnight, and they literally worked until midnight to close things out. So I totally respect it and understand it. So the certainty of a 120-day session is important because it allows legislators to let their employers know when they'll be back at work, and also to schedule important things like doctor and dentist appointments, as well as, family vacations and the like. I also totally respect that too. I work on a seasonal schedule in a sense that I know when baseball season usually ends. You can kind of predict halfway through if there will be playoffs or not. Same thing with a hockey season. You know when it's over. You know when there's a break. You know when there's a time that you'll actually get to take a breather and rest. You go really hard, and then all of a sudden you expect it to be done, as they did, but it was not done. Their work was not done. As explained here, and by the way, I don't know how many tweets in we are here, but so far, there is nothing abnormal. I think we're all just understanding the position of Mr. Yeager, the background. Again, I've already been on this kind of storyline and angle, and I fully understand it and agree with it, so nothing really new to add here. The governor does not usually call a special session right as a regular session ends unless something critical doesn't pass in the regular session. This year, that happened when Senate Republicans all voted no on a critical bill that had been agreed upon. And he provides a couple links here, all from the Nevada Independent, which, by the way, I've also come to learn in the last 6, 7, 8 weeks is a very reliable publication. They're out front on a lot of things. They cover in detail almost everything. So the Nevada Independent very much referenced here. I can't click on this and show you what it says, but obviously that's an article, further detail explaining his point. I had a chance to speak with the governor a couple hours after the end of the 120-day session, so probably right after midnight on Monday night. He indicated he was going to call a special session. I asked twice what the special session would entail, and he did not mention the A's. Another article on that from the Nevada Independent. And by the way, that is Governor Joe Lombardo depicted right there in the tan suit. I believe that is his right-hand man, essentially, off to the right, camera right here of the screen. Just for reference, just so you know who that is. The next day, the governor called a special session to make good on the agreement that had been struck relating to the last remaining budget bill. Backstory on this, 5 total state budget bills. 3 of them had been passed. The 4th passed literally right before the stroke of midnight, Monday night going into Tuesday morning, and there was 1 remaining bill. So this is that last remaining budget bill, capital infrastructure. I forget exactly. It's been a long week, but it was worth about $1 billion, this bill, and so they had agreed to hammer it out. They did it, I believe he'll explain here, in pretty record time. The 34th special session, which was on Tuesday, ended up being the quickest in state history because everything had been agreed upon beforehand. We took care of our business in just 1 hour and 54 minutes. A lot of people thought, all right, well, maybe that's the end of it. The day after the regular 82nd session adjourned, the Senate Majority Leader and I met with the governor. Contrary to what he had told me the night before, he indicated that he was going to call a second special session related to the A's. Whoa. Maybe it was miscommunication. Maybe there were some changes. I can't fully speculate, but if we're listening to one person's account here, Mr. Yeager obviously was not under the indication or even the assumption that anything regarding the former SB 509, the public funding request by the A's, that he was under the impression that none of that was going to ever come back in a special session. Obviously it did. And by the way, to those who reported this in real time, that it was not coming out, and then that there would be a second session or a special session for this, they got it right. Everybody actually on the reporting side of this, and those from the Nevada Independent, got this right. So here it is, though, firsthand account from somebody who was actually hands-on with it. We advised him, the governor, that it would be better to have a special session on the A's later in the summer, which would give legislators and staff time to recover from the end of the session and get back to their jobs and families and allow the A's bill to be further refined. Not going to speak for Mr. Yeager here, but twofold. The lawmakers are a bit fatigued. The lawmakers saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and they're ready to get out of this tunnel. And on the flip side, mentioning that the A's bill needed some further refinements, alterations, amendments, it lets you know that that session from Memorial Day, 6.5 hours or so, everybody got a taste of what was being presented here, and it seemed to be not close, right? I mean, it's a clear indication that there needed to be some further refinements to the tune of later in the summer. Now, we're here approaching mid-June. Are we talking mid-July, August? A couple months to actually hash things out, hammer things out. So he was under the hope that there would be plenty more time to take care of this. I don't know if that correlates to how far off SB 509 was from a yes vote. I don't want to assume anything, but you can read into it what you want. That's the purpose of this, just reading through it with you. The sudden sense of urgency was surprising because there seemed to be no sense of urgency about this during the regular session. Indeed, the original A's legislation, AB 509, SB 509, wasn't introduced until May 26th, which was, as I understand it, the final day for new legislation to be introduced. Literally the deadline. I'm pretty sure it came in on that Friday night before Memorial Day at about 8:30 p.m., as late as humanly possible, with just 10 days left in the 120-day session. And just going back in reverse, I mean, think about the announcement originally on the night of April 19th and the land purchase agreement at the first site. All of this was so late breaking. Even then, even at that point, there was more than a month to get these documents submitted. Still didn't happen until the last day. But imagine if that agreement and that site had been announced in February or March or January, right? There would have been so much more time in this process. Instead, acquisition of the first site, let alone the shift to the second and current site at the Tropicana Hotel, all that happened. And then this is submitted, SB 509, on the very last day possible. And then eventually gets heard on a holiday at 4 p.m. We made clear all along that we would need sufficient time to vet any proposal relating to the A's. This is kind of dovetailing off the last tweet that, this is not an easy one. This is a complicated one. This is a big one. And so I'm pretty sure that that article from the Nevada Independent details the story at that time. Although we heard SB 509 in a joint session a few days after it was introduced, that's right, they heard it on Memorial Day, the end of the session sprint did not allow for a thorough vetting. In addition, we made clear that we could not seriously consider it until we had the budget locked in. And that's Nicole Cannizzaro to Mr. Yeager's left right there. She's obviously on the Senate side of things, so you've got two of the leaders of the Assembly and the Senate, and they're in unison that they needed some more time on this. Neither of them wanted to go to a special session at all. By the way, for the record, I said it for the record. Nicole Cannizzaro had a child, I think about 2 weeks ago, and she has been mothering during the sessions, and I give her so much credit. Like, on one hand, you shouldn't have to be doing this. Like, life threw you some pretty incredible curveballs just of the timing of becoming a mom all over again, and also a very critical time of a role that she takes quite seriously. But she's doing it and doing quite well at it. So I think it's fantastic. Like, the way she has shown up, baby in hand for most of the public sessions, crazy, unreal, awesome. So Nicole, if you see this, by the way, very cool. Yeah. So back to Mr. Yeager, and obviously they're very clear that they need some more time. They're running out of time. They had the budget bill to try and work on. This was not a priority for anybody. And then all of a sudden, like, it's back in a special session. The governor vetoed a critical budget bill on June 1st, just 4 days before the end of the regular session, right? That was the last one, effectively killing further discussion on SB 509 because our number one duty as legislators is to pass a balanced budget for the state. Well, and you have to pass the budget before you can get to, $380 million of public funding in different places. The redo of that budget bill ultimately didn't get signed until the very last night of the regular session. That's the fourth one that we're talking about. A few hours before midnight, which obviously left no time for consideration of SB 509, which we said time and time again would not be a, quote, ram and jam. He's not alleging that anybody was trying to do that. He's saying that they didn't want it to become that, but by saying he didn't want that to become that, the interpretation is that it was kind of being presented that way. They were all under the feeling that they did not want a ram and jam type situation of trying to get SB 509 done because of the regular session deadline and because of the budget bills that were more important. You can see how all of this is coming together here. So let's be clear why we are now in yet another special session to consider SB 1. The original legislation was introduced very late in the regular session, and the governor chose to veto a critical budget bill in the waning days of the regular session. It's pretty clear to all of us, but I mean, here it is from, again, somebody on the inside. This is the reason why we're here, and this is being handled in a relatively unique situation. I mean, look, when the Raiders and their deal got approved, it was also a special session, but it was also not a legislative year, which are odd years. It was 2016. It was an even year. So, of course, they called a special session. They didn't want to wait 5 or 6 more months. This is different. They just finished a regular session. They ran out of time. They didn't get to it. And now they're on to extra innings after all those doubleheaders in a row. Disregarding our advice to wait on calling a special session, the governor called it anyway. I mean, that's pretty straightforward right there. Have to respect that. Normally, special sessions for policy issues are coordinated in terms of scheduling, and there is a general consensus that folks are likely to be supportive of the contemplated legislation. And I've heard that before. I mean, initially, as I started to research Nevada state politics and government and special sessions, we knew, even with 6 weeks left in the regular session, when the A's announced their very first site, mid to late April, one of the questions I wanted to know was, well, if this goes to a special session, right? Like if this is taken up after the 6 weeks, because it could be, it's a done deal. You don't take something up and spend reportedly $250,000 a day to gather everybody, $250,000 a day of taxpayer money. You don't do that in a special session unless you know that it's a done deal, right? And that was generally the answer. And that's what Mr. Yeager here is implying. Normally, special sessions for policy issues coordinated. There's a general consensus that it's likely to be supported, and it's going to pass. But apparently, he's saying in this case that similar support is not there. Neither happened here. But because we are all legislators committed to serve, we will and are vetting SB 1 to decide whether it makes sense for Nevada. Despite what some surprisingly thought, this was never going to be a quick, quote, ram and jam session, nor is this juiced in. Juiced in might be referring to, well, all right, we've got a AB1, which was the other day on the first special session, which was passed and taken care of. It was that final state budget item that went through just like that. Now, I don't think the governor has still signed it yet. I don't think. But it's a corresponding thing like, all right, if you guys, I'll sign this budget if you guys pass SB 1. I'll sign AB 1. I'm the governor. I'll sign that if you guys take care of SB 1. We'll agree to, we'll both get what we want out of this if we approve both of these things. But Mr. Yeager here is saying SB 1, the stadium bill, by the way, it's not stadium bill, it's Senate bill. I know it seems like that. It's not juiced in. Like, this does not correlate to AB 1, which was voted on and passed and sent to the governor's desk. He's implying that they're not related, but it's also not going to get rammed and jammed in. And rather than continue to burn legislators and staff out, we decided to give everybody the weekend to rest and reset. That doesn't mean conversations have ceased happening. It just means we aren't requiring everyone to be in the legislative building in Carson City. And so that, in reverse, is what I was saying all along. You look at the A's side of things, they needed some more amendments. I mean, it sounds like on Thursday, when there was no real official meeting, it was supposed to start at 11:30 in the morning, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. Finally, at 4:30 or so, they said, you know what, we're in session and we're on recess until Monday at 11. Clearly, the amendments that were made from Wednesday to Thursday were not enough. Both sides probably just said, you know what, we both need the rest, and especially the lawmakers. They've been at this for a very long time. They were expected to already be out. Totally understandable. And so in reverse, what we thought turns out to be, what Mr. Yeager is confirming here. We will be back on Monday to continue this process and thoughtfully consider whether SB 1 is in the best interest of Nevada. We realize there are strong opinions on this topic, but we, as legislators, are trying to do the right thing here despite all the noise. And you know what? I don't know what situations, life experiences Mr. Yeager has ever been in, but obviously there's a lot of moving parts to this. When he says the noise, is it the media coverage? Is he hearing from the public? Is he hearing from people in California or his own constituents? Is this just getting a lot of coverage? Maybe this is one of the biggest things he's been a part of in terms of conversation and controversy. I don't know. Oh, one last thing. I think we're at tweet number 23 here. If you're going to come at me with the quote, "We will vote you out if you pass this," end quote, please save yourself the time if you don't live in Nevada or if you don't live in my district. Fewer than a dozen of my 75,000 actual constituents have weighed in on this issue. Okay, this is the 23rd and final tweet, and quite honestly, this one might have the most to it. He's hearing a lot. Maybe that goes back to the noise that he was hearing. He might be hearing from a lot of people in Oakland, in the Bay Area, in California that have a vested interest in not losing the Oakland A's and trying to influence the decision-making in the state capital of Carson City. So he's obviously hearing that. He's hearing some of the pressure that the public opinion on this. I have not seen any poll that shows a strong public opinion favoring SB 509, which turned into SB 1. I've just not seen it. If anybody's got it, I'll take a look at it. Where did it come from? How accurate is it? The only things I've seen, both done by the government and done by private entities, all show opposition. But the second part of this is the final sentence here. Fewer than a dozen of my 75,000 actual constituents have weighed in on this issue. That's a little bit surprising, concerning, but maybe it's not. I mean, maybe this proves that if he doesn't have people from his own district knocking down his door, telling him to, hey, do this, absolutely do this, or don't do this, is that a good thing for the project? It hasn't even caught anybody's attention or motivation to say, yes, we love it, or even no, we absolutely don't love it. It seems like there's just not a demand for this to even happen. There's a lot of things to potentially take away from that. I'm not going to lie. And maybe you've got some other thoughts on this. Mine is that the lack of interest is literally the lack of interest. And if people are supportive of something, they'll usually let you know about it. I guess if they also really, really hate it, they'll let you know about it too. But that sure is interesting, and it might also prove the fact that the A's are really trying to get to Las Vegas more than Las Vegans actually are really trying to get the Oakland A's to come down there. So that's just, again, my interpretation of this. 23 total tweets. Give you credit, Steve Yeager, man. That is a heck of a thread. I think I just spent 25 minutes talking about it, but we had to break it down. So anyway, thought that was interesting. Thought I'd pass it along. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. You made it here to the end of a video breaking down 23 tweets. For that, give yourself and me thumbs up down below. And also don't forget to subscribe to this channel so that I can definitely see you next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
You know, Major League Baseball can be so unique in its approach at times, like right now. And consider the unwritten rule that you as a player or a team are not supposed to make any major headlines. You're not supposed to break any news during the postseason or the World Series that you're not participating in. It's just kind of a thing where MLB doesn't want anybody or anything to overshadow or upstage its second season. And I suppose I understand that to a certain degree, but the playoffs go so long. I mean, most of the month of October, and this year into the month of November. That's a long time to focus on only the baseball games at hand. I mean, can you imagine the NFL suppressing attention-worthy headlines and news and information. Things like managerial changes, players going to a new team. Baseball really wants to squelch all of that as much as they can during the postseason. I can't imagine basketball doing it either. It is really unique of baseball to try and silence all of that extraneous stuff during its postseason, which makes it interesting that every year before Game 1 of the World Series, MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred decides to host a press conference, just like he did here today. In fact, that is an actual photo of him in Texas meeting with the media. And the questions he's going to be asked, some of them involve the World Series games at hand, but anything is on the table. And he does this not in front of cameras or on the radio. He did some other media appearances, but he handles these questions all with reporters only transcribing what he's saying. So unfortunately, when he does inevitably get asked about the Oakland A's and their situation, it kind of takes away from the World Series. It is one of those distractions. Today, he made headlines about something else than Game 1 of the World Series, which, by the way, turned out to be pretty darn entertaining in itself. So that's weird. The other thing is that this might be the final time that Rob Manfred comments on anything about the A's or Las Vegas or Oakland and this situation until the owners get together November 14th through the 16th, actually in Texas, for the owners' meetings, and that's when Manfred says he is still expecting a vote for relocation, obviously. So again, interesting that it all times out like this, and baseball doesn't want to distract you, but yet the commissioner kind of does just that. And we don't have any video or audio to go on here. I wish we did. I would definitely share that with you. Only a handful of tweets or X's, whatever we're calling these posts. Bob Nightingale says MLB owners are expected to officially vote on the A's move from Oakland to Las Vegas at their owners' meetings November 14th through the 16th. That's one part of it. Here's the other part of it. Rob Manfred declined to say where the A's would play for several years until their new ballpark is ready in Las Vegas. Okay, the first part is that he's always said he expects that. The A's were the ones that initially said that's when they're aiming to have a vote ready by. Why can't he just come out and say, on November 16th, we are holding this vote. We're ready. They'll be ready. This is when we're doing it. I find it weird that here we are about 2 weeks and change away, and they still can't commit to locking anything down. Or in the case of their temporary home for 3 full seasons, he declined to say where the A's would play for several years because at this point, I don't think there's knowledge of that. I don't think there's an agreement in place. I don't even know how many good options there are at this point. The Coliseum, Oracle Park, a minor league facility. Again, options are limited, and we have heard nothing on any particular front. Now, Commissioner Manfred wasn't the only one talking today. The head of the Players Association, MLBPA, Tony Clark, was also in Texas. He also met with reporters. He said this, quote, "I do find it interesting that, amid the conversation and dialogue around finances, rather than staying in the 6th largest market, they, the A's, are moving to a market that may have them in a perpetual cycle of receiving revenue sharing." That is interesting, right? And they would be in the smallest media market of Major League Baseball if they land in Las Vegas. Tony also went on to talk about the MLBPA's involvement in approving that temporary site, that temporary home for multiple seasons. They definitely have a hand in that decision. And quite honestly, the more that the PA gets involved, the more it makes me think that those minor league parks in Reno, in Summerlin, in Salt Lake City, in Sacramento, the ones that everybody's talked about as options, it makes me think those are even more off the table the more the PA gets their hands on this. Clark said there is, quote, ongoing dialogue between the union and the league about where the A's might play between the end of their Oakland lease in 2024 and the projected opening of their Las Vegas ballpark in 2028, but nothing has been decided. Or maybe nothing has been arranged, or contractually agreed upon, or even is a good option. Again, there is still a lot of hypotheticals being thrown out there with only about 2 weeks left until we seek official answers. Now, going back to Bill Shaken and one of his posts here, Rob Manfred said the relocation committee met 3 times this week, and he still expects a vote on the proposed move next month. 3 times this week. It makes me wonder if some of that times out with the Phillies' elimination from the playoffs, the postseason. The Brewers and the Royals, they've already been out. Brewers were in it. Royals never got in the playoffs. My point is that the Phillies owner had been really busy up to this point with that little thing called the NLCS. And so maybe now that he's more available in attendance, maybe they're catching up on lost time. This 3-man committee, owners of the Royals, Brewers, and Phillies, which is the relocation committee, which, man, met 3 times this week? That's a lot. But that's interesting information. That's a unique tidbit that we're finding out here. There's also some talk about an underlying situation here, something that's not garnering all the headlines or the attention, but baseball is identifying it as something very serious to the process, and that's the Schools Over Stadiums group in Southern Nevada. They're upset because the $380 million of public funding is going to a ballpark for a baseball team instead of a school system in the state of Nevada, which ranks among the worst, like 49th out of 50 in the United States. That Schools Over Stadium group is trying to collect signatures. They need more than 100,000 from 4 different districts in the state. But if they get it, they can put a referendum vote on the ballot for November 2024. And if that vote passes, it would essentially remove $380 million of public funding towards this project. And quite honestly, based on what the A's said during the legislative session, if they don't get that money, their endeavors in Las Vegas and Nevada basically come to an instant halt. Maybe they could figure out another way at this point, but it certainly would not be easy. And so the commissioner's quote on all of this, if there was an adverse development with respect to that referendum, that would be a significant development. But he said more about that. It's in Bill Shaken's article at latimes.com, which is headlined, I believe, MLB keeping a weary eye on potential Nevada vote on A's stadium funding. Here's a bit of that piece from Bill Shaken. Quote, if there was an adverse development with respect to that referendum, that would be a significant development. You heard Manfred say that Friday before Game 1 of the World Series. That's all I can say about that. Again, read between the lines there. Imagine the body language of him saying that. I'm pointing out to you that MLB is truly identifying that potential referendum vote as something serious to this process. It's out there as one of the things, one of the big question marks, but the way that they are addressing it tells you how serious it is to things moving forward. A Nevada teachers union has launched a petition to qualify the referendum for a public vote, arguing that voters should have a say in whether taxpayer funding should be spent on a ballpark. The A's have joined a lawsuit asking a court to throw out the petition based on its technical defects. A hearing is set November 6th. That's something I wasn't aware of. A hearing is set November 6th, according to the teachers union. Again, the lawsuit is something that the A's are part of. And speaking of that teachers union, they have until next summer, July, I think, of 2024, to collect those 100,000 plus signatures. If they do, the referendum vote is on deck for November of 2024, which presents a really interesting timing to see where the A's would be at, the Tropicana site, the ballpark project. It could very much be underway with demolition and maybe even further. To have news like that happen of a referendum vote would certainly make things very interesting, if not messy, all at the same time. All right, let's move on here to more from the LA Times article. It is also unclear where the A's would play between 2024, the last year of their lease at the Oakland Coliseum, and 2028. Tony Clark, the executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association, said Friday the union has had, quote, ongoing dialogue with the league about where the A's would play in the interim, but said nothing has been decided. And again, the PA very much has a say on where its players operate. A major league facility like the Coliseum, like potentially Oracle Park. But it seems, again, like the more they get involved, the PA does with this process, the less likely it is that the A's would be temporarily in Sacramento, Summerlin, Reno, or Salt Lake City. The union has no say in whether the A's move, but Clark said the league needs to finalize a decision and its impacts on players, quote, sooner rather than later. In speaking with reporters Friday, Clark has also expressed the same curiosity about the potential move that many Oakland fans have expressed. And I'm not here to speak for Tony Clark, but he has very much defended Oakland in this process and questioned a lot of the same things I have in this process. There just shouldn't be this many questions ever, but especially with about 2 weeks plus left to go before a potential vote. I mean, we're setting ourselves up right now for right after the World Series ends to have a bunch of details needed and required by the A's about this project before owners can figure out how to take a vote on it. And I realize some things are behind closed doors, private versus out there in the public right now, but there are some things which should obviously be public about this project that are not publicly known. Okay, we're going to switch gears here to the Associated Press's coverage, and this is a quote from Rob Manfred discussing what are the final steps before an actual relocation vote, but specific to that relocation committee, right? The owner of the Brewers, the owner of the Royals, and the owner of the Phillies, they make up that 3-person relocation committee. He says, quote, once they have a pretty good sense of where they're headed, I have to consult with the committee's executive council, he said Friday before the World Series opener. Quote, and then after that consultation, I prepare a recommendation to the clubs and then go back to the executive council for an actual vote on the recommendation that I made. Whew. That would be followed by a vote of the 30 clubs. There's a lot going on there. You'll recommend this. I'll make a recommendation. You'll vote on my recommendation. Then the clubs will vote. This is a new process, relatively speaking. It's been a while since Major League Baseball moved a team, but even in that case, they bought into the Expos to move them from Montreal to Washington, D.C. So we don't do this very often, and that's why there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of misunderstandings. That's not exactly how I remembered it being spelled out at first, like Commissioner Manfred is that heavily involved, but apparently he is. It continues, asked where the team would play in 2025 if a move is approved, Manfred said, quote, can't answer that question right now. I really wish I had audio or video of this interview session. Like I said, I'd be playing it right here because body language and expression is so important. I mean, words are nice. Text is fine. But the way he says it like that, there's only one of two reasons why you can't answer it right now. Number one, you can't answer it because I can't tell you, right? Like I can't give you the answer right now because there is an answer. That's number one. Number two, I can't answer it because there is no answer. Nothing finite, nothing set, nothing approved, agreed upon. It could very well be as simple as that. Going back to the Tony Clark quote that you saw before, that's part of this. I'll go through it quickly here. I do find it interesting that amid the conversation and dialogue around finances, that rather than staying in the 6th largest market, the A's are moving to a market that very well may have them in a perpetual cycle of receiving revenue sharing, Tony Clark said. Here's the other part. All of that needs to be remedied sooner rather than later because it is a draw on the entirety of the league at this point. Not just you, the A's fan. not just some of the people involved in the process. Tony Clark, head of the Players Association, is saying that this process and how it's playing out and the lack of information and details is a draw on the entirety of the league at this point. That's pretty significant. That's pretty straightforward. So again, no surprise in that Rob Manfred spoke. I knew this was coming for weeks and months. He always does this ahead of the World Series. And I'm not exactly sure that we learned the most today from him versus Tony Clark. I think Tony Clark might have stole the show, if I'm being honest. What Manfred said is that he still doesn't know a lot of things and described the process in a little bit more detail, which is still confusing, but it doesn't really have much answers right now. But going back to the main point, maybe this is it. Maybe Rob Manfred will not speak on this topic until after November 16th? Is that what we're saying here? I don't think they vote on the very first day of the meetings, or really even the second. I think they vote on Getaway Day. It's my prediction. If the vote is even ready to be taken, let's declare that. Why is that not set in stone at this point? You can schedule some things. You can put this on the docket. It tells me right now that there might be some question whether or not that actually happens. Hoping, planning, expecting, those are all things that I say when I'm not sure. I can tell you right now, it's the end of this video. I'm calling that shot. So thumbs up, put it down below. Help me out since you made it here this long. Look, I don't know when this vote's happening. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you next time. And now I'm for sure ending this video. I can say that definitively. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Well, you made it to the end of what is officially the worst Oakland A's season ever. I can say that factually and obviously because of the record. After 162 games, no Oakland team has lost more games than what you just saw in 2023. But equally, if not greater, off the field within the last 6 months. And all of the news centering around potential relocation to Las Vegas, it has made it such a difficult baseball season to digest. And I've got to say thank you, first off, to everybody watching this right now here on YouTube, but also everybody who showed us support on television with the broadcasts and the pre- and the post-game shows on NBC Sports California. We really do appreciate you for being with us. I have a number of different points to make, and by the way, this video is not going to carry a ton of production value. It's not going to have all my fancy presentation and graphical points. It's just going to be me talking to you. I do have some notes here written down, kind of an outline of things I want to say. It's very loose. It's very fluid. But I do want to hit some important points. And beginning with those of you who have supported me here on the YouTube channel within the last handful of months. This channel has obviously turned into kind of a headquarters for A's relocation news. And that's fine, but that was never my preference. I never would have dreamed this back at the beginning of April. Nobody asked me to do this. But as a citizen of the East Bay, as a person who's lived in the Bay Area my entire life, grew up watching the A's, among other Bay Area sports teams, a person who has the current role on television like I've had now for more than a decade, yeah, I mean, I felt the obligation to go above and beyond, keep you informed, keep you connected, and also give the fans a bit of a voice in everything that's gone on. Some people have said, well, why do you make so many videos on YouTube? My goodness. A lot of people from Las Vegas have been saying, hey, give it up, it's over. Well, first off, I've already discussed this before. It's over when it's over. Like a baseball game. Like an Oakland A's game. And we've seen how many times that team has come from behind, walked it off, and made you forget about the deficit they were facing. I'm not promising anything here. I'm just making the point that I started something years ago. I want to see it through all the way to the very end. I also hear on YouTube, in terms of the relocation piece and all the news associated with it, I really do want to get every last thought, idea, reflection, and emotion put in a video. Because I want it all to stand on the record over time. And no matter what the final result of all of this is, move to Vegas, stay in Oakland, or go somewhere else, I have no clue how this all comes to an end at this point. I also realize that I have no control over this. I've realized that from the very beginning, but I can control my own efforts and what I put my time into and the product that I deliver to you here on YouTube. I obviously have been following this story for a long time, dealing with the inception of Howard Terminal as a real idea in the late 2010s. I don't know that I necessarily saw the Las Vegas side of it coming here in 2023 as quickly as it did, and how fast everything kind of fell into place down there with the public funding and 2 different stadium sites, ultimately free land at the Tropicana Hotel site. But I've been on this for a while, and I'm not giving up until the very end. A couple more things on this channel. Eventually, yeah, I mean, when there is a resolution to this situation, this channel is going to pivot its focus to be more on something else and probably less of this, no matter what. So I do realize that. But I also wanted to say that, yeah, this was my doing. This is my project. It's a responsibility I've taken on. But I wanted none of this. As I watch in the last few days and weeks and months, criticism on the other side of the bay. Like, San Francisco Giants fans are frustrated with their season, and they've fired their manager, and there's questions about the future and their front office, but all they're worried about over there is baseball. And that's all I really wanted to do this season too with the Oakland A's. I'm actually a bit envious. I miss the days of just covering a baseball team and their successes and failures and struggles and high points and highlights. This season couldn't really be just about the Oakland A's and their baseball team. It had to be about so much more off the field as well. And quite honestly, going through this season, it made me miss yesteryear when we didn't have this drama, this controversy, this looming relocation and its process over our heads, like literally the entire baseball season. I'll never forget the date, April 19th, that evening when all of this broke. What were we, 2.5 weeks into this baseball season? And so we've been sitting through this process nearly the entire time. It's been going on simultaneously as, oh yeah, by the way, the worst record result of the A's during their time in Oakland. And that's another part of this. Like, this entire season has been such uncharted territory. And it's been a bit traumatic, I'm not going to lie. I've lost sleep over what's been happening behind the scenes. But it's also been tough because never before has this franchise in Oakland got to the 110 loss mark. I mean, they were lucky to get to the 50 wins. They also surpassed 110 losses. And it's one thing to lose a lot of games like this. That alone would have made this a difficult season. To just tell everybody, hey, it was the worst Oakland season on the field ever. Like, that alone was enough. Let alone all the other relocation stuff. We're accustomed to, being sports fans and covering sports teams, we're accustomed to a team that loses a lot of games here or there, whatever team it is, or a team that might lose their players that you like, or a team that might lose some playoff games over the years to free agency or trades. But the potential of losing the entire team, you kind of realize we're in rare territory right now. The potential of this is even rare territory. This doesn't happen very often. You don't expect this to happen to you. But here we are. And again, just to kind of put that bow on it, it has been traumatic, and it has lasted a long time, more than half a year, with the very serious and imminent threat of the A's no longer existing in Oakland after 2024, and maybe definitely not by 2028. It's been very hard this year, even when the team started to turn things around on the field, to truly get invested and excited about today or the future of the franchise. That's something that we could all rally around, say, in 2017, the second half of that year. Oh, who's this Matt Chapman guy? Who's this Matt Olson guy? Next thing you know, as Sean Murphy comes around to join a Marcus Semien, and you've got a full-fledged playoff contending 97-win team. But when Zach Geloff comes up and does so well, he's been so fun to watch, and Esteury Ruiz and the American League rookie stolen base record, and Mason Miller and all of his starts, and even Joe Boyle here in the last couple weeks. These have all been exciting players to watch. Brent Rooker this year, who would have thought? He's the all-star, the amount of homers he's hit. But wins and losses and successes this year, it kind of all takes really a back seat. And excitement about the future kind of takes a back seat. This is something that's supposed to generate the fan base, regenerate the fan base. I know they didn't want to go through it in the first place, and we can talk about that in a second, but even as you witness this team turn things around this year, it just didn't hit the same way, didn't hit like it's supposed to. It's been very difficult to remain excited about the present or the future of this team, even when it's starting to look better. And going back to the whole turnover of players, and I don't even just mean this last time with the Chapman, Olson, Bassett, Canna, Minaya, that whole group of players. I mean, you could go back to even the prior version. And bye-bye Yoenis Cespedes or Josh Donaldson. I mean, I could go on and on. Sonny Gray. Kind of breaking up the team after 2013 of winning the West and 2014 of getting into the playoffs for 3 straight years, 12, 13, 14. The overhauls like this time around, they hurt. I think a lot of A's fans were looking at the fire sale, if that's what we're calling it, as well, whatever it takes to regenerate the team in time for Howard Terminal, if this is all part of the process, if this is kind of the lumps we have to take here and now to get to the future, you're more okay with it. In reverse, back at that time, at that moment. But now seeing that the teardown leads to the transition of relocation and could be used as influence for the relocation, it makes it very difficult in reverse. A lot of fans who are already kind of on the fence about the future, and then that happens, and part of your fan base is diminished. And now watching that last group of players that, quote, got away. I mean, I've got the list somewhere. There's upwards of 25 players, more than that were even in contention for a playoff spot going into this final weekend of the regular season. Former A's players on their new teams fighting for the playoffs. And it's fun to watch those guys, but it's also frustrating knowing what you still could have had in Oakland. A team and a trajectory on the up, the momentum of getting a stadium to go along with that. And now it's literally, you've got the worst of both worlds. no players, and a team that has decided Las Vegas is their sole and primary focus. I'll tell you what else. It's been difficult for me to go to work at the Coliseum, only in a sense of, when I walk in and I see the Rooted in Oakland sign, it brings a new wave of emotions and feelings and realization and how things have played out here. Almost, like I said, almost unimaginable 6-7 months ago. Never thought we'd be here like this right now. And I don't know what the future brings. I'm just saying all the events to get us to how real Las Vegas and moving to Nevada actually are. There's a Major League owners vote and pretty much that. And the $380 million going through or not eventually, those are the last two things we're down to, basically. As far as I can see. My prediction on all of this, by the way, is people say, well, what's going to happen here between now and the vote? Maybe nothing. Maybe some more things. There has been so much unexpected to this point. No twists and turns from now till November or December or whatever would surprise me. I do still predict there are a few more twists and turns. How wide and how severe are those twists and turns? They could be minor. Some could be major. Some could derail the whole thing. Some could be just no big deal and be a headline here and there. But going back to walking into the stadium, the Coliseum, a place that, I've been going since as long as I can remember going to any baseball games. It feels different going there now. And understanding that we could be 81 more home games from it being done, a wrap in Oakland. I don't know where they're going to play 25, 6, or 7, but at this point, if they're committed to move somewhere else during that time span, they're there, but are they really there? How will people feel about that, by the way? Seeing that Rooted in Oakland sign, it really makes me go back and say, well, was every last effort to stay here attempted? If you're a caretaker of a franchise, and like if you're a caretaker of a person, I'm going to do everything possible, everything humanly possible to take care of you, to keep you alive, to keep you healthy as you are. And it feels like the game was ended before it was actually over between Oakland and the A's and Howard Terminal and all those talks. And in retrospect, being a couple days away from that ultimate summit mediated between city leaders and team leaders, and the final discussion, the decisions that they could have made, they didn't even get to that. Things were cut off right before that. It feels like so much is just left on the table, all that work and all the money spent, all the time and effort. And what was the roadblock in the end? If you told me that, the environmental impact report came back and it's not good and this can't happen, well, what are you going to do about that? Or if the BCDC, the governing body of basically anything surrounding the Bay, if they said, you know what, you can't actually use this land, it's not good. Well, what can you say? There's a roadblock. Or what if the Port of Oakland this entire time was not agreeable to having a baseball stadium at Howard Terminal? What would you say? But all of those things were lined up. The negotiation and the money, and that's it. The dollars, that was the sticking point in the end. I guess the frustration is that there was nothing out of your control that you couldn't get past. Everything that could have stopped you didn't stop you. And everything that was in control was the factor of why this is not happening. Howard Terminal, looking at it, driving past it sometimes recently, I don't know what to think. I glance over, I see it from from off the freeway. You can plainly see it from 880 over there, and it's just it gives you not a sick feeling yet, but a really sentimental feeling. What's it going to be someday? What's it not going to be someday? I have no clue. The other part about this is the whole Las Vegas side of it. And I know a lot of people from Las Vegas are watching this channel, and I appreciate your interest and support. I mean, I just hope you know I'm doing all of this work for mostly people here in Northern California, just so they get the coverage that they need and their voice gets out there. And I've tried to include the Nevada voice and the Las Vegas voice and the Clark County voice, and I'm going to actually do more of that in the coming weeks. By the way, my coverage of this season, like this baseball season, is over because it's over. My coverage of this story, like I said, is not going to cease until it's over. And I honestly don't mean to make videos that knock Las Vegas, but if I ask questions about Las Vegas, that's not knocking Las Vegas. Las Vegas has never done Major League Baseball before. Until a couple years ago, they'd never really done one of the major pro sports leagues before. And the situation down there, it's not really proven. You've had the Golden Knights for a handful of years. They are abnormal in their entry and their first few years of existence in the NHL. The Raiders, they're 3 seasons in, but then COVID and empty attendance. Like, we're still figuring out what that's like and who shows up, like other teams' fans, to Raider games. And maybe that works. Maybe the Raiders will eventually hate that they'll never have a home field advantage unless they, go to SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. Like, that's their home field advantage. But again, Las Vegas is unique. Las Vegas is a can-do place. I get both of those things, and I fully respect both of those things. But this project, what's being proposed here, a ballpark on 9 acres in the back parking lot of the Tropicana Hotel that's mostly going to rely on tourists. Like 1/3 of fans that show up will have flown in and have made it a point to come to A's games on a Tuesday or a Thursday night. This ballpark is going to require near sellouts for 30 straight years to service the bonds that Clark County is going to float out there. This would be the smallest big league market, like significantly. It's number 40. It would be the smallest media and population market in baseball. The A's are already claiming small market problems and issues, and like Las Vegas is going to actually be even worse if that is a problem. How about the whole temporary home situation? Like, at this point, we still don't know. If a move is going to happen, there are these lost years of 25, 6, and 7 at least. There's no home for the A's at this point. They can say the Coliseum, but I don't know that that's been offered. At some point, if you don't have a friend in town or a hotel to stay at, where are you sleeping tonight? The fact that the A's are doing all of this to stay on revenue sharing is amazing, to receive the luxury tax payout and benefit from the other side of it. That luxury tax is what's supposed to keep the smaller teams afloat. It's your perk for existing and somebody else paying so much. Well, here, you get a payout to stay alive. But then the only reason that you're staying on it is so that you can go to Las Vegas, or you're going to Las Vegas to stay on it. It's counterintuitive. Obviously, the A's feel like they need Las Vegas because of the public money, because of the free land, because of some of the opportunities out there. There's a small circle of people and politicians really interested in the A's coming down there. I get that, to fill their schedules, to make some money. But I don't see like the overwhelming appetite and hype about fans down there excited for the A's to come down. Maybe I'm missing it, but I'll hope to find out. Does Las Vegas as a population, do they really need the A's? I mean, the A's need Las Vegas. It seems like that's their mindset. That the people of Las Vegas need the A's. The public money happens so quickly. Remember, there was a first stadium site, the Wild Wild West site. The A's were going to buy that land. They had a binding agreement for it that somehow became unbound. And then they moved on to the free land, the site with free land at the Tropicana Hotel, 9 of 35 acres, which again, retractable roof on 9 acres for Major League Baseball. It's never been done. It's way too small. Leads me to believe that this stadium might end up being just a straight up dome. It's less expensive. It's easier to build, will take less time. Maybe that's what we're getting. Artificial turf, another one of those. And I also think, one more thing on the Las Vegas side of this is the mentality down there, of which I've observed. Well, the A's will be different down here. Maybe to some respects. I mean, maybe they absolutely have to be down there to survive. If the Giants right now are your competition in the Bay Area for their stadium and their attendance and their fans, and that's what you're competing with, imagine what you're going to compete with in Las Vegas for sports and entertainment options. Like, it's going to be extremely difficult. Going back to the situation here in Northern California, there's been a lot of pointing fingers. I mean, I've tried in my documentation of all this to be fair, and honestly, my true opinion is that there is plenty of blame to go around literally everywhere. I mean, I could even start in my own business, the media business, the broadcasting business. This has been a story that's been developing for years. I mean, the Howard Terminal side of it, the struggles to get that done, the slowness of the process, or kind of who was in where doing what and who was influential in the process. It really feels like Oakland missed the boat on this stuff from like 2017, 18, maybe even 19 into 20. And then Oakland got real excited in 2021. Their own term sheet, now they're getting the wheels moving. But by that point, then the A's had kind of checked out of it. 2 ships crossing in the night has been my biggest analogy this entire time. There's a lot of nautical references here. Missing the boat, 2 ships in the night, 2 ships crossing in the night. But going back to my own industry here, if this were one of the other Bay Area sports teams with the potential of leaving town, this story would be all over the place. And I don't know that the coverage has been the volume of it, the depth of it. I mean, recently, obviously, everybody's getting into it. The attention has been there, of course, this 2023 season, no doubt, but only because things have amplified to the point where you can't ignore it anymore. Where was everybody covering this story of Howard Terminal and what's been happening in 2018, 19, 20, and 21? I understand some people, some entities, some outlets, maybe they were turned off by the A's over time for whatever reason. But I feel like if it were any other pro sports team in the Bay Area that was in this situation, you wouldn't have only 2 to 3 consistent sources of which I think I'm one of those 2, 3, 4, 5, a handful, a small handful. Shout out to Casey. I know everybody's going to say Casey too. He's at the top of that list of people just with their eyes on this story. But I think in reverse, the local media could have done better in jumping on this earlier and not reacting to it, but maybe have been proactive in prior years so that it just didn't get to this point. I don't know that everybody was paying attention to when the EIR came out or the back and forth between the city and the team or even the county's involvement. I was paying attention. Go back on my channel. I've been paying attention to this stuff forever, but I felt kind of lonely during that process. I think the city of Oakland, and like I said, everybody's going to get a little finger pointed at them here, but Oakland failed the A's, like I said, initially, probably not taking their stadium project seriously enough or bringing it up to the city council. Literally the first time the Oakland City Council had this conversation documented was July of 2021. I mean, Howard Terminal had been a thing for 2+3 years before that. They didn't create a task force for this. They didn't really make it a priority in the early years. Yes, in recent times, they raised a ton of money to do all the infrastructure, and they've totally caught up to the process, and they've made themselves competitive. And at this point, I mean, to the extent of Sheng Tao flying to Seattle to meet face-to-face with Rob Manfred and to pitch and propose what had been discussed and where the team and the city were at, yes, Oakland has caught up, but they were so far behind the curve, it feels like, in taking actual action back in the day. They didn't really wake up to the circumstances until we're already kind of behind the curve. And Oakland's got a lot of other problems. Let me also state this. I fully realize what priorities are. Life and death situations and issues. Totally understand. But at some point, if you're functioning at any respectable level, you can do two things at once. I think Major League Baseball throughout this process, I mean, going back to the blue ribbon panel of trying to find the A's a new site, the 2000s into the 2010s. I mean, they have been dragging their feet on this for so long that they kind of made a fan base ruined. Major League Baseball did not back the A's really in Howard Terminal. Where were they? Where was Rob Manfred giving a speech one day at the site of Howard Terminal, to say how big it would be for baseball and this team to secure its new home? Or how about, there's also this, which we can get into the A's. I mean, Howard Terminal didn't work. You bought the Coliseum site for the purpose of security of using it as a home for the new stadium to assure the A's a home in Oakland. And then they decided not to use it. Anyway, going back to Major League Baseball, the whole situation of even continuing revenue sharing and requiring the team to have a new site and pushing this deadline on them, that's in the CBA between baseball and the Players Association, the collective bargaining agreement. Major League Baseball has kind of toyed with this market for so long. When did Major League Baseball ever stand up for this market and say, you know what, here's what's going to happen, here's how all of you will get this together? I mean, if it's true that baseball encouraged the A's to go pursue parallel paths in Las Vegas, Major League Baseball totally clouded this issue. So they're a part of this too. As much as they'll get the ultimate say on this, they're a huge part of it too. And I've talked about the A's plenty in this video, but I think to look back and to not be certain that every last effort was made to stay in Oakland, to not feel that way if this is the end of Oakland at the end of this season. And by the way, that's kind of a weird thing too, right? The next time you go see an A's game at the Coliseum, like March or April of 2024, by then you should have a definitive answer of where this team is going to be for the next decade or 2 or 5. Is it Las Vegas? Somehow, some way, is it Oakland? But I think the hard part is not knowing at the very end of this, was every effort exerted to try and stay. And if it was, I just need to see it. I need the receipts on that. I don't think that's been proven yet. I said before that the plan for Las Vegas doesn't seem like a rock-solid plan. I guess I should go back to that. Maybe I didn't make that point well enough. If you told me the A's were moving to Denver because the Rockies didn't exist, well, Denver's got, a football team, a hockey team that does well, a basketball team. It's a big city. They're not going to rely on like tourism to fill their seats. Like, okay, what am I supposed to say? You got me. There's a better opportunity out there. In this case with Las Vegas, it's a gamble opportunity. Just made that one up. I mean, that's the analogy. It's a gamble opportunity. I would like to see, before this is all over, like, if it was that close and it can't work in Oakland, I need to see it. I need to see exactly what the gap is, what the divide is, how far we were, how close we are. It can't be computed by me until I see it, and probably a lot of people too. I guess I'm going to close it out with a lot of you, the fans, who I've already said, and I wanted to make that point first, I appreciate all of the support all season long. I don't want the fans to get blamed for any of this. I hate when the stories come out and attendance is referenced. I mean, there's a multitude of reasons why attendance is what it is. That's if I'm doing that in this video, like this thing's going to go on forever. But attendance is what it is for several different reasons. The fans are just bystanders here with literally everything to lose and practically zero control over the situation. They've had their voice, they've had their creativity, they've sent their messages, and those messages have been received. Whether they create the desired effect or not and have the desired reaction, that remains to be seen. But in terms of doing everything the fans could and expressing their emotions, I think that happened here in 2023. A lot of people say that if the A's move, it's kind of like, well, a funeral season of 2024. I think it's more like a divorce because the A's aren't ceasing existence after this. They'll go somewhere else, and I don't know what the A's great group of fans does next, what effect this would possibly have if this is actually going to happen. And it's amazing because the whole tone of my thoughts in this video here have been, looking at, I guess, a worst case scenario from the perspective of an Oakland fan. It would take a lot of things falling into place in the right way, but imagine Oakland either keeping the A's or getting a brand new expansion team with a brand new stadium, potentially at Howard Terminal, and all the excitement surrounding that. I mean, that is a possibility in all of this. I suppose my angle of viewing things is expect the worst and hope for the best. Well, the best would be that Oakland gets to keep its existence as a baseball community. The worst would obviously be losing the A's and getting nothing back in return. And the feeling of watching this team in Las Vegas and through maybe some struggles down there and the hard plans that they've laid out to try and live up to that down there is going to be extremely costly, extremely ambitious, and extremely difficult. And I hope that no fans here look back in reverse and say, well, I knew that was going to come. I told you so. I think that would be one of the most difficult feelings for A's fans to have in the worst case scenario down the road, is to be right about this here and now. Well, that's it. You made it here to the end of this video. My rant. What is this? This is like a end of the year breakdown, but I just let everything out, basically. My end of the season session, so to speak. There'll be lots more. Again, this is not by any means the end of my coverage, but I just felt like this was the time to just kind of breathe for a second and to put the season, the worst Oakland season, into perspective. And yeah, we've already broken down the team in other videos and the players and, the on-the-field stuff, but I feel like it was important to make this, this off-the-field video too, because Again, wins and losses are one thing, but losing your team is so much different. You made it here to the end. I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. That'll greatly help me out. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Let me first say that I totally understand why right now we're not finding any new information out about the A's potential relocation to Las Vegas. And that's been expected for weeks and months now. I've been saying it all along that baseball has that unwritten rule, usually during the playoffs, but especially during the World Series. You don't come out with any other distracting news surrounding the sport. If you're one of the other teams, you keep it under wraps until the World Series is over. Again, that was my expectation. It also seems like the A's have been asked to keep it silent until the baseball season is officially done, that the postseason is officially complete. That being established, we're kind of generating this backlog of information that we don't have, and information that may only be out for 10 days to 2 weeks by the end of the season to potentially when a vote is taken by Major League Baseball owners with their meetings in Arlington, Texas in mid-November. There's at least 10 things we're expecting to come out, information that is unknown, but also information that would be, very necessary to a vote happening one way or another by baseball owners in this relocation application. I've got 10 things. Most of them seem mandatory. A couple of them seem like extra credit. This one is mandatory, and there's no particular order here, but before you get to the actual stadium and details and financing and the Las Vegas side of it, where exactly will the A's play? Where will they exist from the years 2025 through 2026 and into 2027? We know where 24 is going to be, the Oakland Coliseum. They hope 2028 will be in Las Vegas. At least that's what this whole aim and plan and project is for. But there's 3 full years in there of unknown right now. And the obvious choices are the Coliseum or Oracle Park in San Francisco because they're the only logical and local and logistical options. But as far as anybody knows, neither of those options are certainties right now. In fact, you might even say that either of those options, who knows if they're even possibilities right now. There have been weeks and months to figure that part out. And there's been no public information out there about it. Even privately, it doesn't seem like there's any discussion about it. The other option in conversation was that, the A's could go play in Summerlin at the Aviators ballpark. Or how about Reno? That's close by. Maybe Sacramento would love to host the A's for a couple of years. There was even the wild card of Salt Lake City. The Bees are eventually moving out of their current stadium, which is not that old. I think it seats 15,000. Let the A's go move to Salt Lake City. In the meantime, get them out of Oakland on their way to Las Vegas. And it's a lot of logistics there. But the more we find out from Tony Clark, the head of the Major League Baseball Players Association, it doesn't seem like the PA is keen on big league games being played for multiple years in a minor league ballpark. I guess there's also the surprise option elsewhere, like, the A's are going to split time down at Angel Stadium or Dodger Stadium or Petco Park or maybe up in Seattle. Maybe there's something we've yet to find out. Maybe there's some discussions behind the curtains that will be revealed soon. But as of right now, we need to figure this part out. We also need to figure out how Las Vegas and the ballpark and the team and the roster down there, how it's going to be privately financed. We're aware of the $380 million. That's fine. But a lot of times, when you go to the bank and get a mortgage for your house, you got to spell out your past finances, where you're at, what your job status is, how much, assets you have, how you're going to pay for this moving forward. Or in this case, it's new construction. Like the bank is going to want to see blueprints. They're going to want to see how you'll get this done. They won't give you the loan until they've got the construction details all sorted away. So what financials are in order, including how to cover the expected overages? Like the A's have said, all right, $1.1 billion, we're good, we're in for that. But what if they're responsible, as they are, for all the overages? And what if the overages are another $500 million? What if this turns into a $2 billion facility, which it's not impossible. That's also not unlikely. What is the estimated private commitment even at this point? Is it 1.1? Is it more? And also, are there any assurances that the A's will actually spend closer to a league median or average in terms of player payroll, and that baseball owners across the league might want to get them off revenue sharing or the competitive balance tax, those benefits? So how will this be privately financed? Again, that has yet to be disclosed. I think the public's interested in it, but the owners who are voting on it, they definitely want and need that information that has not been out there yet. What's the plan B in case the public funding goes away? There's that $380 million with SB1, which was approved back in June of 2023, but it's currently being challenged by that Nevada teachers and educators group, Schools Over Stadiums. That public money could face a referendum vote if all the signatures are collected, 102,000 signatures by the summer of 2024. There'll be a vote on it if they get the signatures in November. The Tropicana site is estimated to be demolished by the end of 24. Maybe that happens anyway. I mean, look, I think that's a point here. The Tropicana site, GLPI and Bally's, who are owners and operators of the site, it does seem like that's coming down no matter what. I wonder if they have a plan B on what they would do with that site just in case the stadium thing goes away. But for the A's in baseball, what is plan B? What if 380 goes away? Can you still do this? How can you do this if you don't have the 380 you were counting on? Because the A's said not long ago that they couldn't and wouldn't move forward on this if they didn't have the public money piece and asset here. How about a media partner and revenue in Las Vegas? And I'm not going deep on this one at all. We are staying so surface level, it's not even funny, because this is my professional realm, so I'll keep it simple here. Like the A's, like every sports team, they need a way and a plan to disseminate their audio and video telecasts. They need a radio broadcast. They need a TV broadcast. They need to figure out who's going to be their partner in distribution in Las Vegas. Smaller markets, like Las Vegas, tend to have less lucrative deals than larger markets like Northern California, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose. That all makes up one market, just in case you weren't aware. Technically, people think of, in baseball, well, there's Oakland, there's San Francisco. That's true, but they both share the San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose market. And that's like usually between the 6th, 7th, or 8th largest market in the country. It fluctuates, but Las Vegas is around the 40th media market in the country, and it would be MLB's smallest media market. So the revenue you currently get from that, how would you address the change in revenue, the delta and the negative delta that you'd be getting in that revenue in Las Vegas? What's the plan to compensate for that right there? Stadium design and constructability. I mean, because we've yet to see any valid concept or rendering or blueprint or specifics. And credit to those who keep showing, I should say, the old renderings, the first 3, but then say, you know what, you can't use these. I guess I shouldn't have said they used them. Credit to those who discredit the original renderings, because the A's themselves discredited those renderings. Was it by July? Did those renderings exist for 2 months? They came out at the end of May, and by the end of July, the A's said, you know what, we've told our designers to wad those up. Don't even look at those as you do the new design. Apparently, there's a 75% concept design that's coming out right around the corner. We'll see, but it also needs to include how this is going to be built. Can this actually be built under budget, which we'll talk about in a second, but can this actually be done on 9 acres at this site? And most importantly, can it be done to the approval of Major League Baseball owners across the board? They only get one shot at going to Las Vegas, right? You don't get to build a stadium and say, well, we didn't like that. We didn't do it right. Let's try this again. Is this stadium in this location, under these plans and objectives, is this the best representation of Major League Baseball in a very tourist-driven market? It's just like saying we're going to get a billboard. What do we put on our billboard? Is this the best swing we can take at Las Vegas? But until we have a design or constructability or how this is going to go and what the rest of the site is going to look like, who knows? This is a major detail that we're still waiting on. Here's another one. What is the total stadium cost? Right? We've got the initial number, $1.5 billion. And we also understand that inflation's going to happen, overages can happen. The A's have said that they're actually designing, or they're asking their designers to be very mindful of the $1.5 million cap in the budget, but there could be unexpected situations. If you've ever been a part of a construction project or a remodel project, you know how the original price is never what the final price actually is. But equally important, can the concept, right? What if the renderings come out and it is this spaceship design and, from the year 2050, and it's got all these cool things, but can it actually be built under logistical and financial constraints? Like, can you actually do this on this site? Can you also do it for $1.5 billion? You know what I mean? It's like I'm telling you I'm going to go out and buy the most expensive car possible, but I've only got $1,000 in my pocket. Well, I am going to get a car, but what I'm ultimately going to end up with is not that Lambo. So that's a big question right there. What is the actual ultimate cost of this stadium going to be? What's the realistic projection? Here's another thing that needs to be addressed. Could a relocation fee actually be accommodated? What if the owners approve the move, but also with the contingency that they're going to ask for $300 million? Because that's been projected, and even though the commissioner said, well, he wouldn't do that, maybe as we've actually seen this process unfold and the deal the A's are getting and how they're doing this and the move they'd be making, what if owners say, we're okay with it, but only if you pay your way like you're supposed to? Is there a short or long-term plan to accommodate, for the A's to accommodate the traditional cost of moving a team? The A's could come to the table. What if they came to the table and said, you know what, even if there is a relocation fee, we'll take care of it, no problem. Same thing about the public money I mentioned earlier. Well, if that happens, we've got the 380, we can get it elsewhere. We're so committed to this project, we can knock it out. But I don't know that that's been any of the messaging so far. So could this project still happen without the public money? Could this project still happen with a relocation fee that would be imposed? Now, these next couple here are the icing on the cake that I was talking about earlier. Everything else we've seen up to this point feels kind of mandatory, like things that you'd absolutely have to know that we have no clue about. And we're potentially 15, 16 days away from baseball voting on this. We have no clue publicly how it's going to go. These next couple things would be, again, like, wow, that's momentum that you can't stop. What if the A's already came out and said, you know what, we've got guarantees to ticket sales? Has there been anything stopping the A's from maybe just taking reservations, not taking anybody's money, but establishing contacts in Nevada and saying, well, we have a list right here of X amount of people who have committed to buy season tickets. They haven't given us any money, but they're all on the board. They're all with us. This has actually happened before. If you think what I'm mentioning is crazy, you saw it on the screen already. It happened in Tampa Bay in the early 90s when the Giants were planning on selling the team to Tampa investors. The group out in Tampa Bay, they went out and had 30,000 season tickets reserved. That's the sellout the A's would be looking for in Las Vegas every single game. The group in Florida went out and at least took reservations. I don't think they took anybody's money, but they had that part lined up. Like to the point where if there was any doubt, we've already got the fans. So if you're questioning that, it's not a question. Here they are. Will we see something like this? I don't know. That's the fan side of it. How about the business side of it? Are there any early guarantees to local sponsors or partnerships? Again, what's stopping the A's from making arrangements or establishing contacts down there for the stadium? What if they said already in principle, like, for example, we've got a naming rights deal for the stadium already locked in, and it's worth $250 million for 20 years or whatever, 10 years. I have no clue. I mean, they've already partnered with GLPI and Bally's for the free land, and everybody talks about the partnership and business opportunities down in Las Vegas. Where are the other ones? And if you're already in with the Bally's side of things and the GLPI side of things, can you get in on the Caesars side of things or the MGM side of things, or is that like a no-fly zone? That's a no-go. Are you limited to who you jumped in the pool with? But again, why not come out and share and say, well, we've got our people down here. And maybe this is happening. Maybe this is about to happen. But up to this point, it's not the icing on the cake that exists. In fact, there's not even a cake, let alone icing to go on top of it. And here's another major one that would be icing on the cake that does not yet exist. Are there any early guarantees to hosting other events at your ballpark? Because if there are no other events and the A's say they need like 2.5 million visitors per year to pay off the bonds from Clark County, and they need to basically sell out every A's game for 30 years to pay it off, the other possible way to bring people in and to lessen that expectation on baseball is to have a bunch of other events there. All winter long, have events. Summer days in between homestands, have events there. What's stopping the A's from lining things up now and saying, well, we've acquired, this conference is going to come in, this group is going to come in. That event will be here on an annual basis. We have secured an NCAA tournament or a college division basketball tournament to happen here every year. Or this stadium can also host football on a smaller venue. I mean, Allegiant Stadium's right around the corner. Sam Boyd Stadium exists too. But my point is, what about the other events? Because if you don't do this, it's possible to cost Clark County taxpayers, cost them on construction bonds. It's possible to cost the county if you don't sell a certain amount of tickets and gain a certain amount of revenue to go back and pay off and service those bonds. So concerts, events, etc. I haven't heard anything about the other things they'll do there in this process. And all those things that I just mentioned, the fans that would for sure be there, the businesses that would for sure be there, the other events that would for sure be there. What has stopped the A's from at least making those connections and networking, and to the point now where they can just say, hey, it's not a for sure deal, but we've reached an arrangement on that. That would help facilitate this process so much easier as it goes. So 10 things I'm expecting, I guess 7 things on that list that I'm insistent on seeing. Like you probably need to see those details. The final 3, as advertised, are more icing on the cake. You made it here to the end of the video. Wow, almost 20 minutes long. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Up to this point, I think we can all understand what a normal baseball vote on relocation for the A's to Las Vegas might look like. I say normal in a sense that it'll be announced a couple days beforehand that in mid-November, the owners will be voting on this. Then that day comes, And at some point during the day, we find out yes or no, and what is the vote count? It might be that simple. Or maybe the vote is not announced and we don't know when it's being taken, but we find out after the fact that, hey, earlier today, baseball voted on this, and here's the final result. It could be as simple and not complicated as that. But I think we all understand through this process the crazy twists and turns, the unexpecteds, the unbelievables almost at some point. And we're also here at this junction of still not understanding every last detail that you think would have to be out there for an ultimate decision to be made. And that's why I've come up with 3 crazy scenarios that, they are crazy. They are off the wall. But at this point, you can kind of almost expect the unexpected in this process, like the way things have gone and brought us to this current point. So they are crazy. They are not entirely impossible. I do want to lay that out there. Crazy scenario number 1. A vote just isn't ready by December. Now, the full background is that the A's do need a binding stadium agreement by January if they want to stay on the competitive balanced tax benefit program, the revenue sharing program. But I'm saying that baseball really has to look at this as a calendar year thing, because if this is not voted on by the end of the calendar year, and quite honestly, ahead of the true holiday season, chances are it just might not happen. But this would be a crazy scenario, that after all this planning and all this hype and discussion and the public money in Las Vegas, that a vote just isn't ready. And I don't know if it's the A's that are not ready for this, or baseball owners say, hey, we're not ready to vote on this because there's not enough answers on the fundamentals, like the blueprints or the renderings or the place to play for 2025, 2026, 2027. How about a decision on the relocation fee, yes or no? There's a lot of things to be squared away that we just do not know about yet. And the owners also, I would think, right, because they could have approved this vote long ago. If they didn't need any details, what stopped them from voting on this back in August? They basically have known the same things back then that they know here now almost in November. So maybe they do need the proper evidence and materials and documentation and answers to vote. Maybe they do, and maybe they're looking at this saying, this is kind of incomplete. And so I'm not saying that a vote doesn't inevitably happen. I'm also saying that the owners don't vote yes on it. Maybe that happens. But maybe they just don't take this vote on the A's timeline and when they want and need it to take place. Remember, the deadline here of why they're trying to push this before the calendar year is so that the A's can stay on that luxury tax benefit program. So that's one hypothetical, that the vote simply isn't ready by baseball owners' standards. Here's another one. What if there's an approval of relocation, but it comes with a $300 million fee? And that's the possibility. That's the one that's been discussed and speculated. Maybe that's close. Maybe that's way off. Again, baseball hasn't done this in a while. They did move the Expos to become the Washington Nationals, but baseball had to buy the Expos and move the team. So, of course, there was no relocation fee back then. But in all the other sports and with all the other teams moving over the years, basketball, hockey, football, there's always been a relocation fee. Why would there not be one here? So maybe that's what owners look at and say, we actually want that $10, $12 million apiece. And if there is a relocation fee for the A's of $300 million, I mean, it really counters the $380 million of public funding. It almost kind of washes this out. And they worked hard. This was a big deal to get this public funding. It was said during the legislative session that if they didn't have this, the project was going to cease and they were going to turn their focus somewhere else. I don't know if that's still the case. Maybe there would be an injection of money from an external source. But the point is that $300 million, the way this project is going, is is not a marginal amount. It's a very critical amount. And so again, I'm not saying that, the move being approved, but only with a relocation fee, I'm not saying that this stops the project entirely. It could delay it. It could stall it. It could impair the ability for this to move forward. Maybe it could stop it in its tracks. But the bottom line is this could be an interesting new element brought to the table when it actually comes time to vote. This would be something that we wouldn't really hear much about until it actually comes time to where the rubber meets the road. Okay, crazy scenario number 3. It gets voted down before January, before 2024, but then eventually gets voted on again and passed in early 2024. February, March, April, whenever. And here's the reasoning why. What if baseball owners want to take the A's basically off that revenue sharing that everybody talks about? It's baked into the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement with the league and the players. There's really no way to take it away from the A's, but there is one. If you don't set them up with a binding agreement, which they need this vote to get a binding agreement, if you don't set them up on that, by January of 2024, they're off it. But if you're okay with them moving and not carrying over that revenue sharing benefit, you just basically vote no. Like before I said, well, the owners could say they don't have all the sufficient evidence. They don't have every detail they need to take a vote. This would be a different scenario. What if every detail is presented to them? Here's how we're going to pay for it. Here's what we're going to play in the interim. Here's what the ballpark looks like. Here's every last question answered for you. And baseball says, okay, cool. We're still going to vote this down now. We will reconsider it if you make these changes. It could be small sticking points. They could be big changes. Maybe they could ask the A's to alter the current site plans or just start fresh somewhere else. Maybe the owners say, hey, we like the idea of baseball, Major League Baseball in Las Vegas, but not at this site and not surrounded by casino property. We want to have our own space down there. We want to open up a baseball flagship retail shop, and maybe on 9 acres, there's not enough room to do all this. So it could be voted down before January for 2 reasons. Number 1, to get the A's off the competitive balance tax benefits, or number 2, to get the A's to do a different set of plans in Las Vegas. Now, to be very clear about that, a lot of work went into the Tropicana site and where things stand, and this would delay and set things back by many years. And this does seem like this is the craziest one of them all. To say no to something in December or November or December and then to say yes to it 3, 4, 5 months later, like that does seem crazy, but you can understand the reasonings behind this and why this is far-fetched, but definitely a distinct possibility. So I just wanted to make this video to spell out that, yeah, it could all happen in some conventional process. It could be over just like that. But at the same respect, I wanted to document these things. Maybe we'll revisit this video down the road and say, oh my gosh, you called that crazy way back when, but you called it. And some element of that just happened. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Before I get into the deep details of this video, I want to shout out Jason Burke of SportsIllustrated.com. He covers the A's. He's been doing a lot of great work lately, including this piece, which points out that the A's might be up against a draft lottery limit in the near future because of their current revenue sharing status. They very much benefit from baseball's competitive balance tax. The higher spending teams pay out money via tax to the lower spending teams, and that benefits the A's financially, but it might cost them in an upcoming draft year. Let me explain, because the rules have changed, things are a bit different, and to understand the present, we need to go in the past a couple years. I want to talk about the 2022 season, which led into the 2023 draft. Back in 22, the A's had baseball's second worst record. They were 60-102 2 seasons ago, right? So second worst record in baseball. But this was also 2023, the first year of the new draft lottery system that was established in the most recent collective bargaining agreement with the players and the league. And what they switched to was this lottery system that prevented teams from tanking, like losing on purpose to get a higher draft pick, right? The league did not want that. They were a bit afraid of that. Because back in the old days, with the second worst record, you automatically get the second highest pick in the draft. So in San Diego during baseball's winter meetings, I was there. Everybody was excited to see, well, maybe the A's will get a 1, 2, or 3. They had a pretty good chance at all three. I think about a 16, 17% chance. Turns out, typical, right? The A's get the 6th overall pick. They statistically should have had the 2nd or better, but they get number 6. So not a good start for the A's in this new lottery system. And actually getting number 6, you're going to find out, also turns out to be costly potentially in the very near future. So let's talk about 2023. This last season, the A's go 50-112, their worst season in Oakland history. And they also have baseball's worst record. Again, back in the old days, they'd be lined up for a number 2 pick last year and a number 1 pick in this upcoming draft. Right? That's a heck of a way to benefit. That's a heck of a way to rebound your franchise. But this may not continue. In fact, it's not going to continue this year because of the lottery, but they may not even be eligible for the lottery system, which I'm about to explain. So the A's right now, set up for 2024 in that draft, they're right there with the Royals and Rockies, and because the Nationals have been disqualified from the lottery, this is all complicated. These 3 bottom teams have the identical percentage and the odds to pick first. It's about an 18.3% chance that the Royals, the Rockies, or the A's will pick first. Obviously, that sets you up to pick second pretty good, or third or fourth. But I mean, it is possible that the A's could go 5th or 6th once again. But this will likely be the final year for the A's in the draft lottery. Like, they're not eligible after this year, most likely. Now, that penalty, it seems, is only going to last for a single year, as I explain the new rules, because you can't be on revenue sharing for a long time and also cash in baseball's lottery. This is straight from MLB.com as part of explaining the new format. Teams that receive revenue sharing payouts, like the A's, cannot receive a lottery pick for more than 2 years in a row. Well, they had one from the result of 22, the draft of 23, and they're about to have one from 23 into the 24 draft. But they can't do it for more than 2 years in a row. That means that likely they'll be in the lottery draft for the 24 season into the 25 draft. They'll be eligible for it. They should be, but they won't be because they are a revenue sharing team. It goes on to say, and by the way, none of this directly affects or impacts the A's right now, and those that don't can't get a top 6 choice in consecutive drafts. Furthermore, a club that's ineligible for the lottery can't select higher than 10th overall. And that makes sense, right? If you're not eligible for the lottery, they don't want you getting a very good pick somewhere within the top 10. Okay, we move on here to explain this, that picks 1 through 6 are the lottery selection, right? They draw those 6 ping pong balls. I guess that's how they did it. Last year was kind of secretive for the first year. That part wasn't really broadcast or televised live. We didn't see how it happened, but picks 1 through 6 are the lottery selections. The rest of the picks go in reverse order of the regular season record. So the point here is that the A's are going to be out of that 1 through 6 spot if they remain on revenue sharing. Now, what determines that? Well, if or not they have a binding agreement on a new ballpark anywhere, Oakland or Las Vegas, by January 2024. And we also understand that that is up for a vote, conversation. That's up for a lot of things right now, whether the A's do get baseball's approval. The public funding has already been approved. It might be challenged. Keep an eye on that. But the bottom line here is that if the A's move forward with relocation, they will remain on revenue sharing, or at least that's the expectation. And so because of being on revenue sharing for yet another year, in 2025, they would be ineligible for a top 6 pick. But also to be eligible for one of those spots, or to have it be highly likely, like they could very well finish bottom 6 in Major League Baseball, even in the 2024 season. I know this is confusing. This is a lot. We're looking at next year's team, and how they do will determine a 2025 draft pick. But the whole point here is that at this juncture, they're not eligible if revenue sharing continues. They have to forfeit what would be another high draft pick, because you cannot be on revenue sharing for more than 2 years in a row. And for the third year, you cannot get one of those top 6 lottery picks. I mean, look, no question this is going to cost the A's in some way, shape, or form. How do you know when the next Mike Trout or Aaron Judge is coming along in baseball's draft, and you have the opportunity to be top 1, 2, or 3, but instead you're not even in the top 6 anymore, and it's because of the revenue sharing situation that is obviously supposed to help you out, but this totally costs the future of your franchise and maybe that transformational player that you would get with a top pick. For the A's, I don't know when success happens. I don't know when the big turnaround happens with their record. In terms of projections, I would have to think they'll be better in 2024 leading into a 2025 draft, but they have to be like 20 or 30 games better to not be a bottom 6 team and to likely get one of those top 6 lottery spots that they won't be getting so long as they're on revenue sharing. Okay, I know that was complicated. I know there was a lot to that video and trying to understand it, but the point is, being on revenue sharing likely going to cost the A's a very high draft pick in 2025. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Let me say first that I hope this is okay to use a clip from David Sampson's YouTube channel, because he recently published a video and the last few minutes of it were absolutely mind-blowing. What he said, how he said it, what he's suggesting, how it all was laid out truly caught my attention, and I'll play it for you here in just a second, but I wanted to share it. I also wanted to interject just a little bit here and there with some reactions, some personal thoughts and comments, not necessarily to criticize what he's saying, but kind of to add to the conversation. But let me also throw this in there that I really do respect and appreciate his interest over time in the A's situation. Again, obviously, he's in the media side of things, and he's looking for interesting discussions, but he's on the opposite coast. And he's using his experience from the Marlins front office and being their team president, relating it to what's going on right now with the Oakland A's, Major League Baseball, Las Vegas, and the city of Oakland. So again, somebody who is thousands of miles away has dedicated his time and attention to this topic, and I do really appreciate that on the national level. Okay, without further delay, here is what David recently said.
Will Oakland get an expansion team? They may.
Okay, first reaction was that 5 seconds in. I like his optimism on that, and at first, months ago, I thought that was way off the table. But as we get farther along here and things make a little bit more sense, I actually agree with that sentiment more than I ever have.
But here's the funny thing about what's happening in November. There will be a relocation vote, and it will pass.
Whoa. He said that with a lot of certainty and a lot of confidence, and he didn't mince words right there.
However, even with the relocation vote, and even with it passing,
yes,
it still doesn't mean that the A's are moving to Vegas.
What? We have been trained all along that there's a process here, and that really the last thing in the process is baseball owners approving relocation to the tune of 75%. And once that's done, the public financing has already been taken care of, or the public contribution, that this is a done deal. This is the last ultimate hurdle. But here's somebody from the inside telling you that it's actually not. Here's why.
Now, that may sound counterintuitive, and I may be the only voice in the media to say this. But let me explain.
Please do, right? How could you say that? That a vote is passed, everybody approves it, why couldn't they absolutely move forward the next day?
When Rob Manfred is telling you about the problem that could happen with the referendum.
And you've seen videos about that here on the channel. The Schools Over Stadiums group is trying to collect signatures. They need 102,000 by this upcoming summer. If they get that, there will be a referendum vote on the table November 2024 with the election in the state of Nevada, which would be before necessarily demolition of the old Tropicana Hotel. It would also be well before groundbreaking of construction on a new A's ballpark at that site. So all of a sudden, this referendum vote would take place before the other important parts of the project moving forward, and Schools Over Stadiums is really pushing for that $380 million to disappear.
What he's saying is if we lose the $380 million from the state, the local authorities are going to have to come up with it because the deal will not make sense to John Fisher to put an extra $380 million into it.
So it's not ultimately a decision of, yes, we're all good, we have everything we need, we're good to go. It's more of a flex. It's more of a power move to say, well, Nevada, we've approved this, and you've promised 380, despite what the general public might do and taking a vote and having it go away. So if it's going to go away, you also need to figure out another way to come up with $380 million.
You can come up with $30 million. You can find a way to maneuver $75 million.
But wait a second. How far away was Howard Terminal from being a reality? How far away were we with infrastructure money? Wasn't it like 30, 40, 50? I mean, the number was always changing, but weren't we somewhere between 30 and 70 million? And David just said those are marginal numbers. You can come up with that stuff. So I know I'm going back in time a little bit there, but interesting how that's a perspective here, but maybe for the A's in Howard Terminal, it wasn't. So those numbers are smaller, obviously, but
the economics of a stadium deal, when your contribution has to go up by 380 and it gets delayed by yet an extra year, no less.
Oh, good. By the way, good mic technique. Had to do the cough, and I'm not sorry to pause it right there. Here, okay, there you go. That's an expert broadcasting move, the old cough switch. Even I don't get to that sometimes.
Because that's the reality of what this referendum would mean in Vegas. It would mean another delay.
Yes.
And another hole in financing.
A big one, $380 million of a project that's anywhere between 1.5 to start, but probably more like 2 when it ultimately gets completed if it does.
And Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan or whatever shop is doing their financing, and I think it's Goldman Sachs, and I think it's at a high interest rate.
Which is crazy that we don't know that yet. Maybe we might find that out in the very near future, officially. Again, when you apply for a loan with a bank, I mean, usually you need to show them for a construction loan, blueprints, the contractor needs to be involved, insurance all squared away. I guess this is totally different when you're getting public money for a construction project.
Whether you think Fisher's family can afford another 380 or not relevant. The capital markets will not avail themselves. The team will not be able to secure an extra $380 million. They're going to need partners. They're going to need to sell equity. They're going to need to do something other than what can happen quickly.
So, and I didn't mean to cut him off and pause there, but I think that's the point, right? If the 380 goes away, doesn't necessarily mean the entire project goes away, but they're going to have to take a detour. They're going to have to go a different route, do some things they weren't counting on, weren't expecting. I think that's very clear. Also add in, the delay, because now we're talking November 2024, you're not even certain, but maybe it wouldn't be that much of a delay. Maybe groundbreaking or demolition doesn't start until early 25, but maybe but I take it back. Maybe you are a year late. Yikes, now you're talking 2029 for Las Vegas.
That's the reason why that even after a relocation vote, and wait to see, by the way, official wait to see, the relocation vote will not get delayed.
He's very confident on that. November 14th through the 16th, those owners' meetings right around the corner in Arlington, Texas.
It's going to happen during the November owners' meetings, even though we're all calling for it to be delayed because we don't think that it's a fully baked relocation packet.
Well, and that's the source of a lot of videos here on this channel, just asking questions. And I understand people in Las Vegas, they don't want to hear those questions. I mean, the few supporters we've seen, the few people who are really interested in baseball, the A's coming their direction. But I mean, there are some relevant questions here that should be pretty basic, should be pretty obvious, and maybe the answers are right around the corner. But up to this point, for many months, they've yet to be addressed.
We don't think that the other owners have enough information. We don't think that there's enough of a design of the stadium or an understanding of the budget or an understanding of their pro formas, their financials. We don't know enough about the timeline. We don't yet know where they're going to play in the interim period, and Rob Manfred said that directly. We don't know any of those things.
That's all true. And the temporary location, by the way, the 2025 through 28 thing, or 27 thing, I'm still so lost on that. I'm not hearing much from the Oakland side about staying at the Coliseum, not hearing anything about potentially playing at Oracle Park. The minor league stadiums seem like they're farther than ever from being a possibility or a reality. Are we going to get a total wild card here? A's playing half their or all their season at Angel Stadium, T-Mobile Park, Coors Field? I have no clue.
Yet, there is a reason that MLB wants to get the vote done.
Good cough. Good cough.
They want to send a message to Vegas. They want to send a message to Oakland. And they want to get this over with because this offseason should be dominated by Ohtani's free agency.
Oh, no. Wait a second. Now we're rushing this. We're trying to get it over with because it's like, it's the easy thing to do, right? And I've been worried about that. As one of the things here, it's the easy thing for owners to just be like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired of this. Just do it. Get it over with. Even though it's not fully considered or all the details aren't there, just rush this through. We want to get on to the next thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if, to some extent, it is like that.
Excitement of a season upcoming, enough of all of this stadium drama. That's why in the first owners meeting after the World Series, the relocation of the Oakland A's will be voted on and it will pass.
Again, not so much to say yes to the A's, but more to say yes for now, so long as you, state of Nevada, you come through with what you promised. You made a promise, and if it goes away, we're going to hold you to that promise. Again, this is more of a flex, a strong arm. I don't know the right term I'm searching for here, but a power move. This is more of a power move. And again, we've been trained all along to think that this was the ultimate final step. And after this, nothing could stop it. But here we go into that dangerous limbo situation again. Nothing is 100,000 million% secure until, I guess, shovels are in the ground. Oh, that was the end of the clip. Brazil, you dummy. Anyway, I think David makes some compelling points there, saying some interesting things, something that I hadn't yet thought of. And again, I could have made the video with the keynote and the topic points, but I just wanted you to hear it the way he said it, the way he spelled it out, give his opinions, and I could interject a little bit to it. My reaction to this, I don't think he's way off at all. I think it's a possibility. I think the other obvious possibilities that, to his point earlier, the owners look at this and say, we're just not even ready to do this vote yet. And they may ultimately vote yes on it, but just not today because it's not complete. You turn in a paper in college and it doesn't get the A, B, C, D, or F. It gets an I for incomplete, just not done. Maybe. But he's got a lot of background and experience and insight. And he's telling us right now that it's going to happen and it's going to pass, but that doesn't necessarily mean the end result will take place. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So as a product of the 1980s, I obviously was nowhere near around when the A's came out west from Kansas City to Oakland. But like a lot of you, I heard stories over the years about individuals and situations, and there's a lot of details that, quite honestly, I knew but never really connected the dots on, never really put them together to understand the bigger picture. Until now. And in recent weeks, we've heard the news, the A's with a land purchase agreement in Las Vegas, considering relocation once again. I've become fascinated with this A's franchise history, and in this deep dive, we're about to look back on their move out west from Missouri to California. It is crazy to see the similarities and the parallels, and it begs the question, is A's relocation history potentially repeating itself? I mean, some of the things I'll spell out here, you're wondering, wait, were those happening in the 60s? Or is that the same exact scenario happening here in 2023? And so there's a lot of details, a lot of things I never really made sense of until now. We'll actually begin this journey in 1955. So Kansas City gets the A's via Philadelphia. They're the first pro sports team in Kansas City, first major pro sports team. And they were lured out there by Chicago businessman Arnold Johnson. He was searching to become a baseball team owner. He bought the Philadelphia A's for $3.5 million with the sole purpose of relocating them to Kansas City, Missouri. And of all things, and of all places, he was convinced by Kansas City Star sports editor Ernie Mell. That's right, a journalist, a newspaper person, had found Mr. Arnold Johnson and convinced him, hey, buy this team, bring them out here to us in Kansas City. We're ready for you. It's crazy how there was media influence to get an owner to buy a team and relocate them out west at that time, right? Going from Philly to KC, that was very much west. It wasn't the West Coast, but obviously you're getting a lot closer to the Mississippi River. So in 1955, Kansas City gets the A's. And actually, in retrospect, they were not there very long. More on that in just a second. It was a bad ending in Philadelphia for the A's. They'd been drawing about 4,000 fans per game, and as soon as they moved to KC, there was that honeymoon effect. They got 32,000 in their first game in the state of Missouri. Now, the A's were also a very bad team as they left Philly and came to KC. In fact, their first season in Kansas City, they lost 91 games, but still, baseball was a big deal. They finished second in American League attendance that year to, of all teams, the New York Yankees. So a team that just moved was right up there fan-wise with the New York Yankees of 1955. So they're established in Kansas City all of a sudden, but they only spend 13 years there. And it was a rough go on the baseball field all 13 years. The A's finished last or second to last 10 of their 13 seasons in Kansas City. They were nothing to write home about, which is amazing in retrospect because they came to Oakland and things obviously timed out, but had almost instant success. Within a handful of years, won back-to-back-to-back World Series titles, 72, 3, and 4 at the Coliseum. But going back to Mr. Johnson, who had bought the team and who had moved them out west, all this time that he owned the Philadelphia-turned-Kansas City A's, he also had financial ties to the Yankees. And after some questionable trades of Kansas City players going to the Yankees for weird things in return, everybody asked him to divest in one. He had to get out of what was ultimately the Kansas City A's. But the way that he gets out is not actually because he wanted to. He passes away in 1960. Enter Charlie O. Finley, but not so easy. Johnson was the majority owner. There was also a minority ownership group, and they put forth a bid to buy the rest of the team. The minority owners of the Kansas City A's wanted to take it over in a majority fashion. They are denied by a probate court, and a slightly higher bid to buy the team is awarded to a Chicago insurance salesman named Charlie O. Finley. And Charlie O., you could do the research on him separately. This is not necessarily all about him, but he obviously brought a lot of interesting things and ideas, and some that did work out, some that didn't work out, to the game of baseball. Look up the orange baseball. Look up the designated hitter. There's a lot of things that Charlie O. was behind. So he, with a slightly higher bid, is able to buy the Kansas City A's. And initially, when he comes in, I mean, look at his quote here. Kansas City's the place for him. Quote, "Kansas City is a great sports town, and I'm sure we'll have excellent support. One of the first things I'm going to do is prove that Kansas City isn't a Yankees farm team." So there was that whole thing like, hey, all right, we're tired of supporting the Yankees. We were tired of maybe being used by previous ownership. We're planting our roots here. This is Kansas City's team. This place works for us. We're going to really thrive here in KC. Well, like we know now, they only spent 13 total years there. And during Finley's tenure, there's a lot of things that happen. I mean, I don't have room for all of it here on one screen. But he signs a 3-year lease in Kansas City, so he establishes the team there. But at the same time, he's got back and forth spats with the newspaper, the Kansas City Star. He's constantly going against their critiques of the team. He's fining his own players for various things. He also went through 5 general managers in 7 seasons alone in Kansas City. And so ultimately in 1967, he names himself general manager of the team. That's right, owner/GM. Not unprecedented, but let's just say not one of the more common things in professional sports. All the while, though, that Charlie O. is in charge of the Kansas City A's, there is a saga of relocation. And I mean, it's crazy, right? We just talked about 1955. They landed in Kansas City. Not long after, Charlie O. takes over. We're staying here. But by 1962, he was openly seeking relocation. By 1962, 7 years after they got there, they're already talking about leaving. Charlie O. was denied by the American League a move to Dallas in 1962. The A's were denied a move to Atlanta in 1963, right? This is, we're talking about the Oakland A's here of present times. This is their history in Kansas City. This was all going on before they even thought about moving to Oakland. There was all this talk, all this speculation. It was different back then. No social media, no instant news cycle. I'm sure it was discussed here and there, but imagine if this craziness was playing out in 2023. Denied to Dallas, denied to Atlanta. They both eventually get their baseball teams. And he did not want to sign a Kansas City lease extension in 1964 because he was going to have to share a stadium with the Kansas City football team. Wait a second. Think about that for a second. All the years with the A's and Raiders in Oakland and their stadium conflicts, and it couldn't get along, and Mount Davis, and one prevented the other. Did you ever go back in time and realize that the A's for basically 60 years have been fighting with football teams to have their own home. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's been established that the A's as a franchise have never had their own park built specifically only for them. It's pretty nuts. So here's the move that actually gets the A's to Oakland via Kentucky. Yeah, did you know about this? January 1964, Finley goes out and signs a 2-year lease in Kentucky because he is so fed up with Kansas City, and he didn't really want to sign that 4-year lease. He was against it. He's like, just get me out of here. Get me to Kentucky. I think they were going to build or expand a 20,000 seat venue at the fairgrounds in Louisville and make it a 30,000 seat venue, again, at a state fair, something like that. American League owners said, no, you don't. They voted 1-9 against relocation to Kentucky. And by the way, Finley had already went out and signed this lease, agreed it, got it all, squared away. He did this before the American League said, no, you don't. So the American League voted him down. They basically forced him into signing that 4-year lease with Kansas City starting in 1964. And then Charlie O goes back and calls Kansas City a horse bleep town. I mean, this was not long after he said how great it was, how we're going to make it work here. We're not going to be the Yankees farm team anymore. And now that's how he's describing Kansas City. So now all of a sudden it's getting messy. A 4-year lease. He doesn't want to be there for any of that. What's Charlie O. Finley going to do? Well, in 1964, then he says, all right, I will sell this team. And he sets a price of $8 million, but groups in Denver nor San Diego, which obviously both got baseball teams eventually. It's crazy, right? Dallas, Atlanta, Denver, San Diego were all potential homes for the A's over the years. Neither of those groups could match his $8 million asking price. All the while, though, so he hangs on to the team. All the while, these stars emerge, not only in Kansas City, but also in their minor league pipeline. You got Blue Moon Odom. You got Catfish Hunter, Campy Campaneris. You got Sal Bando. You got Joe Rudy. You got Raleigh. You got Reggie. And this team is going to be something special. And all the while, right? So you could see that train coming down the tracks. There's also another train coming down the tracks. Out west, in Oakland, the Coliseum was being built for football. And they knew it was a multi-purpose venue. They knew baseball could be played there. It was built specifically for that occasion and that opportunity. And Charlie O had his eyes on it. So a different situation than like how teams move nowadays. They'll move to a place with no stadium. This stadium was already going up. And he saw it and he knew it. And eventually he would act on that. So Kansas City makes this final bid. They want to keep the A's. There's a downtown domed stadium proposed. But guess what? That domed stadium is for both the Royals and the football team. Excuse me, I said the Royals. The A's, jeez. The A's and the football team. See, I'm sorry, I got caught up in present time. That dome stadium was going to have baseball and football in it. Charlie O said, no, I will not do that once again. Turns out Kansas City readjusts their plans and they get to what is currently existing today. The Truman Sports Complex, which is Kauffman Stadium, the baseball stadium, and Arrowhead, which is the football stadium, which are basically side by side in the same location. So they propose what exists today, and in June of 1967, they get $102 million of public bond money approved to build both stadiums. I'm just laughing at the amount, $102 million to do 2 stadiums. Crazy how different money was in 1967. Okay, so Kansas City is going to move forward. They're going to do 2 separate stadiums so they don't have to share. No dome, no downtown stuff, which is ironic because here and now in present times, the Royals are trying to move to a downtown location. They're trying to get out of Kauffman Stadium because it is definitely outdated. So all of this in efforts to keep the Kansas City A's, but ultimately October 18th, 1967, Charlie O asks for it. The American League approves it. Relocation to Oakland. Kansas City is devastated until they find out that they will be awarded an expansion franchise along with Seattle starting in the 1969 season. So for 1 year, 1968, no baseball, but also kind of no big deal because Kansas City knew that they were getting their team and their franchise replaced. So let's revisit the big takeaways from, what's kind of a long and drawn-out story here. I mean, there was a lot to all that, right? Now that you know the weaving and bobbing and turns and all the talks and then what eventually happened. Here are my takeaways. I mean, number one, the A's have had such a transient history through 120-plus years. They were one of the original American League teams in the early 1900s. Started in Philadelphia, spent more than 50 years there. In fact, it was at the beginning of last season, the A's had finally spent more years in Oakland than they ever even did in Philadelphia. So it was a long time in Philadelphia in the early 1900s. Then it was a quick span in Kansas City. Bunch of losing years, a bunch of drama back and forth. But let's also understand, too, between the 50s and 60s, there were a lot of teams moving out west. I mean, baseball in California wasn't, or even the West Coast, wasn't a full-fledged thing. Los Angeles, San Diego, the Bay Area didn't have two teams at that point. Seattle didn't have a team. So it was a migration west for Major League Baseball, but like the A's have been a part of a couple major moves already. And if they were to relocate in the near future to Las Vegas, this would be the first major pro sports franchise to move 3 times. Philly to KC, KC to Oakland, Oakland potentially to Las Vegas. And you know who another team out there is that has similar geography and a similar history? The Sacramento Kings. Weren't they the Rochester Royals to the Kansas City Royals to the Sacramento Kings? Wait, KC, yeah. Oh, and that's right. And if the Kings had moved one more time, they would have been in this rare territory of moving 3 times in their history. So they avoided it. Let's see if the A's can do the same thing here. But the biggest takeaway of all this, wherever the A's have left, baseball has not evaporated. As far as I know, Philadelphia still has the Phillies. Kansas City still has the Royals. But if the A's leave Oakland, I don't know that there's going to be a replacement this time. And that's the biggest part about this history that's not in line to repeat itself. Like all the craziness of sharing baseball and football stadiums and, somebody who was desperately seeking to get out and couldn't get out and was voted against and found a way to get out. And then ultimately baseball said, fine, just go to Oakland. All this stuff is not identical, but so similar in the saga and the drama and the storylines. But that is the biggest difference right there. Philly and KC still support Major League Baseball. Would Oakland even get that opportunity to continue as a Major League host city? So this is not a question or a topic that I take lightly or that I was pleased to have to go down this road and do some research and really put this all together. But hopefully it helped you. Like I said, I'm somebody who had heard about all these different things, but never really understood how crazy it was that the A's even landed in Oakland, let alone now hoping to keep that home in the East Bay. Is A's relocation history potentially repeating itself? Let me know what you think about this video in the comments section below. Thumbs up on it because, hey, you've lasted here all the way till the end. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Okay, so I know you clicked on this video because you want to hear what Matt Chapman has to say about the A's recent news, their land purchase agreement for potential relocation in Las Vegas. And we'll get to his comments in just a minute. But first, I wanted to actually share with you a clip, me interviewing Chappie at the start of the 2021 campaign, what would be his last season in Oakland. And to really understand what he said just a few days ago, you need to hear what he said a couple years ago about his existence and the Oakland situation. I suppose that the closer you get in your big league timeline to being free agent eligible, just the more people look at you, they realize your talent, and they're just going to talk about you, right? In terms of rumors, hypotheticals, this and that. I know you're not necessarily paying any attention to any of that, but is it weird to have people discuss you in that way? Do you mind it? Do you even care when your name's brought up?
I mean, it's better to be talked about than not talked about, I guess.
Right, I guess, yeah.
But as far as that goes, I never dig into it too much. I figured if something was, real, I would hear from the team or my agent before,
right.
I find out about something like that on Twitter. Or I know that my friends and my family and people love to send me these hypotheticals and things and be like, what is this? What is that? But, obviously this is a business, anything can happen. But as far as I'm concerned, our goal is to win here. And, I'm here to stay. And I know that the free agency is coming up, but I still got, 3 more years of arbitration, 2 years after this one. So I like to think that, something can get done, or hopefully this new stadium comes and things like that can happen. But it's, it is a business. Anything can happen, but we're trying to win here. And I think I'm here to stay. Did you look at the new renderings? Have you been paying attention to kind of that process? I have. They look pretty cool. It looks, I mean, I can tell you what, the clubhouse, everybody that's in this clubhouse really, really hopes it's a real thing, because, we want this to happen. We want it for the fans of Oakland. We want it to, it's only going to make Oakland, a better destination to play, hopefully a better city, and just bring more everything to Oakland and help it boom, because I think it is a great city. And I know a lot of these guys in this clubhouse really want to stay here. And, we want to be that group of players that gets to stay in Oakland for a long time, not just, the typical Oakland player that comes in and comes out. We want to stay here for a long time and, build something great. I think you know this. I grew up going to games at the Coliseum. I'm going to cry for the last A's game at the Coliseum, like good tears. I'm also going to cry the first day at Howard Terminal. You know what I mean? It's an emotional thing. And I agree with you. I really hope it happens. It'll be bittersweet for sure. Yeah. Good memories in that old stadium. But, if that new stadium does happen and we're all suiting up in Howard Terminal, I think good things are on the horizon. And, I think it'll be a happy transition for all of us. And we'll look back at the Coliseum and, reminisce on some of those days, but hopefully that means the future is bright in Oakland and, we get to start really, going after, championships. Okay, back to the present, and I'm sorry I didn't warn you in advance about my early 2021 hair situation. Yeah, convenient memory that I forgot about that. Okay, let's get to these comments that Matt Chapman gave to Sportsnet. Now, they are the Blue Jays game broadcaster north of the border. They were talking specifically in this story about the A's potential relocation situation. He said, quote, "I'm not going to hold my breath because I feel like I've heard that before the news that came out. I've heard them do that dance for every year I was there, so 8 years," end quote. Now, let me also just say this. I'm not going to jump in and editorialize and offer thoughts and comments after every quote here from Matt Chapman. In fact, this is the last time I'm going to do it. But I do want to say, after just reading this first part right here, there's a little bit of built-in complacency because, yeah, a lot of us have heard about Fremont and San Jose and the Peralta site and Howard Terminal. I totally understand why promises over and over and momentum over and over might lead you to believe this or feel this way. I'm just here to say, because this matters so much to so many people, I would avoid the common fan to have this same complacency like right now, all things considered. I get why he feels that way. I'm not questioning why he said it like that, but I'm just saying from the fan perspective, the current fan perspective, I would guard against this narrative just a little bit. Okay, sorry, I will not editorialize anymore. He goes on to say, "If they're leaving and going to Vegas, I'm happy for the players. They get a new stadium. They deserve it. I'm hoping that means they'll be able to start signing guys long-term. and not have to do the same kind of business structure they do now, where they just kind of turn over their roster, right, every couple of years. I feel bad for the loyal A's fans in Oakland. They lost the Raiders. They lost the Warriors to San Francisco. There are a lot of good Oakland fans that have been loyal through the years, through all the stuff that they have to deal with. I feel bad for them. We're bummed out when we didn't get a lot of fans, but the fans that did show, they were always there, loyal fans playing the drums, really passionate about the A's. They loved us. And I understand why they didn't draw, because of the way the front office does their stuff. The ownership in Oakland turns a lot of fans off. So I think it was kind of unfortunate we didn't get the support we wanted, but the fans that were there were great. We had so many good players, but that's just the way it goes. All of us knew we weren't going to be there long term. Now looking where I'm at, my situation and everything, I think it all worked out for the best. But in the moment, all those guys that were my teammates, those that are my friends still today, my buddies, and we thought we were building something special. So it sucks when the front office doesn't do what they should and sign guys and keep guys around. First off, and he talks about his own background and situation here, I wasn't going to take a discount to stay in Oakland. So I don't think they were going to pay me my full value. But also, even more importantly than that, I don't think they were going to sign Marcus Semien or Matt Olson or any of the players that we had there. So that kind of made it tough knowing that what if I sign this deal and nobody that I'm playing with and signed up to play with is here? I don't know if they would have given me a no trade clause. They could have traded me, so I felt like I was giving them more than I was going to get in return. Now he's talking about being in Toronto. You just look at this stadium, look at the facilities we have, the weight rooms, the batting cages, the money that they do spend on the field. It's a good feeling knowing that you are supported by the organization and they have the same goals as you. And I feel like in Oakland, the owners did not have the same goals as the players. So those are thoughts and comments to sportsnet.ca. I'll link the article down below so you can read the whole thing from Matt Chapman on the A's current potential relocation situation. Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Thumbs up on this video for surviving here all the way to the end with my raspy allergy voice. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So in the past, week and a half since this news came out with the A's and their land purchase agreement in Las Vegas, I've been here on the YouTube channel making a consistent amount of videos about the situation. And my goal here is to just keep you informed and updated and give you perspectives and analysis the best way I know how. And that usually involves me cultivating a number of different sources, putting things together, and trying to paint big picture topics out for you. And hopefully it's, like I said, it's been valuable on the channel. But this time around, I want to do something a little bit different. I want to give you just some flat out personal thoughts, maybe even opinions on this situation. And so these come from my brain, maybe some from my heart, and they're not things I've just made up and thought, well, this is a good idea for a video. These are actual real things, 5 of them in total that I completely think are worth passing along. Maybe there's something you can chew on as well too here. Okay, let's begin with this. I still can't believe that from the Oakland side of it, like we're here. And it's been talked about and discussed in parallel paths and 20 years basically of a stadium saga between Fremont and San Jose and the Peralta site and multiple Oakland sites. I still can't believe, though, that we're here in 2023 in a 133-loss pace season right now. Yeah, that's going to take many more months to play out like that, but here at the end of April, the A's are on pace for 133 losses this season, and that should not be anybody's primary focus. Like the baseball at hand this year, I'm not going to say who cares because all of it does matter, but losing games and losing your team are two totally different things. And just going back to the idea of Oakland potentially losing a team here, it is amazing looking back that the city has got zero breaks along the way. And the team has got zero breaks along the way. Let me say it like this. The fans, the fans, have got zero breaks along the way. Nobody ever came in and was the turning point, the tipping point of the whole situation and made it happen, or a group of people that came in and made it happen. Nothing worked out. And even Howard Terminal, which has got so far, and I'm not even saying past tense yet, I'm keeping it in present tense, I'm not sure that it is done, idea-wise, forever. But it came so far, and multiple good things happening, but in the end, zero final breaks caught for this franchise. It's like any good championship team. A lot of talent, a lot of strategy, a lot of execution gets you almost the entire way. But at some point, every championship team needs a little bit of luck along the way. And for the A's, in this process, through multiple different entities of the team and multiple iterations of the city of Oakland, there has just not been that one lucky thing that has pushed this, I would say across the goal line, but across home plate. How about that? So it is amazing. Like, I've had this lingering thought for the past week and a half. I can't believe this is real and this is really happening. And I wake up sometimes and it's the first thing I think about. It's mind-boggling to be in this scenario, even though we've been talking about it for a while and we always knew it was a possibility. Okay, here on the YouTube channel, I know most of you are from the Bay Area, but some of you are from across the country. And a specific amount of you are Las Vegas sports fans, and you have not been shy in sharing your comments, your opinions, and your takes, like down below in my comments section, which, hey, is fine. I'm glad you found me. I'm glad you found the channel. I hope that you think what I'm passing along is sensible and not just plain crazy a majority of the time, which that's how some people operate, but not me. I understand if you're from Las Vegas right now and you're seeing this side of it, you are super excited about the potential of landing a big league baseball team. You just got the NFL, and a couple years before that, you have your own brand new hockey team, and in their first season, they go all the way to the Stanley Cup final. The Vegas Golden Knights have created something so unique, so amazing. Quite honestly, it's not supposed to happen like that. And don't ever think that it necessarily is your thing to happen again, but good for you that it happened. And I know you're going to get F1, and I know you're in the hunt for the NBA and MLS as well. More on that in just a second. I get how excited you are about this situation, but I do feel like sometimes the fans in Southern Nevada are so excited that they might even just see beyond the facts. A land purchase agreement does not mean that this has been Major League Baseball approved or that the state of Nevada has approved $500 million in funding. And that might happen. But for fans to comment and say, oh, it's already happened and give each other misinformation and for it to be believable enough to some, it blows my mind. But then again, it kind of doesn't here in 2023. That's the way everybody, forget just Las Vegas, everybody seems to process information. Once you've read the headline, you know the whole story. Well, in this case, maybe not necessarily. I also want to, share my thought here. Look, Las Vegas is relatively new to pro sports. Now, if you're from Las Vegas, maybe that doesn't mean you're actually a native of Las Vegas. You're a transplant from somewhere else. So pro sports may not be new to you, but pro sports is new to Las Vegas, and you're growing and expanding so quickly as a small market in our country, the number 40 media market in our country. That can be debated about what Las Vegas is capable of. More on that later. I've got a thought on that. But I'm also here to say that Las Vegas is relatively new to the A's situation. And for people in Las Vegas to criticize the A's fans or attendance or the team or this or that, you haven't lived this. There is a tremendous history and backstory here with everything that's been going on. I mean, everything going on. How much do you even know about Howard Terminal and those negotiations? You likely don't. You did not live through it. So to jump in here, just because your name has been mentioned and you think you have a seat at the table, I'm not telling you you can't comment on the channel. I'm not trying to be mean or difficult here. Hopefully you're seeing I'm sensible. I'm just saying, take it in stride instead of just running away with what you think is a foregone conclusion. So I just want to point that out. But again, I appreciate everybody who is here on the channel. Okay, next up is this. A's players and manager Mark Kotsay, of course, they've been asked about the situation, and that might continue to be the case. as this team tours the country, as other media entities come to do interviews, who else are they going to talk to at this point? Players and the coaching staff are accessible. What's your guys' opinion on your team potentially relocating? In my opinion, it's not fair to judge the comments or the opinions of any player or coach on that team. And that's for two main reasons. Number one, hardly any of them are actually from this area. They didn't come from here, but they're here now. And after their playing career or job is over, they'll go back home. So this area, the Bay Area, Oakland specifically, it means something to them, but it's not where they're from. It's not their roots. It's not in their DNA. They're transient by nature. That's what a baseball professional is. You work a couple seasons here, a couple seasons there. If you're lucky, you're with one team start to finish, but we know how rare that is. So for them to feel attached, sure, I do appreciate the sentiment and their observations about, how a team and their fans respond to them and the environment. I do appreciate the sentiments, but I think we all need to take it into perspective, like the current team right now. If you want to ask players who have been here, that might be different. If you want to ask people who have been here or people who are from this area, like a major leaguer who's actually from Northern California, okay, that thought, that opinion has a little bit more weight and credibility. But to widespread ask Aviator players or Oakland players about this situation and to take it with any type of, real significance behind it, I don't know that that's a fair way to operate. I also want to say that looking back in this saga of at least 6 years, right, between the Peralta site and Howard Terminal and really when Oakland and the A's got serious in negotiating and talking, I can't say anybody has been right here. And it does seem like, again, with public commentary, that everybody's searching to point the finger. It's their fault. It's the government's fault. It's the team's fault. It's MLB's fault. That saying of two ships crossing in the night, like, you understand what that is. That's pretty simple, right? They just can't see each other. One went this way, one went the other way. Never saw each other. That must be a really old saying, by the way, because they were so dark on the ships without any type of electricity that they missed each other. I think in modern, never mind. You understand that's probably a long-standing saying, but it's still so applicable to what has happened here so far with the A's in Oakland. Both of them are at fault in some way, shape, or form. The truth is they've both been wrong sometimes, and they've both been right sometimes. And it's just never synchronized so that they were both actually on the same page to get things done. And it really makes me go back in reverse and say, well, why are we picking sides? Why are we holding grudges here? I mean, we're so quick to do all this finger pointing at how things fell apart. And sure, maybe in the last week and a half, as things did really seem to dissolve, that's the time to point fingers, I guess, from a public perspective standpoint. But if you really actually want to make progress and see this thing through and see it back to where it could be, picking sides and holding grudges at this point, until something is done, signed, sealed, and delivered done, picking sides does not help us get to a final equation, when both sides have easily been wrong at one point or another. Simple as that. And then obviously all of this has become an Oakland versus Las Vegas thing, and the Raiders moving away. And then people will say, well, Oakland has now lost 2 pro sports teams with the Warriors and Raiders. Could they lose a third? How, monumental and unprecedented would this be? And I guess, look, it is geographically a little bit of a connection to Western cities. And here's what I do know. Oakland has proven over the years that it can be viable with Major League Baseball. And heck, with only one true team in town right now, it definitely could be viable under proper circumstances. The last decade or so, yeah, it's been turbulent. It's been difficult with things here baseball-wise in the East Bay. But looking at Las Vegas, right, and how quickly they've expanded, they are the number 40 media market across our country. Not a lot of number 40 media markets have NFL, NHL, WNBA, F1 coming this fall, and then add MLB, MLS, and the NBA, and add them all in a 10-year span. Like, Las Vegas is expanding quickly as a city, and their sports portfolio is also getting quite bulky quite quick. But let me give you a Las Vegas analogy here. And again, this is just a thought. I might be wrong. You might watch this video in 10 years from now and say, dude, you were so off. Possibly. I'm willing to own that in this situation. But right now, I want to say it like this. Think of a Las Vegas buffet. Think about going to the buffet at, I don't know, MGM. Do they have one there? And your eyes are bigger than your stomach. And you put way too much on your plate. You can't finish it all. You can't get to it all. You end up leaving most of it there. Now, that's the idea of a buffet, but it's just a little bit more costly when you commit all that public money to the NFL, to potentially Major League Baseball, potentially to the NBA and MLS. Hockey, by the way, the NHL, the Golden Knights, they didn't need any public money to get started right off the strip. But it has become this weird thing where there's questions of viability both ways. Look, Oakland can handle, and the Bay Area can handle 2 baseball teams, if that's what you're asking. If you're asking, can Las Vegas do NFL, NHL, WNBA, F1, MLB, NBA, and MLS and expand it out all in 10 years? I don't know. Like, I truly don't know. And if you're from Las Vegas and you're like, oh, for sure we can. How do you know that? Nobody knows that. You think that, you believe that, and you're there, and you might have a really good instinct. And you might be right. We just don't know it yet. So there you go. Not exactly news or information or something breaking or whatever, but this is just personal perspectives and some answers that I've come up with, thoughts. Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Please be civil. Thumbs up on this video. Since you made it all the way, you survived my raspy voice. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I am not here at all to tell you that I know how Major League Baseball owners will vote on this potential relocation of the A's to Las Vegas. I honestly don't even have a clue. I've got instincts here and there, but I'm not going to predict the outcome. I'm also not here to tell you that the vote is even still being decided. It is possible that owners already have their minds made up, and so long as everything is put together in a reasonable way, in a reasonable manner with this application, that they might already have their minds made up to just say yes. Sometimes saying yes and getting this over with is just the easier thing to do, even if it's not the 100% right thing to do. Okay, that established. In this video, I'm here to present 5 different reasons that owners might vote no, either individually or collectively, or this could be an outcome of yes, but here are the reasons why some teams and their owners might vote no. Essentially, this is the best 5 reasons of no that any owner across baseball could give. And we'll begin with probably the most pressing and obvious one, is that some MLB teams want to end luxury tax payouts. This is something the A's are benefiting from. This is something the A's have said they rely on for their existence and their future. And the A's will continue to collect this luxury tax payout, revenue sharing, some people call it, so long as they have a new stadium lined up and a binding agreement, whatever that means, by middle of January 2024. That's why they're trying to push this through so quickly right here, right now. But the A's have also been highly criticized for not spending over the years, like not just spending any money, but specifically not spending that luxury tax money, which they reap after every single season. Hal Steinbrenner of the Yankees, here's a headline, says he's irked by the A's and other low spenders and says it's, quote, not good for the game. Here's the full quote.
what really gets me going in a negative way is owners that aren't putting money into the team when they could. And it's happened in the past. It probably happens every year to a certain extent. That's what a lot of the owners like me don't like. So, I mean, if you're reading that quote and you're knowing this is one of the main reasons for relocation is to just get something done so that the A's can stay on this luxury tax payout system, I should have explained this. Luxury tax, the top spending teams have so much revenue, and to make baseball a little bit more competitive, that's also a competitive balance tax, I believe it's called. The higher spending teams are taxed when they exceed a certain threshold, and the lowest spending teams just get some checks because of the highest spending teams. It's a penalty for the top spenders, but it's a benefit for the bottom feeders, if that's what you want to call them. And there's no way to really get the A's off of this luxury tax payout system because it's in the CBA. For another couple years, there's no way to get the A's or anybody else off it. Unless they are denied what they're hoping for here, and that is a binding agreement which requires a vote by January of 24. So this could be obviously about the A's in Las Vegas, and we'll get into some of those aspects in a second, but if it's strictly about ending luxury tax payouts, there's only one way to do it. And if enough owners feel strongly about this, this is the way they deny this continuing. So there are 5 different reasons here. I don't know if this is the best or the most obvious. Some people have suggested to me that is a number one reason why owners could, some of them, vote no. Here's another one. It involves money, and it's really less about the A's and their position and the Las Vegas setup. This is more about the relocation fee. Now, the Expos are the only modern team to move cities in baseball. They're the only team that's moved in the last 50-plus years. And in that case, people will go back and say, well, yeah, but baseball didn't have a relocation fee. They did not apply it. Because Major League Baseball had to buy the Expos to move them. It got so messy, baseball took over. Hence, why there was no relocation fee. But there's been a relocation fee for pretty much every other team in every other pro league that has moved across North America in recent decades alone. In the last recent decade, in the NBA, in the NFL, in the National Hockey League. I guess Atlanta moving to Winnipeg was probably the most recent move, and that was that more than 10 years ago? I'm losing track. But every team, to some degree, has had to pay a relocation fee. Even the Chargers moving how many hundreds of miles north? 100 or 2 miles north from San Diego to Los Angeles? Huge relocation fee. The Rams from St. Louis to LA, relocation fee. The Raiders to Las Vegas, relocation fee. And we don't know the amount that baseball would ultimately charge initially. People were talking about a $1 billion relocation fee. That does seem extreme when an expansion fee might only be $2 billion. Everybody's kind of settled in on the $300 million amount is likely, but that fee alone would be enough to stop the A's from moving. I think that's been established. I think that's been said in as many words as it's been said without any words and body language and the way that this whole thing is going down. $300 million equals more than $10 million per team. Do you think teams wouldn't want a free $10 million here? And also this, no fee is a reward. That's like me buying you dinner or a drink. It's a thank you. It's a reward. This is not procedural. I'm not obliged, or I'm not obligated. I'm not obligated to buy you anything. I'd be doing it because I like you, because I want this to happen, because this is a favor to you. But here's the problem. Oh, that's a dangerous precedent to set. What happens if the Rays situation gets ugly, right? We know their term sheet had a lot of unfinished business in it. What if the White Sox eventually get to a stadium problem, and the Brewers get to a stadium problem, and the Royals get to a stadium problem, and the Angels get to a stadium problem? No, these are all, I'm not random here. These are all teams with the very beginnings of the same A's issue here, but this is a dangerous precedent to set. If you don't charge the A's, there's every reason to charge the A's here. And if you don't, what happens to every other team in the near future that says, well, we want to move too, and you didn't charge them, so we're not paying it either. It was a bad It's a dangerous precedent to set. That might be another reason for no. Here's another potential no reason. Major League Baseball gets one shot at Las Vegas, and maybe they believe this ain't it. You only get one shot, I believe Eminem said. I forget the rest of it. Now that I'm in the moment here, I can't recite all the lyrics, but baseball's going to go into Las Vegas if that's it here, and they're going to go on to a 9-acre site, which doesn't have a ballpark village. They have no control over their surrounding neighborhood, really, or resort. They're asking the A's, who are not developers, to develop the stadium here. This would be another domed stadium. I know we talked about a retractable roof at the very beginnings, but let's be honest, as this process continues, it's becoming quite clear. Retractable roof, 9 acres, the extra cost, it's so much easier to just do a dome that doesn't move. Do you really want to have another dome? Right now, you got it down to 1. Just 1. Now you want to have 2 again? You want the Rays and A's to continue having dome stadiums? Because another dome means more artificial turf, and your players hate that. And you're doing this in the back parking lot of the Tropicana Hotel. That's where the stadium is going. The Rio Hotel site seems much preferred by Las Vegans. Even the initial Wild Wild West casino site, they seem like that's more accessible. There could have been way more of a buildup there than you're trying to jam it in on the Strip, and you're relying on all these tourists to come to your games, and are you sure they will? They come to Raiders games because there's only 8 or 9 home games a year, and people make it a weekend. They make it an experience. The old Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday series against Cleveland in August. No knock on Cleveland, but what's the temperature going to be like outside? This is really neither on nor off the Strip. I know the location is, like the Tropicana Hotel is on the Strip, but this ballpark is back in the southeast corner of the property. It doesn't touch the Strip at all. You know what's between the Strip and the stadium? A huge casino. The A's would be going in, at least at this point, without headliner talent. Is that a concern? It's not like you have Shohei Ohtani on your team and he's locked up for 10 years. Okay, people would come to see that. And also Las Vegas, if you don't move the A's here now, doing Las Vegas differently than this and doing Las Vegas later than this, like down the road, you definitely could get a $2 billion expansion fee if you put a team down there. And like I said, different site, different situation, different timeline. They don't have to tear something else down before they rebuild this. This one is so complicated. But if this is your one shot, like if you say yes to this, you don't get to do it again. So is this really, like if you get one swing in an at-bat, is this the swing you want to take? And if you miss it, you're done. Right? If it's the old sweeper and you didn't sit back on it, you're done. Or if you were looking sweeper and you saw a heater, swing and a miss, you're done. They only get one swing, and are they sure this is the one they want to take? There just may not be enough details by the time the vote needs to happen. I've got the other video about, is it mid-November? Is it early December, mid-December? Like, there is a window, and I do believe a vote's going to happen, but it could come to the point where owners are like, I'm missing a few things here. You've presented this, and we're taking the vote, but it looks a little incomplete. The A's will need their vote by the end of 2023. Technically, January 14th of 2024, I think, but end of this calendar year is when they need it. Will all the answers be presented? There are some things out of the A's control entirely. Can they strike a deal for a temporary stadium for 3 years of 25, 26, 27? Ballpark cost, buildability. How about what Bally's is going to do with the Tropicana Hotel? What if they're late in their process of designing this? What if that becomes an issue? How about the private financing plan? How about just making sure this actually happens by 2028? If it's going to be a blind yes, like, well, this doesn't look all here, but we'll push it through and we'll kick it down the road. We'll figure it out later. That would seem to me like a scary situation for owners who would be tasked with approving this. And I think this is the last, and it's not the least one, but maybe this is just the most simple. Maybe MLB looks at Oakland and says, well, we actually want to remain in the Northern California market. This is a top 10 media market. And, the Warriors haven't seemed to had an attendance problem lately, and they seem to do things well. The Giants, and over time, just look at their last 2 decades of being at their new ballpark and figuring things out. Why couldn't you replicate that literally 6 miles away across the bay? 49ers, they've moved within the Bay Area, no doubt, but it shows the viability of this market. The Sharks have struggled recent years for the first time in their franchise history ever, but take a non-traditional sport like hockey, and it has blown up and thrived in a city that really didn't have a pro team when the Sharks arrived. I know the Quakes had been there under different iterations, but the Sharks were the first of the major Pro 4 to land in San Jose. Attendance, sponsorships, like, they all do just fine. And if the A's are done, I say properly here, if they have a proper home and they get the fans back on their side, and for however that happens, like, Oakland is a viable market, and a franchise in Oakland, with all of the support you have in this area and all of the resources, would have to be more valuable than a franchise in Las Vegas. And I know you're saying, well, didn't the Raiders' value just go up when they moved? Yeah, but a large part of that is a new stadium anywhere. And the Raiders were kind of 1 foot out the door anyways, and so they finally did put forth the effort of marketing and collaborating with the community. But if done in Oakland with the same effort and resources, I'm just saying Northern California, more of a return on the value of the franchise than in Las Vegas right here, right now. Also this, in terms of the voting aspect of this, and I say, value of the franchise, it matters to other owners. It's like living in a neighborhood where the house next door, the value of it just went way up. Well, guess what? Your property value just went up too, and you didn't even have to do anything. How will National League West owners vote with the dynamics change here? If there's only one team in Northern California, and knowing what a thriving market this is, and baseball fans that used to love the A's, well, it's going to build up the Giants, no doubt about it. But if you're an owner in the NL West, how do you want that to go? Do you want that advantage to change? And let me just close out by reminding you here, it only takes 8 no votes. This entire video has shown you 5 different reasons with some validation. If any one of these 5 matters to just 8 people, and they vote that way, this doesn't happen. This isn't a 50-50 vote. It is a 75% vote. So the number 8 and the votes of no would deny this from happening. Like I said before, let me reiterate this point. You stuck around this long, so I just want to say it again. This decision may already be made up. It may just be a formality, and that would be kind of sad because the process didn't even get considered. They were just going to do what they were going to do. But if there are reasons for a no, I just felt like it was responsible to spell them out. You made it here to the end of the video. Man, more than 15 minutes. I appreciate that. And thumbs up down below because of that. That'll help me and the channel out. Also, don't forget to subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
You know, as somebody who's been covering every step of this A's potential relocation saga to Las Vegas, I think it's only right that I document what is a third and potential final interview by team owner John Fisher. It results in this ESPN article, came out a couple days ago, titled Oakland versus the A's, the inside story of how it all went south to Las Vegas. Tim Kuhn is their senior writer. He did this interview about a month ago and also did multiple other interviews to go along with this piece. But to really understand this, it's critical that I set up the timeline here, because there were 3 interviews granted by Mr. Fisher back in August, and they took place on 3 consecutive days. 2 of those interviews and the quotes and comments were almost instantly published, first by the Las Vegas Review-Journal, second by Raj Mathai of NBC Bay Area. And so with this third interview, it's kind of the first, last, and only chance for quotes from Mr. Fisher. It's not expected that he'll say anything more about this process. ESPN did put out a brief summary, a couple quick quotes, maybe a day or 2 after their interview with Mr. Fisher. And I was wondering, is that it? For something of this magnitude, the rarity of a chat like this, the importance, the relevance of 8 paragraphs? Obviously, as we found out here, it took a month. It took a lot more interviews to come up with what is a very comprehensive documentation of a lot of different angles here in Oakland, in Las Vegas, from the political side, from the ownership side, from the baseball side. And so, yeah, this is 7,000 words. I highly encourage you to just go read the whole thing yourself here. I'm only going to be kind of cherry picking, like I said, through the most notable and relevant parts, the parts that stood out, the parts that maybe brought some new information to light, including this, what was called the Negotiation Summit. And crazy enough, I called it a summit literally days after I found out about all this in late April. Sheng Tao, mayor of Oakland, had scheduled a week of intensive talks with the A's and a team of mediators to bring the deal home, the Howard Terminal deal. Hotel rooms were booked, flights were reserved. Tao even gave it a name, the Negotiation Summit. At the event, the evening of Cavill's phone call, the mayor and some of her staff were out at an event, Tao told Lee Hansen, her chief of staff, quote, "I really think we're going to get this over the finish line." Fair or not, that was Oakland and their mayor's interpretation of where the deal was at before they got a phone call on April 19th, which was quite contrary to that. I can't believe this. Cavill's phone call, quote, "a blindside," Tao says, "hey, we're just gone," came after no breakdown in talks, no stalled process, no contentious back and forth. Cavill's call triggered a sequence, one call begetting another. Tao hung up with Cavill and called Hansen, who called Steve Kawa, the lead negotiator for the deal and a longtime friend of the Fisher family. Quote, "I can't believe this is what's happening," Kawa said. "I'm calling John," as in Mr. Fisher. Kawa called Fisher, suggesting he reach out directly to the mayor. Fisher called Tao to confirm the news. I bring this up because it's one thing for the mayor to not believe how things were going. It's another thing for the A's to say, well, we weren't making any progress. Here's a mediator who literally said, "I can't believe this is what's happening," after all that they had organized and the summit that they had orchestrated. Totally illegal. What are we talking about here? This one's interesting, and quite honestly, this one is relatable. I'll explain in the end here. It's a lot of text. Hang with me. The only way to truly appreciate the grandeur of the Howard Terminal site, Fisher was told, was to see it from the top of one of those cranes. And so, one day, in the early stages of the project's development, Fisher, Ingalls, as in Bjarke Ingalls, the European architect of the project at Howard Terminal, and Dave Cavill climbed over a chain-linked fence and entered federally protected land, totally illegal, a source says, where they stood at the base of one of the 393-foot tall cranes, took a deep breath, and began their ascent. Ingalls is known for his enthusiasm and charisma. He visualizes his projects from the air. They climbed the graded metal stairs until they reached the top, where they stood on a small platform and looked around. The breathtaking panorama encompassing the island of Alameda, the San Francisco skyline, the Golden Gate Bridge, the Marin Headlands, and the Oakland Hills, and the Oakland skyline. They took a selfie and stared down at Howard Terminal, at its potholed streets
and railroad tracks and the mountains of shredded metal at Schnitzer Steel and saw nothing but possibility. And let me just say, the article mentions that Mr. Fisher and the A's, they fell in love with the Howard Terminal site. They saw this beauty. They saw this potential. You know who else is right there with them? So if there's a relatable part in all of this, it's right there. It's what they saw. It's what I saw. It's what a lot of people saw. It's what the rendering showed. And I have to tell you, I toured the site. Not many people have been to Howard Terminal. Like, few have. I've walked around it. I walked right under those cranes. Now, I didn't get to go up them. Obviously, I didn't think that was allowed. Clearly, it wasn't. But to have that much ambition to climb one of those 393-foot tall cranes and you don't know how they've been maintained and is this safe and is there a climbing apparatus? I imagine the stairway going up must have been like Statue of Liberty type small. You ever been up the top of Statue of Liberty? So that was pretty ambitious, but it shows you a passion for the project that the A's once had. How about the remaining gap in infrastructure and funding for Howard Terminal? Still, to seasoned developers, it seems incomprehensible that a $12 billion project, which I think that number might have always been inflated, but if that's what it used to be in 2018, then that's what it used to be. A $12 billion project could collapse over less than $100 million. Did Fisher, publicity shy and risk averse, get cold feet? That's what the article says. Quote, I don't think he got cold feet, says Lee Hansen, the mayor's chief of staff. Quote, I think he got an accountant. And to be fair, the pandemic and the economic situation and a lot of things changed even from 2017 to 18 to 19 to 20 to 21 and 22. Why not the Coliseum? I mean, the A's went out and bought half that land. They bought the county's half. They still own it. In cooperation with the city, they bought half of the 155-acre site for $85 million. Quote, to be able to attract the 2.4 million fans that we were hoping to attract here for our stadium, it had to be great, Fisher says. I think about Howard Terminal. It had to be at least as good, if not better, than Oracle Park in San Francisco. And I also felt like, why should our fans settle for anything less? Our fans deserve a great ballpark, and that was always my North Star, end quote. Okay. So the article goes on, asked if he understands why Oakland fans might be willing to settle for a stadium that is slightly less great if it meant the team would stay in Oakland. Fisher hesitated before saying, quote, yeah, I can appreciate that, but you know, for us to be successful, which is being able to be competitive with some of the other really strong teams in baseball and with our sibling club across the bay in San Francisco, we had to be able to have revenues and success comparable to those other clubs. So it's just another perspective on A's competition with Oracle Park and how that's always been viewed by the A's. I will say, if you're looking at the Giants as your competition, imagine what your competition for entertainment is going to be on the Las Vegas Strip. Speaking of Las Vegas, a lot of questions still exist there with this plan and what's been spelled out and what hasn't. At one point, the A's based revenue projections on an annual attendance of $2.5 million in a Vegas ballpark that was to seat 30,000. A statistical impossibility, right? To get to $2.5 million with only 30,000 for 81 home dates. Cavill has since revised the projected capacity to 33,000. The original renditions of the Vegas stadium, since discarded, showed it taking up far more than 9 acres of the Tropicana's 36 acres. And the dimensions of the field look suspiciously similar to the Coliseum, complete with its intercontinental big foul territory. Target Field in Minnesota sits on the smallest footprint of any MLB stadium at 8.5 acres. Mind you, I'll throw this in. There's even more land that hangs over an expressway out in right field that's not counted. It's part of the park, but I digress. It's an open-air stadium, and some architects suggest a retractable roof is nearly impossible to fit onto the 9 acres of the Las Vegas site, which A's pre- and post-game television host Brody Brazil
determined is roughly the amount of land occupied by the Bellagio fountain. I had no clue I was going to be part of this. As I was skimming along this article, I saw myself name dropped. And that is true. The Bellagio fountains, 9 acres. The scheduled A's ballpark in Las Vegas, 9 acres. Okay, about that application. The A's relocation application filed August 23rd, so the A's say. I mean, we have no proof or sure-hand knowledge of this, is notable for its omissions. There is no set ballpark design for the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana Avenue. There is no indication whether the stadium will be domed or have a retractable roof. The only 2 options for a Southern Nevada summer. There is no firm financing plan, although Fisher says he has been working with Goldman Sachs to finalize that part of the deal. And there is no defined site where the A's will play during the 3-year minimum interim between the expiration of their Coliseum lease after next season and the proposed opening of the Las Vegas Stadium in 2028. So here's somebody from a national level confirming these details: no set ballpark design, no indication of dome or retractable roof, no financing plan, and no defined site where the A's would play for those interim seasons. And here's kind of a new wrinkle to it: the 3-year minimum. I mean, it is the A's best case scenario to get to Las Vegas by 2028. You might recall they initially said 2027 when the Wild Wild West site was proposed. It quickly went to 2028 as soon as they turned their focus to the Tropicana location. Waived expansion fees or not? Commissioner Rob Manfred's decision to waive the A's relocation fee, estimated at anywhere between $300 million to $1 billion, might prove to be a sticking point with owners. Why should Fisher, with the lowest payroll in baseball and a Forbes estimated franchise valuation of $1.2 billion before the relocation, cost every team more than $10 million and get the Las Vegas market, which has long been considered perfect for an expansion team? Asked if he expects pushback from the owners on the relocation fee, which the commissioner had said wouldn't exist as of the end of last year, Fisher says, quote, "That's something that the commissioner and the owners," here he stops to gather himself, "it's out of my hands. It's something for them to work out." Now, look, when the commissioner said no relocation fee, I believe that was November or December of 2022, I mean, that comes straight from the commissioner. That's a hard thing to take back. At that same respect, did the commissioner already source that opinion and decision from fellow owners, or did he just throw that out there, not realizing it could come back to be a big sticking point? And from that quote and this evaluation, it goes to show you that maybe that issue itself has truly yet to be settled. Then there's the earthquakes comparison here. There, the promise was the same, as in the earthquakes, which Mr. Fisher used to own with Lou Wolf and the Wolf family, right? So it was an A's earthquakes ownership tandem. And the earthquakes got a new stadium, Avaya Stadium then, now called PayPal Park, just west of the San Jose airport. Is that west? No, yeah, that's west. There, at Avaya Stadium, the promise was the same. A new stadium will provide the team, the Earthquakes, with the revenue stream to bolster the roster and compete for championships. That promise has not been kept. In a league where 18 of the 29 teams make the playoffs, the Earthquakes have not won a postseason game since 2012. Remember that team with Wando and the Goonies? And have qualified for the playoffs just twice since the stadium opened, losing in the first round both times. This season, the Earthquakes' payroll ranks 21st of 29 MLS teams. The comparison between the A's and the Earthquakes is apples to oranges, Fisher says, and Cavill sidestepped the question, saying, quote, "I'm a big believer in the revenue opportunity in Las Vegas." And according to Fisher, the 8-year-old PayPal Stadium in San Jose is already outdated. Compared to newer MLS stadiums, he mentions LAFC, Los Angeles Football Club, St. Louis, and Austin, and lacks the capacity and premium seating that drives the kind of revenue needed to compete for championships. I mean, let's be very clear. The Fisher and Wolf ownership groups designed, executed, fought for that stadium to be built in San Jose. It could have done anything they wanted to. They built it. And now, 8 years later, this is a pretty strong admission that even it is not up to standards, or it's not doing what
they want or need out of a venue to help revenue with their soccer team. It's just, in retrospect, I mean, and I'll say this because I was at Avaya Stadium opening day. I interviewed Dave Cavill back then before I really knew anything about him, and they were gloating about how this was not Levi Stadium. It didn't need all the skyboxes. It didn't need all that. It was much more of a simple and intimate venue. And in fact, if you want to see that clip, just go search Avaya Stadium here on my channel. It exists already. Let's move on here to purchase offers of the A's franchise. The group of prominent local investors led by Peter McGowan. Okay, we're talking here about how the Giants were almost going to relocate in the early 90s, and they were bought by Mr. McGowan and a group of other owners, an A-list group here, including the Fisher family. The group of prominent local investors in the Giants, led by Peter McGowan and consisting of an A-list of old San Francisco money, managed to purchase the team, the Giants, and build Oracle Park, a privately financed ballpark on the waterfront. When I, Tim of ESPN, asked Fisher if any local groups driven by similar civic pride had approached him with an offer to purchase the team, the A's, and keep it in Oakland, he shook his head and seemed to dismiss the question. Quote, "I'm not going to comment on whether I've received inquiries into the team or anything like that," end quote, he says. Quote, "Like I said, I'm a local, right? Bay Area native. And so I think if there was anyone who was going to give it their all to try and make it work, it was going to be me," end quote. Well, in terms of buyers in Oakland, there's a different perspective from the city. Since the A's announced their deal in Las Vegas, Mayor Shang Tao says her office has heard from, quote, "multiple buyers who are very viable. I'm not going to bring up their names, but there are people willing to come together and figure out how we keep the A's here," end quote. The problem they face, the article says, and she says, is simple. Quote, "You can't buy something that's not for sale." And that's been consistent this entire time. A couple more things here. Some introspection here. This is a quote by Mr. Fisher. Quote, "I got into baseball because I was a fan and I love the game. And I always thought the A's had this incredible history to them." I want to also add in here as I get halfway through, we heard something similar. In fact, I thought this was an identical quote from the Raj Mathai interview, but it's a little bit different here. As I told somebody the other day, I don't really feel like I'm an owner because I think with baseball teams and other sports teams, you're really kind of a caretaker for creating a legacy of additional history for your club. And that's what I hope to create for us in Las Vegas. Now, to me, the only thing I'll just point out here is the word caretaker. When I hear the word caretaker, I think of somebody who's going above and beyond, way out of their way to take care of a sick family member, a parent, or maybe just to be a parent. You're a caretaker of a child. Maybe you're a caretaker of a pet. You will do literally anything that you possibly can. You'll take as long as it takes to keep that thing cared for, alive or whatever. Caretaking is like a serious definition of it's your primary responsibility. You're a caretaker. And to kill baseball in Oakland, to sacrifice it for creating something new in Las Vegas, and just the word caretaker stands out to me. That's a hard one to apply considering where the franchise has been and where the team wants it to go. The article ends like this, and it's kind of a weird hope and optimism to end the piece here. In a twist, Fisher might leave a legacy in Oakland after all. It won't include sculptures from his personal collection, his art collection, or Bjarke Engel's cool ballpark design, but Fisher's investments in the Howard Terminal site will make it easier for the city of Oakland to lure a new developer to create a new vision. The grant money the city procured, which is in the hundreds of millions of dollars, federal grant money, the grant money the city procured awaits the next visionary. And that's true. The cranes loom, the views are great, the possibilities remain limitless. And I do want to point that out. That's something that not a lot of people understand or realize. All the work of the A's in the city of Oakland, it's not just sitting idle and going nowhere. Of course, they'll give it some time to see how this goes next. And if there is expansion with baseball, or if the A's ultimately do or don't relocate.
But what's been done to move Howard Terminal forward, that does not go away. It could go in a different direction. It could stay in the same spot. It does not retreat. Financially, the work that's been done, the EIR that's been put together, all of that is intact. What will it be in 5, 10, 20, 50 years? Who knows? So I thought that was at least critical to go over this article, spell out the piece, the third and probably final interview with A's owner John Fisher. Hey, thumbs up down below. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I'm going to be honest, this is not a video that I've been looking forward to making. I mean, I do think it's important to understand baseball's history of relocation, like how it's happened, when it's happened, where it's happened, and why it has happened, especially in relation right now to what the Oakland A's and also the Tampa Bay Rays are going through. It's important we look back on history to kind of see how rare this is, how things unfold. Maybe that'll help us understand the present to actually look back at the past. So we actually need to begin in 1902, when the Milwaukee Brewers become the St. Louis Browns. The Milwaukee Brewers of the American League were the first professional baseball team in Milwaukee, though they would not be the last, nor would this be the last time a baseball team relocated from Milwaukee. They played in Milwaukee from 1894 to 1901. The Brewers started out as a minor league team as a member of the Western League. It was then later renamed the American League. At the end of the 1900 baseball season, the American League would break away from the national agreement and become a competing major league. The Milwaukee Brewers were one of two teams that were not thrown out of the league. 1901 would be the only season in play or of play in Milwaukee. After a last-place finish, the Milwaukee Brewers moved to St. Louis and became the St. Louis Browns in 1902. The Milwaukee Brewers get their name from, obviously, beer brewing in the industry that is prominent in Milwaukee. Okay, doesn't take long for our next relocation. 1903, the Baltimore Orioles become the New York City Highlanders, eventually the Yankees. The New York Yankees have their roots in the city of Baltimore. Did you even know this? When the American League was reorganized, 3 more teams were added. One of those teams were the Baltimore Orioles in 1901. The Baltimore Orioles got their name from Maryland's state bird, which is called the Baltimore Oriole. There were plans for the American League to give New York City 2 teams. However, the New York Giants of the National League rejected this idea. A team was given to Baltimore instead. Ironically, the Baltimore Orioles would move to New York City in 1903, becoming the New York Highlanders. This move took place after finding a baseball stadium available to them. The Highlanders played in Hilltop Park in Upper Manhattan. The Highlanders would then change their name to the New York Yankees in 1913 after being relocated from Hilltop Park to the Polo Grounds. The Polo Grounds were obviously located at a lower elevation than Hilltop Park, so they had to come down off their highland and become the Yankees later on. But yes, the Yankees actually started out as the Baltimore Orioles. Okay, let's actually now move ahead 50 years. No relocating for half a century until 1953, the Boston Braves become the Milwaukee Braves. The Boston Braves are the first baseball team in the city of Boston. They're also a founding member of the National League. The team was established in 1871 as the Boston Red Stockings. They were part of the National Association of Professional Baseball Players. The National League would replace it in 1876, and the Red Stockings would be part of the National League. They were renamed the Braves in 1912. The Boston Red Sox of the American League would be established in 1901. Several players for the Boston Braves left the team after being offered more money to play for the Red Sox. Oh my goodness, I did not know that. The Boston Braves would become Boston's other team. Poor play on the field would further cement this role. While both teams had periods of attendance decline and losing seasons, it was the Boston Red Sox being the first of Boston's two teams to win a world championship. The Red Sox won the very first World Series ever played in 1903. The Red Sox would win 4 more world championships between 1912 and 1918. The Boston Braves would win 1 championship in 1914. They would win the National League pennant twice. The Boston Braves found it difficult to compete with another baseball team in the same city. This manifested itself in poor playing and low attendance. Owner Lou Perini sought to relocate to another city. The Braves moved to Milwaukee in 1953. Milwaukee had been the city of the Boston Braves' highest minor league farm team. So interesting, there was already that connection. In 1953, the Boston Braves became the Milwaukee Braves. This marks the first in 5 decades that a major league team relocated. It was also the first time a team moved westward in 5 decades. This also marks the first time that Milwaukee would have a major league team, since 1901. All right, doesn't take long to get another move. The next year, 1954, the St. Louis Browns become, the Baltimore Orioles. Baltimore gets its team back. In 1902, the Milwaukee Brewers became the St. Louis Browns. The St. Louis Browns were the city of St. Louis's American League team. The St. Louis Cardinals of the National League were already established and a popular team. The St. Louis Browns frequently had poorly playing teams, while the Cardinals were more successful. In 52 seasons of playing in St. Louis, the Browns only won the American League pennant once in 1944. Ironically, they would play against and lose the 1944 World Series to the St. Louis Cardinals. Wait a second. In 1944, the World Series was St. Louis versus St. Louis? I did not know that. I hope this video is educational. By the way, thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe if you're finding this interesting so far. So this marks the only time a World Series would be played only in the city of St. Louis. So there we go. As with the Boston Braves, the St. Louis Browns struggled to compete with another team in the same city. The Browns had far less success in winning games than the Cardinals. The team struggled with attendance compared to the Cardinals. 1953 marked their final season. In 54, they moved to Baltimore and became the current Baltimore Orioles. They're currently the second Major League Baseball team in Baltimore, having the same name as Baltimore's first Major League Baseball team, right? So the second iteration of the Baltimore Orioles. This relocation is unique because it features a Midwestern team moving east to become an East Coast team. You understand that over time, the evolution has been to come west. This is one of those rare instances when a team went out east. Okay, let's move on a little bit closer to home. And how about in 1955, the Philadelphia Athletics become the Kansas City Athletics? Well before they'd ever become the Oakland Athletics, but I digress. So 53, 54, 55, we've got multiple relocations in Major League Baseball. The city of Philadelphia is another one that contained 2 teams. The Philadelphia Phillies of the National League were established first. The Philadelphia Athletics of the American League were founded in 1901. For several years, the Philadelphia Athletics were successful, winning 6 American League pennants and 3 World Series championships during their first 13 seasons, although the team would be in a decline for a decade after its initial success. The team would have success again in the late 1920s and early 1930s. After this, both the Phillies and A's played poorly for several years. In 1950, the Philadelphia Phillies, they won the National League pennant. This would make the Phillies the more beloved of Philly's 2 baseball teams. Low attendance, financial problems, and its location in a declining section of Philadelphia marked the Philadelphia A's final years. Businessman Arnold Johnson bought the team in 1954. He also owned Municipal Stadium in Kansas City. The Philadelphia Athletics moved to Kansas City in 1955. This marks another geographic location from the U.S. East Coast to the Midwest. All right, then we wait a couple years, and in 1958, the Brooklyn Dodgers become one of 2 New York teams to come out to California. The Brooklyn Dodgers become the Los Angeles Dodgers in 1958. The Brooklyn Dodgers were one of 3 baseball teams in the United States' largest city, New York. They were also one of 2 New York baseball teams in the National League.
The Brooklyn Dodgers, as their name suggests, played in a borough of Brooklyn. They had a history of success and high attendance with several National League pennants and a World Series title in 1955. The Brooklyn Dodgers would also break baseball's color barrier, with Jackie Robinson playing for the Dodgers, making him the first African-American to play Major League Baseball in its modern era. The Dodgers had a decent history in Brooklyn. They also had unsuccessful years in Brooklyn. What influenced the Brooklyn Dodgers to move to Los Angeles was the inability to obtain a new stadium in Brooklyn during the late 1950s. This was a period of success in Brooklyn. Owner Walter O'Malley was promised a new stadium in Los Angeles. In 1958, the Brooklyn Dodgers would move to Los Angeles, becoming the Los Angeles Dodgers. The LA Dodgers would continue the success they had in Brooklyn. They were one of 2 teams to move to California in 1958. And on that note, you know the other. The New York Giants became the San Francisco Giants in 1958. And fun trivia, by the way, this is not on the article I'm reading from here. Did you know that Major League Baseball put another team in New York, called them the Mets, and gave them the colors blue and orange? Why? Because the Dodgers left, their color was blue. The Giants left, their color was orange. They created the colors of this new team to honor the other 2 departed teams. Yep, that's how the Mets got their colors of blue and orange. Okay, 1958. The New York Giants had wavering periods of success and failure when it came to playing and also in finance. For the most part, the New York Giants had high levels of success. During the 74-year period when the Giants played in Manhattan, they won 2 world championships and 17 National League pennants. Their best eras came in the early 1920s, the 30s, and the early 50s. However, their last 3 years in New York City were unremarkable. Attendance declined considerably, and the level of play among the New York Giants declined as well. The team was not profitable as it had been in the past. The Giants Stadium, the Polo Grounds, was located in a neighborhood that was decaying in the 1950s. The Polo Ground itself was in decay. Giants owner Horace Stoneman sought out playing in the same stadium as the New York Yankees, Yankee Stadium. He also sought to have a new stadium built. Both plans ended in failure. Horace Stoneman considered relocating the team. Once that location was once considered to be Minneapolis. However, the Brooklyn Dodgers were also trying to move to California. The Dodgers would not be able to move unless the Giants moved to California as well. Dodgers owner Walter O'Malley, as well as San Francisco Mayor George Christopher, convinced the New York Giants to move to San Francisco, which already had a stadium available. That's right, Candlestick Park. Nope, Seal Stadium. Hang on a second. Was it Seal Stadium first and then Candlestick Park? I think Candlestick was in the mix by then, but it was being built. Anyway, 1958, the Giants moved to San Francisco. Check me on the comments section below. Give me the history of Giants to where, how exactly did that go? Anyway, that's a catch though, huh? That the reason the Giants are in San Francisco and in California is because the Dodgers needed another California team to play against. Wow. 1961, the Washington Senators become the Minnesota Twins. The Washington Senators represented Major League Baseball in the United States capital city, Washington, D.C. This made the team Senators a fitting name. They played in D.C. from 1901 to 1960, and for much of the team's history, success eluded the Senators. A majority of their 60 seasons spent in D.C. resulted in a win-loss record below 500. The Senators won 1 world championship in 1924. The Senators won 2 American League pennants. The city of Baltimore would receive their Major League team back in 1954, and because Baltimore is 40 miles north of Washington, D.C., this would give the Washington Senators competition, as many Senators fans lived in Baltimore. The Senators had played poorly for a long time, and with a new team in Baltimore, this would have a negative effect on attendance for a team that was known for poor play. Clark Griffith owned the Washington Senators from 1920 to 1955, and after his death in 1955, his son Calvin Griffith would own the team. But by this time, 3 baseball teams relocated to other cities. And like many other teams that relocated, Poor attendance and poor performance on the field were major issues. Calvin Griffith found it economically unfeasible to keep the team in D.C. One place offering to take the Senators was Minneapolis, Minnesota. However, the move was rejected by the American League. In 1960, there was talk of establishing the Continental League with teams in cities that didn't already have a Major League Baseball team, Minneapolis being one of those cities. It was then that Calvin Griffith was allowed to move the Senators to Minneapolis. Check that out. So there was the thought of a whole separate league to challenge professional baseball that made baseball say, okay, you can go to Minnesota. In 1961, the Washington Senators became the Minnesota Twins, reflecting the location in Minnesota's Twin Cities. This marks the start of Major League Baseball in Minnesota. So we've seen some movement in the 50s, now obviously in the 60s, and then we get to 1966. The Milwaukee Braves, right? So Milwaukee's had a lot of in and out on their teams. Milwaukee Braves moved to Atlanta. The franchise that would become the current Atlanta Braves has its roots in Boston. After struggling to compete with the neighboring Red Sox, owner Lou Perini moved the Boston Braves to Milwaukee in 1953, becoming the Milwaukee Braves. 13 seasons spent in Milwaukee are marked by success on the field. Players such as Eddie Matthews and Hank Aaron flourished in Milwaukee. They never had a losing record while playing in Milwaukee. That is unbelievable that through everything, they never had a losing record in Milwaukee and still eventually somehow found a way to lose their team. They would win a world championship in 1957. However, attendance would drop in the early 1960s. While the team remained decent, the level of play was not the same as it was in the 1950s. After the Braves were sold to an ownership group led by William Bartolome, a larger television market was sought after. That's right. Milwaukee was not large enough of a TV market, but Atlanta was. Atlanta was a fast-growing city in the southern United States. A new stadium was being built there already in the 1960s, and in 1966, the Milwaukee Braves were relocated to Atlanta, becoming the Atlanta Braves. Okay, let's switch gears and go back to, guess who? The A's. Yeah, they only spent like 13 years in Kansas City. In 1968, the Kansas City Athletics become the Oakland Athletics. The Oakland Athletics have something in common with those Atlanta Braves and Baltimore Orioles. These teams originated from two other cities. After the Athletics moved from Philadelphia to Kansas City in 1955, the Kansas City Athletics continued to perform poorly. Initial attendance numbered over 1.3 million in their first season, which was considered really high in the 1950s, but attendance never reached those levels while the Athletics remained in Kansas City. Every season from 1955 to 1967 involved the Kansas City Athletics finishing below 500. They struggled on the field. The 1950s were marked by threats of a third relocation, this time to California. After Charlie O. Finley bought the A's in 1960, he initially promised to keep them in Kansas City. However, as attendance remained poor and performance on the field was equally the same, Charlie Finley was looking to relocate the team. He requested moves to Atlanta, Dallas-Fort Worth, and Louisville, but they were all denied. Another problem for Finley was his dissatisfaction with the lease for Municipal Stadium, which was being shared with the AFL's Kansas City Chiefs. In 1968, Finley finally received permission to move the team, and the Kansas City Athletics relocated to Oakland, where they remain today. In 1969, by the way, Kansas City was awarded another MLB team, the Royals. And you've kind of noticed that trend here. I'll summarize this at the very end. Every single city so far that has lost a team, to this day, still has a team, except for one, which we'll get to. Okay, it only takes 2 more years until we get to 1970, and the Seattle Pilots become the Milwaukee Brewers. In 1969, same year as the Royals were announced and Kansas City was awarded a team, the city of Seattle was awarded a Major League Baseball team, the Seattle Pilots. It marked the first time the Pacific Northwest would have a Major League Baseball team. It would also mark the Pilots' only year of Major League Baseball, one and done. While the Pilots went through the struggles of poor play, which is obviously common for expansion teams, Sick's Stadium was the team's biggest problem. It was a stadium once used by a minor league team, and it was poorly designed. Only 19,500 seats were available on opening day, and it needed to expand closer to 30,000 seats to survive. Poor plumbing was also another problem with the stadium. Yeah, believe it or not, poor plumbing. We've heard that one a few times. This played a role in low fan attendance. In addition to the team's poor play, by the end of the 1969 season, the Pilots were operating at high financial losses. Milwaukee businessman Bud Selig. Yeah, that Bud Selig wanted to bring baseball back to Milwaukee. Selig bought the team and relocated to Milwaukee, naming them what they originally were, the Milwaukee Brewers. This would be the second installment of the Milwaukee Brewers. Did you know all that stuff? Okay, 2 years later, 1972, the Washington Senators become the Texas Rangers. After the first Washington Senators team moved to the Minneapolis-St. Paul market, Washington, D.C. was awarded another Major League Baseball team, also named the Washington Senators. Like the Senators of old, these Washington Senators suffered from poor playing on the field. The new Senators also had to compete for fan attendance with the Baltimore Orioles, who only played 40 miles away. The Orioles won 4 American League pennants and 2 World Championships in a 5-year period from 1966 to 71. The Washington Senators only had 1 season above a 500 record. This compounded attendance problems as fans who live closer to Baltimore would rather see the Orioles instead of the Senators. The team also had debt issues. Their owner, Bob Short, threatened to move the team if no one would buy the team. The mayor of Arlington, Texas, Tom Vandergriff, was seeking to bring Major League Baseball to the Dallas area. So with a down payment and a stadium ready, Short moved the team to Arlington, Texas in 1972. They would be renamed the Texas Rangers, which was obviously a nod to the law enforcement agency of the state with the same name. Okay, from 72, nothing happened for the rest of the century until we get to, infamously, 2005. And Montreal, out of all these cities I've listed here, is the only major league market to lose its team and not have a replacement as of this day. 2005, Montreal Expos become the Washington Nationals. 1969 marked the first time Canada would get Major League Baseball. The city of Montreal would become home to Canada's Major League Baseball team, the Montreal Expos. The team was named for Expos 67, an exposition celebrating Canada's 100th birthday. But they would not be Canada's last baseball team, as Toronto would get a team in 1977. The Expos had some times of failure and of success. They almost didn't even survive their first decade in Montreal. A stadium needed to be furnished quickly or the franchise would be given to Buffalo, New York. Yarry Park Stadium was built as a stadium for the Expos, and the Expos were required to have a dome stadium built by 1972. This was delayed due to construction, and the Expos had to seek permission to stay for extra time until the new stadium was built. That new stadium, by the way, Olympic Stadium, was built in time for the 1976 Summer Olympics. The new stadium would be the home of the Expos for the remainder of their stay in Montreal. Okay, but the events leading to the Expos leaving Montreal varied from an obsolete stadium to poor attendance. In the early 90s, the Expos had one of the best teams in baseball. In 94, in fact, they had the best record in Major League Baseball before the unfortunate 1994 players' strike began. This ended the baseball season, canceling the playoffs. The Expos could no longer afford to pay some of their players, including losing some of their best talents to other teams. The Expos would go into decline after that, a large amount of their revenue coming from attendance, which was also declining. As we mentioned before, Olympic Stadium was becoming obsolete. They had structural problems, including the roof. The roof was intended to open and shut, but mechanical problems put an end to this. There were also safety issues, especially after one of the support beams snapped. So a new stadium was demanded by owner Claude Brochu, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I apologize, I've never heard it before. I haven't heard it recently. Brochu. A location in downtown Montreal was recommended. The Expos played in a stadium in a relatively remote part of Montreal that was
Olympic Stadium, which still stands to this day, by the way. The idea was that a stadium in downtown Montreal closer to businesses and restaurants would attract more people. Quebec's premier, Lucien Brichard, rejected any proposal to provide public funds for a new stadium. The Expos played their final home game at Olympic Stadium on September 29, 2004. In 2005, the Expos were relocated to Washington, D.C., becoming the Washington Nationals. This would represent the first time D.C. had an MLB team since 1971. So you can see some things in common here. Struggling performance, struggling attendance, cities with multiple teams in the same market, stadium approval issues. I mean, a lot of this still continues today. Talk with the Tampa Bay Rays, talk with the Oakland A's, talk about expanding teams. Not much has changed here. This doesn't happen very often. Yeah, the last time a baseball team moved was 2005, but before that, you have to go back several decades. And it has only happened here, to my count, 13 total times over 120 plus years. So fortunately, it doesn't happen very often, but it's still something pretty severe and daunting and jolting to whatever community loses their baseball team. Hey, thumbs up on this video since you made it here all the way to the end, and don't forget to subscribe so that I can see you next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
What I'm about to say and then suggest in this video might actually melt your brain. So have a seat, strap in, whatever you need to do, but this is going to be heavy. Have you ever considered a Coliseum site swap? Everybody says it's all about location for the Coliseum. It's not the right location. It's never been the best location. Well, what if we could switch the location of the Coliseum complex itself? That's going to be my suggestion. First, though, it's my fact. The Oakland Coliseum was actually built in the wrong place. Like, it was designed to be somewhere totally different. That's renderings from the late 50s, before the early 60s, when they started to consider this Coliseum and the complex. But look at where the rendering was placed. Yeah, that's just west of Lake Merritt. That's right off the Nimitz. That's where Laney College sits today. You know, the whole Peralta site. That's where they initially designed and intended the Coliseum to be. Of course, look at the expansive views. Out towards center field, you get the Oakland Hills, you get Lake Merritt, what would eventually be downtown Oakland. They designed the Coliseum for a totally different spot than it actually sits today, and I'll explain how they came to that decision in just a second. Look at Laney College. Look at Lake Merritt from this satellite view. It's even better in real life and in person. Imagine if that is where the Coliseum had been for all these years, right there. Would we be dealing with shortcomings of the site, how it never expanded, how the neighborhood around it never changed, or it never changed the neighborhood around it? You built the Coliseum in an industrial zone instead of, you know, where you knew downtown was and was going to get bigger over the decades. So instead of being right there, they chose what was called the Oakport location. So this was a $3 million mistake from the early 1960s. Via Hoodline.com here, on November 3rd, 1960, as the city started planning how to fund the construction, both sites, the Peralta site and the Oakport site, it's because that land was owned by the Port of Oakland, the Coliseum land. both sites were still in contention. The Peralta site was expected to be a bit more expensive at $20.9 million versus $17.5 million for the Oakport location. By the end of the year, however, the city council decided to proceed with the Oakport location. So after all these years, the difference in where the A's and the Coliseum and even the Raiders could have been versus where they actually were was decided by $3 million in the early 1960s. Almost hard to believe, right, in retrospect, that that is what made the decision. So here are my two very far-fetched propositions. And I've been saying this one for a while, but now, let's really think about this. What's the reality of Laney College and the Coliseum site switching places? What if we could go back and reverse this decision from, is it now 60 plus years ago? So Laney College sits on about, call it 19 acres. Plus there's the baseball and football field on the other side of the waterway there. There's some parking lots to the west, kind of on the bottom of your screen. So it's at least 19 acres. Plenty to build a big league stadium, some amenities surrounding it, parking, infrastructure that you need. It's just south of or west of Lake Merritt. I'm all turned around here. Freeway access. The Lake Merritt BART station is literally a block away. So how would you do this? I understand people are saying, well, you can't tear down a community educational institution. No. I don't want to do that. Keep Laney College open. At the same time as you make this decision, here's how you do it. You start building Laney College, literally a brand new campus on the Coliseum site. North parking lot, south parking lot, doesn't really matter. Pick a spot. It too has a BART location, maybe even easier access for residents in the East Bay who attend Laney College. It's important. I'm not here to diminish a community college. I know that criticism is going to come. This is actually about giving Laney College a newer, bigger, and better campus than they have now. Rebuild Laney College at the Coliseum site. Give them at least 20 acres because you have 150 at the Coliseum site. That's how you do it. So you don't do any of this. You don't change anything at Laney College until their brand new campus is built at the Coliseum site. Then, when appropriate, you level the current Laney College. You start building your stadium there. So for a time, you will have the community college and the Coliseum coexisting for however long, a year or two, but you could start building Laney College next year on the Coliseum site. What about that? You could go back in time and reverse this wrong, make it right. Laney College benefits, a baseball team in Oakland benefits, the city of Oakland benefits, perfect location. There's not a lot of criticism about this spot. It's got everything. It's got BART, it's got the freeway, it's got some parking already. It could have some more. Right downtown next to Lake Merritt. The home plate will face east, right towards the lake, just how that 60s rendering used to be. Wow. I told you this was going to melt your brain. Now, the possibility of this, I'm not here to say. Okay, option number 2. What if the Coliseum site just jumped over 880? What if it just hopped the Nimitz, literally? See, and we're actually looking east up here, so it's not north and south, but obviously east side of the freeway is the Coliseum. What if you basically just, jumped it on the other side of 880 right there? I get it. There's a high-rise office building there. There's commercial and industrial buildings there. So things exist. This is not going to be easy. To buy the land, trade the land, eminent domain, whatever. But what if you could literally swap sites with the Coliseum? Because the current criticism right now is that it's isolated, right? Within the parking lot boundaries, people come in there, they leave, they don't do anything else. And maybe if you even built a ballpark village at the Coliseum site, I don't know, maybe it would just always be limited to that. It never has the ability to grow outwards. And maybe that's true. Could you still build something successful on 155 acres? Yeah, of course. But would it ever have the ability to truly branch out? I don't know. But what I'm saying is that if you go on the other side of 880 you're literally kind of on that island. I mean, look, there's a waterway to the south. There's a waterway to the north. You've got shoreline to the west. Look at the view that you would have here. This is from the east looking west, and you build a coliseum there. You put some buildings surrounding it, maybe some parks to kind of, separate the freeway from the site. There's a tree. Give me one more tree. One more tree? Yeah, there you go. Right? Now you've got a waterfront ballpark, you've got shoreline, and I also realize there's sea level rise and there's mitigation, and now you're BC-DC all over again, and you're building on the waterfront. I get why that's hard. Like, I totally understand that. But look at that site all of a sudden. And you still have BART close by. Obviously, you'd have to figure out how to get it from the Coliseum BART station and the Amtrak station across that site. Like, you'd still have to have a thoroughfare. You'd also have to figure out what to do with Oakland Arena. Oracle Arena. You'd still have to figure out what to do with that. Still on the site. If you're really going to trade sites, you probably have to level that too. Or rebuild something newer and smaller on the other side. Like, again, take the site, flip-flop it. Why wasn't this ever built on the other side? I believe the Port of Oakland initially owned both sides of the freeway land there. Why did they choose the landlocked side? Again, far-fetched, not great on the possibility list, but a straight-up site swap for the Coliseum. Is some of that even possible? It's interesting, right? I mean, there's two options. Maybe we should have been thinking about these things like a decade ago instead of now. Thumbs up down below. That'll help me out on this video. I really appreciate that. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So this video has one main theme, but a bunch of different points. I don't know if they're connected or if they're in order or if they even make sense together, but I'm about to address potential regret over the Howard Terminal site, project, idea, emotions, enthusiasm. Like, we all got pretty invested in Howard Terminal, and maybe someday it will exist with a baseball stadium or something else there. I have no clue at this point. But seeing where the A's process is right now with Major League Baseball, seeing how Las Vegas has truly entered the conversation in a prominent fashion, do I regret looking at Howard Terminal as a priority for this team, even versus the Coliseum site in general? So that's kind of the focus of this video. Let me tell you some regrets I have with Howard Terminal. There always should have been a light version of the project, suggested, detailed, and diagrammed out. What you just saw there was the full build. The hotels, the office buildings, the residential, the real estate, the parks. There was a lot to it. It was a $12 billion concept, but you only get to that number when it's fully built out over time. Look at Oracle Park. Remember Pac Bell Park in San Francisco? As of right now, it's starting to get finally 20 plus years surrounded with development and high-rise buildings. Remember, there used to just be parking lots at Pac Bell Park for so many years. And in fact, a lot of parking lots. I think Giants fans, some of them might miss those parking opportunities. But they started with just the ballpark. The neighborhood took care of building itself around the ballpark. And now the team and that land, they're investing in the next phases of that project. But the A's wanted this to be fully built out from the get-go, instead of over time, in phases, and it could have been achieved in phases. A light version would have been, hey, just get the ballpark here. Land the team here. Parking lots, fine. We'll build the rest out over time. More buildup equaled more complications, and even still, a lot of this got approvals by the city of Oakland, the BCDC, an environmental impact report. It went through all of that and ultimately came down to money and negotiation and not an actual roadblock. But there should have been a light version of the project that was easier to get people's thumbs up on. I don't regret putting Howard Terminal on a pedestal. Like I said before, I always prioritized it over building something new at the Coliseum site, or even like the idea of fixing up the Coliseum. That is a pipe dream. That is an old structure built 22 feet below the ground. That's a hard one to make come back to life. But building something else on the Coliseum site, it was very much prominent, very much mentioned the entire time. I always thought you had to take your first and best shot for the waterfront. You had to at least try this out in a serious fashion, with the Coliseum always being the ripcord on the parachute, right? When you're ready to pull the parachute, this is not going well, the ground's getting a little bit too close here, pull the parachute, go to the Coliseum site. But this project at Howard Terminal, like I said before, it achieved city and county and BCDC approvals. It just never got to the shake hands on the money part and the offsite infrastructure part. And there was needed the development agreement, but it also needed a community benefits package, which was a little prickly from what we understand. But the thought of Jack London Square existing just south of this project, and the ferry terminal was already there, and there were some challenges to overcome, ingress, egress, all that stuff. But this site still had so many perfect things towards it. I don't regret prioritizing Howard Terminal in terms of being in front of the Coliseum at all, and I hope nobody else does as part of this. But here's what I do regret. The Coliseum, I said it was supposed to be that ripcord. It never became an official backup option. Coliseum site's 155 acres. And a couple years ago, it cost the A's $85 million to buy the county's half. That's right, the A's own half of the Coliseum site. And during their purchase, they literally said it was a plan B to assure the future of baseball and the A's in Oakland. It's going to be the backup site. They said that. But there's nothing contractually that says, well, if you buy this half, you have to build here if Howard Terminal didn't work out. No. This is hindsight is 2020 here. And this was on the County of Alameda to put that in writing. They didn't. So the A's are not obligated to that. They're not obligated to even selling their half of the land, even if and after they move. The only thing they're obligated for is to pay off $45 million instantly if they move after next season. They've already paid 40 of 85. They're on the hook within like 90 days, 120 days, as soon as they officially announce that they're moving. Some people, like I said, have suggested this. Should they forfeit the site, forfeit their ownership, and not to pay any back more, just return the money? Take back the ownership, give it to Alameda County, give it to whoever, some government entity. But should they have been forced to forfeit the site if they decided to relocate? Doesn't matter now. It's not in writing. But was that a misstep by Alameda County? 55 acres that almost nobody got to visit. That's something else I regret. I mean, I couldn't change that, but I wish that went differently for Howard Terminal. I'm somebody who got to walk the land, walk the site entirely. September of 2019, granted full access, did interviews there, full site tour, could look at anything I wanted. And being there, like, not only energized me, I was already favoring the project, but it really became tangible when you're there. The sights, the views, the understanding of how this could work, what needed to happen surrounding it. But so many people in the general public, they still don't even actually know where Howard Terminal is or what it's doing. You heard all that pushback from different entities about, the port is still in use. What if we end up reusing Howard Terminal again? You can't. The estuary at that point's not deep enough or big enough for modern container ships. You can use it as storage, but you can use other places as storage too. Like the Port of Oakland just acquired in the last couple decades a ton of extra land right by the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza site. It's a former Army base over there. But most people never
Like I'm telling you, and maybe the A's didn't do enough outreach on this. Find a way to bring people, show people Howard Terminal. If you are a detractor of Howard Terminal, if you're in city government, bring people to Howard Terminal a bunch. It was hard for the public to grasp this. And some people who I don't even say they were opposing it, they just didn't care as much because they never saw it. I regret that about Howard Terminal, that still almost nobody has actually seen it in real life. I regret that Major League Baseball never stepped in and never did anything publicly to get behind Howard Terminal. The plans by the A's and the city and the county, those took years. All that time, though, MLB never commented or quoted on Howard Terminal. Oh, time's running out in Oakland. That's all they would say. How about push positively for this site? Have some influence in the same way that you pushed for parallel paths. What was Major League Baseball doing this entire time? Like the A's spent $100 million, they say, on pushing Howard Terminal forward, and Major League Baseball never threw their weight behind that? Why? How? The A's could have used all the support and resources that they would have got over the years. Why was there never a Rob Manfred site visit at Howard Terminal? I mean, he's never coming to Oakland in the Coliseum, but if you really wanted to push it, why not come to Howard Terminal? Let baseball see what you could do there. I also regret that the Coliseum, I mean, it's been proven adequate, but it's never been an exceptional site. Where it's at, how it's really landlocked, it's in an industrial area. No matter what you do on those 155 acres, I don't know that it's drastically going to change onward and outward and better the community for it. It's going to exist in its isolated little bubble where it's at. And I equate the Coliseum site and Howard Terminal as the difference between a motel and a resort. The resort being Howard Terminal, the motel being the Coliseum site. But here's the deal. A motel is fine. If there's no better options and you're the A's and you're thinking about moving town and you got nowhere else to sleep, so to speak, you need to spend a couple nights somewhere, stay at the motel. It may not offer every single amenity, but the motel's going to be just fine. You'll live. The whole Howard Terminal or bust comment, I wish the bust part was the Coliseum and nowhere else. So do I regret Howard Terminal? Do I regret putting my, influence and opinions behind it? No, I don't. But there are some elements that I wish went differently. Hey, thumbs up on this video since you made it here at the end. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now. Alan, it's good to talk to you. In fact, I think you were one of the first people in Las Vegas that I spoke with when this A's news broke early April, so glad we could connect again. And here we are, just about maybe a month away until baseball officially approves relocation for the A's to Southern Nevada. You're connected in the community, you're at Golden Knights games, you're at Raiders games. Is there a tangible buzz that you're feeling that Las Vegas is this close?
No, I don't know what more to say except no. There's just, in terms of the everyday excitement that you would expect to have a new major league team come into your market, there really is no palpable interest or excitement that's swelling with, like you mentioned, the baseball owners scheduled to meet in Texas. They'll probably approve the move. And, keep in mind, in defense of, quote, the Las Vegas sports market, we do have the Vegas Golden Knights have just started up a new year.
Right.
As you know, the year after you win a world championship is usually high popularity for the team. So the Golden Knights are garnering a lot of the attention. The Las Vegas Aces are...
That's right.
WNBA
they're
Finals.
fighting for a world championship. They have some injuries, but they play tonight. You mentioned the Raiders. They're always a presence, obviously. And then we have two major events that's kind of eclipsed the whole athletics move. One is obviously Formula One. A lot of people here in Las Vegas are upset about all the disruption and the traffic jams, and basically Clark County handing over the strip to the promoter and organizer of this event. There's been a lot of upset people on the local front. And then we have the Super Bowl, February 11th at Allegiant Stadium. So, the A's at one time, it was a hot topic when the legislation was being debated up in Carson City. But I got to tell you, Brody, it's been rather quiet on the athletics stadium front and the athletics move. And like you mentioned, the only newsworthy item that's going to crop up in the next month will be the owners' meeting in Texas.
And if that vote happens, and if it does get approved officially from that regard, I mean, do you expect there to be, not a parade, but do you expect there to be a little bit more buzz, more of a moment, or is this is just how it's going to be?
You'll see some headlines, and there'll be news on the local TV stations. Basically, very straightforward news about, Major League Baseball owners approve the move of the Oakland Athletics franchise to Las Vegas. But I got to tell you, there just hasn't been a lot of chatter on the street that I've really heard of. Like I said, we have all these other things going on.
Yeah.
We haven't even mentioned that we had, the major leagues of golf was here. I guess one of the major leagues, PGA, was just here on this past weekend with the Shriners event in Summerlin. And we even had a NASCAR event this weekend. It went head to head with the Raiders game on Sunday. So I think, honestly, Brody, until you see movement at the Tropicana site, until you actually see the demolition of that site, of the buildings there, and some site preparation and construction equipment, I just don't think there's going to be a lot of interest. And, it's not as though people are opposed to it or actively against it. It's kind of almost even more sad. It's almost just indifference toward it. I mean, there's just, it's kind of seen as just another tourism option that will be coming to the Strip, obviously in a very high profile location. But there's a couple observations. To this day, I still don't understand for the $1.1 billion that the owner will spend of his own private money, supposedly here in Las Vegas. I don't understand why he just doesn't spend the same amount of money building a new stadium in your market. I mean, there's
that's a whole different
conversation. In government assistance that's on the table for a $1.5 billion baseball park. The expenses might even go up. We saw that with the Raiders Stadium. The Raiders wanted a few little extra perks and suites and clubs and this, and they spent a little extra money over the budget, and that was their responsibility. And the same will probably be with the Oakland Athletics baseball park. And the owner is spending a little more than $1.1 billion. If you look at the $380 million in government assistance, I don't understand why you just can't take that same money and build an open air stadium in your market. I don't understand that.
Well, a lot of people have not understood that for quite some time now. Going back to the Tropicana site, and I understand your point earlier, it's not tangible to Las Vegans yet, but when the Trop comes down, if that's the case, summer of next year, then maybe it becomes a little bit more real. On that note, I know you've been to that hotel, I'm sure many of times. You've lived in Las Vegas for a while, but I also know you've recently visited the site just to really get a grasp and a lay of the land all over again. I don't know if you've walked all nine acres of that parking lot, but can you visualize it when you're there, when you've been there recently, what they want to do?
Yeah, I walk the site and I just slowly troll it's the east side and the south side it's the southeast quadrant of that site, roughly.
Right.
And, as I'm walking, I'm just walking my bicycle or just slowly, pedaling in that corner of that 36-acre overall location, I gotta say, it's hard to imagine a Major League Baseball stadium with a retractable roof shoehorned into that southeast quadrant of the site. And if you look at a lot of the drawings, and granted, I think the franchise said the drawings really don't have anything to do with reality,
That's
but
correct.
a lot of the drawings show how the stadium really spills across the entire corner there of Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard. So it will obviously be a very, very tight squeeze. And, the one thing they do have going for it is that the land surrounding that quadrant of the site, I think Reno Avenue might be on the south side.
Yes.
And there's some land behind it. There is, it's not built up. It's not super dense back there. So they, will probably have to rent or use some of the land as a staging area for the equipment and such. But I'm going to be polite and just say it's going to be a very tight squeeze.
We're 1 month out, again, we think, from the earliest convenience that baseball could approve this. We don't have renderings. We don't have financing details. This team doesn't know where it's going to play for 2025, 2026, and 2027. But we've also seen how the A's operated with the Nevada legislature in May and June of this year, and they really took things to the last minute. They kind of forced the issue a little bit to go to the special session so that legislators could approve the public money. Do you really see this coming down to everything coming out, details, design, blueprints? We've selected a designer all last minute, and then it could all be approved, and Las Vegas is good with that?
Probably. And the answer to me, in my mind, is yes, because we have a track record. The track record is Las Vegas and Clark County and the state of Nevada and this market. It behaves as an outlier market, Brody. I mean, I've covered stadium and arena public-private deals in several different markets now, and this is not how it's typically done. And I've reached a point, especially after witnessing how the state legislature handled this particular bill and proposal, is that it's just running and gunning, and they're just going to do it their own way. There is no protocol. It's not what you would even quote unquote say traditional or even dare say good government behavior. It's going to be kind of a run and gun style, wing it on the fly style. And Las Vegas apparently is content with that. When I say Las Vegas, I mean pretty much the people. In a lot of big markets, you would typically see some kind of taxpayer watchdog organization. And there are a couple statewide groups here in Nevada, but, you would see some, I would say, outrage or disagreement besides just the isolated voices you hear sometimes about the whole concept of subsidizing stadiums for very rich team owners. I mean, you have just some people who are just basically against that, and we heard some from those people during the debate. But the bottom line is you had some of those powerful unions here in favor. You had the laborers union in favor, and you had the culinary union in favor. So they combined forces with Democrats at the state legislature, and that was pretty much the done deal. I mean, that was that's typical behavior you don't see in a lot of different markets. But like I said, in answer to your question, Brody, Las Vegas is an outlier market, and I've learned the hard way as a journalist. Journalists, we look at how things are traditionally done and supposed to be done, and you look at the protocol, and I don't think it was necessarily done in this particular case, especially the speed in which the legislature approved the deal. But our friend Jeremy Aguero had, I thought, the classic line of the entire legislative session when he told a lawmaker that, yeah, you're right that it doesn't make economic sense in every other market except Las Vegas, and that
Right.
was his whole point, that Las Vegas is just its own unique animal, and things are going to be done in this town that are not going to be typical that you see around the country in different markets.
I've got a Jeremy Aguero question coming for you later on, so hang tight for that.
Sure.
I want to bring up schools over stadiums. You mentioned the groups that obviously oppose the public money. They're the primary one. They need 102,000 signatures by this upcoming summer. Basically, they have 9 months to do it. And if this goes on a ballot for a referendum vote, those typically don't favor the cause that existed. Like referendum votes typically make something go away. It doesn't sound impossible to get that many signatures in that amount of time.
It's going to be
What do you make?
difficult. I think they need to get a certain number in all the congressional districts. I don't have the number off the top of my head, Brody, but
4 congressional districts. There's about, it's evenly split. It's 25,
Right.
25. So to your point, that is also true.
but it'll be a challenge. As you know, there was the quote unquote lawsuit filed by 2 lobbyists. Kind of a weird little, it's no secret that one of the lobbyists is also a lobbyist for the local newspaper, and that was not disclosed in the newspaper's story on the topic, which was a front page story on the lawsuit by the lobbyists, which I thought probably should have been disclosed. It's not a big deal.
Right. So just the headline, though, was that the A's were suing schools over stadiums. One of their lobbyists was suing schools over stadiums. What do you make of that part of it?
Yeah, I just now obviously that was a baseball team backed lawsuit in some way. I don't think these 2 plaintiffs just in isolation just thought that it was not a good democratic ideal to have this public referendum.
Yeah.
I think as a reader, not even as a journalist, I mean, just as a reader, I think it was safe to assume that the Athletics were the driving force behind this lawsuit.
I mean, it's being taken seriously, I guess is the point, right? That the process could be greatly stalled.
Yeah,
if
the
380
weird
goes
thing
away.
about the referendum is that the schools over stadiums folks wants to have, I believe, the vote in a year from November. So it would be
correct
November 2024. And the Athletics want to have the Tropicana demolished in the summer of 2024. So it does bring in a very weird and awkward situation of demolishing a quite a bit of building space, only to have a vote that could, theoretically kill the project. So I guess that adds a little drama and awkwardness to the whole situation.
You mentioned earlier that it's a busy sports time in Las Vegas. F1 has their first Grand Prix in about a month from now. I know there's been a ton of construction, a ton of inconvenience. It's amazing how much I know now about the daily happenings of Las Vegas. I'm paying attention. But I also know that there were a lot of projections on that F1 weekend in November, too. And I just saw via the newspaper in Las Vegas that hotel room rates had gone down 70% from where they initially were. And let's be honest, they were dramatically inflated to begin with, but we're 1 month out and everybody was basing expectations off of predictions and projections. And a lot of those came from Jeremy Aguero of Applied Analysis, who also did a majority of the heavy lifting on projections for the A's ballpark here. Am I wrong to put those 2 things together right now?
Well, I've done several stories on Jeremy Aguero and his ability to be at the center of just about every major sports event and project in town, and the fact that because of the fact that he's kind of in the eye of this hurricane of sports development, that's inevitable. There's going to be some conflicts. He obviously he and his firm had to step down from the Las Vegas Stadium Authority because, well, Jeremy represented the Athletics that will be doing business before the Stadium Authority. It also brought up some other side conflicts of interest involving Steve Hill, who's the chairman of the stadium board, who joined Jeremy in representing the Athletics cause before the state legislature. It's a little messy there. But, Jeremy is involved in the whole topic of economic spending impact numbers. And as you know, Brody, those numbers can be used politically to justify public spending on these projects. So that's why, the media and the public have to take a very close look and talk to a wide variety of economists to get a handle on just the legitimacy and accuracy of these numbers. You'll often see TV stations and the media toss out these big $1.3 billion spending impacts with Formula One coming in and, all this money coming in with the Super Bowl. And these are really very difficult and tricky numbers to get a handle of because there's so many other factors at work. A couple factors that are not taken into consideration in these big numbers that are thrown out is, number one, the number of people who avoid the market and won't be coming to the market because they don't want to deal with the traffic congestion and some of the other logistical headaches that come with these big events. And there are some businesses that will actually, lose money because they're not sports related. I think sports related businesses will do fine. But, if you're selling antique rugs or if you're selling any, other items that are not really sports related that have an impact by the event, you probably might see a drop in business. But that drop in business is not calculated into the big raw number that you see out there.
Right.
And like I said, I can't stress enough, the numbers have political potency. They're used to justify public expenditures. We saw that with Clark County. Clark County government. It'll be interesting to see if there's any political backlash about the F1 because besides the traffic jams, I mean, they've taken the entire strip and have kind of redone it. They've made it into this big mini. I mean, the interesting thing about F1 is that it's not like a Super Bowl where you have the event at a venue.
Right.
The venue is the public street. It's
right.
the public right of way, and
right.
it's 3.8 miles of public right of way.
Right.
Much of which has been transformed into mini venues in the form of grandstands. And, unfortunately, we've already had the death of a construction worker by the Bellagio, which was a tragic situation several weeks. So, the economic impact numbers are always up for debate. And there's a lot of just upset locals who feel as though the ticket prices are very expensive. I just did a story, I think, last week about the fact that the F1 ticket prices are the most expensive of the Formula One circuit
right.
around the world. So this one is going to be very visitor based. I mean, a lot of that was kind of one of the big incentives for the LVCVA, the publicly funded tourism agency here, to spend. They approved a $19.5 million aid package for 3 years to help the promoter on this. And again, the payback is, quote unquote, the rich international visitors who supposedly will be pumping money into the coffers of the hotel chains, the big hotel companies on the Strip.
Sure. I mean, the parallels are all there between F1 and the A's. Something that existed already in the sporting realm that saw Las Vegas and said, hey, we want to come here and camp out, essentially. F1 is on a 10-year contract, which is also another question. I'm sure right now maybe there's even a little bit of remorse or animosity about
I love the point you made,
years.
Brody, because in some ways, we already have forms of that sports entertainment in the form of the Oakland A's. We have their AAA team, which is kind of funny. I mean, it's kind of ironic. The AAA team plays really as far away, realistically, as you can from the Strip. They play in Summerlin, which is 13 miles to the west. And ironically, that baseball park was built with $80 million worth of public money in the form of a naming rights deal, which seems kind of strange to me. It's a local baseball park serving locals, and yet they received $80 million from the LVCVA in the form of a naming rights deal, which is why it's called Las Vegas Ballpark.
Right.
Why a publicly funded tourism agency needed to spend $80 million on a sports venue that serves locals is kind of a baffling situation to me. But my point is that we already had AAA baseball in this market. It's not the major leagues, but I know, I'm sure locals will go to A's games starting in 2028, assuming that this project does get realized.
I know you saw the comments that now former A's closer Trevor May made now a couple days ago. And really from the player perspective, you just don't hear much. I'm curious what something like that coming out might impress upon people in Las Vegas when they hear that, when they see something like that. I mean, clearly in Northern California, it resonates among the fan base, his opinions and the way he put it. Does any of that have a ripple effect in Nevada?
Some, I think it was limited, but there was some. I think people did see it. I mean, I thought it was an astonishing speech. I mean, it was raw, and it got down to the nitty-gritty of just the visceral emotions, that are at play when a franchise gets up and moves, especially in this particular case when, the benefits. I mean, it's kind of sad. I mean, Major League Baseball will approve this because there's public money. I mean, $380 million of government assistance, and that's the bottom line, Brody. Mm-hmm. If there was a government, I mean, I know Oakland did piece together a lot of infrastructure and transportation money, but if they just came out and said, ta-da, here's $400 million, boom, and I mean, it might have been different. The fact is, Nevada they jump when Fisher said jump, and the speech was pretty amazing. It grabbed my attention, and it was the guy has a future, I guess, in media if he wants one. I mean, I thought it was pretty powerful words, but I think the impact obviously was much more profound in the Bay Area than it was here. Like I said, and we're just, the timing of the speech was weird because we're just, between the Golden Knights and the Aces and F1, the Super Bowl and the Raiders, it's just not at the forefront of, the average Las Vegas person right now. But I mean, for me, since I'm in the business, of course, I was kind of blown away by the speech, and of course, I was astonished by just the raw honesty of it.
You mentioned A's ownership, and John Fisher obviously has that majority title right now. Is it the expectation that in Las Vegas he would come there, keep that as owner of the team, or is there a thought that there might be some local investors who also would be allowed to buy into the team? I know none of us know this for certain. What would be your expectation on that?
I think there might be interest. It's kind of weird. We saw Mark Davis sell a piece of the Aces to Tom Brady. Right. He tried to do it with the Raiders, and he fell into kind of
on a discount.
At a discounted rate. That was kind of problematic. And I would not be surprised if there was some local interest. A guy who actually used to own the AAA team, who's very popular in our market, is Derek Stevens. He owns Circa, which is very high-profile sports betting hotel with, their famous pool and sports watching area. I mean, it's a pretty impressive downtown property. Derek is a huge sports fan. In fact, it's kind of funny. When I saw Derek at some events, I kind of half jokingly went up to Derek. I said, "Hey, are you going to buy the Oakland? Are you going to buy the A's now and get that new stadium built here in Vegas?" And I think people here in Las Vegas would probably welcome like a Derek Stevens involved. There have been other names. The Fertitas names have cropped up with an NFL team, but the Raiders kind of handled that. Dana White's kind of a fascinating guy. He's involved with, I think he has like a bull and PBR, and he mentioned that he has an interest in having some kind of MMA event at the Sphere, which is like the latest. That's another thing, Brody. People are the Sphere has gobbled up a lot of bandwidth in public space,
right,
in terms of people's attention. So
and expectations too.
The Fontainebleau is also being built. That's supposed to be open soon. There's still a lot of buzz on a lot of other stuff going on, and believe it or not, it's hard to even mention this, but the UNLV football team is getting a lot of attention. They're 5-1. They play Colorado State at home on Saturday, and I know it's not a big deal, across the country about going to a bowl game, but
yeah,
it is for UNLV. They've had a pretty bad team for so long, and I think they've been to a one bowl game. I think it may have been in 2013, perhaps. So anyway, the point is, there's just so much other sports stuff that a lot of the A's stadium and buzz has been drowned out and has been really diluted in just this particular window of time.
You mentioned earlier the Sphere, and that's captivated people too, right? Their expectations maybe set a new bar for what entertainment in Vegas has to be. Mark Bedane was talking the other day about what he and his group hope to bring to an NBA arena, and that a baseball stadium can't be cookie cutter in Las Vegas. What does this?
That's true.
What does the stadium? Two things. What does the stadium have to be, and then also to captivate the fans, what does the team have to be in terms of headliners, in terms of payroll? My point is that the expense of what the A's are doing, not only building a stadium, but having to furnish it with the proper talent, this is going to be an expensive venture.
Right. So the context of Mark Bedane's comment there has to be explained that he obviously was the former Raiders president.
Right.
And he and Mark Davis were not exactly on good terms with the Athletics at the Coliseum.
Right.
So that needs to be understood. But he raised a good point. It's legitimate. You definitely can't build a cookie cutter sports venue or entertainment venue in this market. Sadly, it's done in the residential sphere. There's a lot of like cookie cutter subdivisions out there in Las Vegas, but when it comes to sports and entertainment, it's going to have to be unique. It's going to have over the top glitz to it. The funny thing is, my point is the Vegas Golden Knights had a very amusing, attention-grabbing banner-raising ceremony when the banner came out of a oversized slot machine that was rolled onto the ice for the home opener. And, that goes to the point that I don't know if Fisher and the culture of that team much better than I do. They're going to have to kind of look at this outside the box from an entertainment standpoint and get, you can go over the top in Las Vegas. I get back to my point that Las Vegas is an outlier market. You can do stuff in this market that's done politically, economically, culturally, that you just could not get away in doing in other markets.
Sure.
And the question will be, are the Athletics up to the task, in terms of that kind of over the top, kind of, crazy
showmanship.
Almost. Some people, it's kind of funny. Some people thought it's classist, but Las Vegas doesn't mind that. They're not here to impress you. They're here to entertain and amuse you at a very high level. So, that baseball park is going to be at the very heart of the identity of this market, which is the Strip. I think people have to understand from outside the market, it's being built at literally one of the two signature intersections in our market. Flamingo and Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard. Granted, the Tropicana Hotel was not in a Bellagio Wynn kind of Venetian category, but it's a very high profile location. The Oakland Athletics franchise, they're going to have to be a little outside the box in the creativeness in the entertainment and even architecture of the building. This is kind of like an NFL team. It's kind of like if the Giants or the Jets went into Manhattan and said, "Hey, we want to build a stadium at Times Square."
Right.
That's the equivalent. That's the equivalent of what the A's are trying to do. Right. At Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard. And like I said, most cities like New York and the Bay Area, they have a lot of public needs and public amenities. Las Vegas is, they think, that they're an outlier. I know I've used the word a few times now, but they're not they don't do things by the book.
Yeah.
So, to your point, Brody, this franchise is going to be challenged to come up with something very, very over the top, very impressive, very attention grabbing, especially when you have like stuff like the Spheres coming online.
Yeah, those next renderings are going to count for twice as much as they probably need to. Last thing, Alan, is I mentioned the team that they need to field. Now, we've seen the A's over time win with a relatively low payroll. They're they're the only major league team that's never had a $100 million payroll team in any season. That's amazing that they're the only ones. So they can win by not spending top dollar, but I don't know if it's ever been proven they can sustain success without actually starting to pay for it. And just looking ahead, I mean, right now the A's are about $100 million short of the median MLB payroll. I mean, it is the expectation that when they're in Las Vegas, they have to at least be in the top half of paying teams. I mean, is there any other way you could see it that they're not?
Well, I mean, Fisher has said that, the stadium is needed to become economically more viable and relevant. And, he, I think, has been quoted as saying that he will be in the position to, quote unquote, buy more expensive players and field a more competitive team. What's interesting, Brody, is that we have a kind of a forerunner. We have a little foreshadowing in the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders came from the same stadium and market, and they did make the playoffs 2 years ago, but last year was pretty miserable, 6-11. This year, it's kind of weird. They have kind of a mediocre team, but they've split their 6 games. And the point is that they still make money, and that's kind of interesting. Even though the team is mediocre, the franchise value skyrocketed thanks to their move to Las Vegas. They were able to get when the A's open up their ballpark, they are going to see a skyrocketing amount of revenue from corporate partnerships. I would expect corporate partnerships to amount to, by 2028, Brody, at least $350 to $400 million in new sponsors right there. The value of the, again, congratulations, state legislature. You not only skyrocketed the value of the Raiders franchise, you also increased the value of the Athletics franchise because of the new ballpark that will be presumably come online in 2028. But, the interesting thing is that the one thing that maybe the ownership of the Athletics have going is that, what we've seen in Las Vegas is that in the form of the Raiders, that even if your team is not winning, you can still sell out the seats. That is what we saw last year, and make a lot of money. They might not be your fans per se, but there's bodies in the seats. They're paying for parking. They're paying, for food and beverage,
hotels,
which in the case of the Athletics, Brody, is very important because that's where the public revenues will be coming from to pay off the bonds. Clark County, I think, is on the hook for $120 million, and they are relying on this quote unquote tax district, which is this tiny little 9-acre stamp size, little district that is, they're going to charge stuff on, I think, 17 different items, different categories, and they're going to need people. And the weird thing is, here in Nevada, I don't think money is raised off the sales of the tickets per se. I don't think there's a ticket charge that goes to the public coffers. There's always debate in the state legislature, and the teams and the entertainment venues always fight it, and they've done it successfully. They've defeated bills that would have added a charge to tickets. So if that ticket does not have a public charge on it, they're going to have to rely on a lot of tourists, which mean that, they're coming to the game. They might not need to have the Athletics win games. They're just going to come there for a good time. They're going to, I guess, there's a new Tropicana building that's supposed to be built on that site, and people will be stumbling out of the MGM Grand and New York, and Excalibur, and they'll be going to the Athletics baseball park. But those will be tourists. They won't be locals. And, I guess to your point is that the Athletics might not have to win games. The Raiders have not won. They have not made any big push toward a championship. And what's happened to them? Mark Davis has seen the value of that team skyrocket, even with a mediocre one-loss record. Right. So, if that's your foreshadowing, I would expect Fisher to pay more than he is right now for players, but here's just to throw this out there to you, the locals have their baseball team. They're the Aviators. They're the AAA team of the team, and they're the AAA team of the Athletics, and they play in a very, very nice 10,000 seat stadium in suburban Summerlin. It's easy in, easy out. The parking is free, and I got to tell you,
it's competition.
No one's willing to go on record, but there has been grumbles from some of the workers there that, they are a little upset that there's a major league team, especially Athletics, that could take a bite out of their revenues.
Yeah. It's hard to see how they'll do well in all of this, if and when it all happens. Alan, you were, again, one of the first people I talked to, and as we're getting closer here to maybe some decisions, it's been great to communicate with you over time, and I want to remind everybody, lvsportsbiz.com. You've got the hat on, but it's in the description here. We'll fully link to it, but follow you on social and the website, and you've been doing a great job documenting all of this from a firsthand perspective. So I think that was already known.
I really enjoyed talking with you, Brody. I think you serve such a vital role. I really respect the fact that you are part of the broadcast team, but you also provide the kind of analysis and evaluation of what's going on that is just so necessary and required in this era of sports and politics and business and stadiums and ticket prices and sponsorships. It can get kind of, just to connect the dots is a challenge, and you do a great job at that. So I really appreciate the work you do in the Bay Area.
Thanks, Alan. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Be well, Brody.